Chapter 2165, Tide Changes. Dark Night Empire, Dark Night City. Vendors' cries filled the business district. Practically every item for sale was of exquisite quality. Many of the vendors sold level 60+ fine gold weapons and equipment, tier 2 skill books and powerful master potions. Players who were visiting the city for the first time were mesmerized by all of the precious items for sale. Dark Night City is amazing, Big Brother Ape. So many treasures are available for sale. A lot of vendors are even selling a wide variety of super rare tier 2 skill books. We'll be lucky to find any of these books in Ghost Rock City. A level 55 female elementalist named Flashy Leaf expressed her surprise and joy as she gazed at the various stalls hawking the tomes for magical classes. In God's domain, magical classes were easier to control than melee classes. The spells they wielded affected a large portion of their combat power. In comparison, melee classes didn't depend as much on their skills. That is only natural. This is the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital, and a large number of experts visit the city. Naturally, this city has more resources than our city. With enough coins and magic crystals, you can even buy level 65 dark gold weapons and equipment. There is simply no comparison between Dark Knight City and an ordinary NPC city. Sweeping Ape, a level 62 male guardian knight with a silver shield, replied, chuckling. You can even buy level 65 dark gold weapons here? Flashy Leaf muttered in shock. Although many players had already surpassed level 60, monsters' drop rates was significantly lower after level 50 due to God's domain settings. As a result, weapons and equipment above level 50 were extremely rare, especially secret silver rank and above. Now, such high-quality equipment was a status symbol for expert and wealthy players. Most ordinary players would be limited to bronze and mysterious iron equipment after level 50. Take Flashy Leaf, for example. She had only secured a full set of level 55 secret silver equipment due to her low level, and it had still cost her a lot of money to collect the whole set. She couldn't even imagine using level 65 dark gold weapons and equipment. Of course. However, you'll need a strong relationship with a large guild to get access to those items, Sweeping Ape replied. Proudly, he continued, our Eagle Eye Adventurer team is a well-known adventurer team in Dark Knight City, and we have a connection to a few first- and second-rate guilds. Now that you're a member of our adventurer team, Leaf, you can get your hands on one or two of these items if you save up enough coins and magic crystals. Moreover, you can tell any guild players you have trouble with in the fields that you're from Eagle Eye, and even first-rate guild players will step back out of respect. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the street. Players moved aside, opening a spacious path as mounted players dashed through. Nobody dared to step in this group's path. They all acted as if they were watching a royal procession. These people dare to ride their mounts here? Flashy Leaf was astonished as she watched these players dash down the street atop their mounts. On the way here, Sweeping Ape had constantly reminded her that players were forbidden from using their mounts in Dark Knight City, and just as he had said, she hadn't seen a single mounted player within the city walls thus far. However, such a large group thundered through the business district on their mounts now. They are an exception, Sweeping Ape said, fear lacing his words as he watched the mounted group continue down the street. Why? Flashy Leaf asked. They're Starlink's members, this city's overlord. Not even super first-rate guilds like Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul are a match for Starlink, Sweeping Awe said in awe. Although even Starlink's members normally walk in the city. This is the first time I've seen so many people on their mounts. Starlink? Is the guild really that powerful? Flashy Leaf couldn't help the sliver of jealousy as she stared at the fading backs of Starlink's members. Other players new to Dark Knight City felt the same as they watched Starlink's members pass. Some even played with the thought of joining the guild. Starlink is that powerful. The guild is king in Dark Knight City. Sweeping Ape confirmed. However, a masked level 65 ranger flashed the guardian knight a disdainful look when he saw Sweeping Ape's glowing excitement. King? Maybe it had been in the past, the level 65 ranger said, chuckling. Those players are in such a hurry because Zero Wing has successfully defended Stone Forest City. Starlink's status in the ancient undead country has been threatened. I doubt it will be long before Stone Forest City replaces Starlink's fortress as the most popular spot in the neutral map. Replace Starlink? How is that, posse? Sweeping Ape instinctively tried to rebuke the masked ranger and mock the man for his ignorance, but when he saw the black tiger logo on the ranger's cape, he snapped his jaws shut. The Evil Tiger Adventurer Team. The Dark Knight Empire had countless adventurer teams, which rose and fell at a moment's notice. The Evil Tiger Adventurer Team, however, had survived in the Dark Knight Empire since God's Domain's launch. It was also the Empire's publicly acknowledged third-ranked adventurer team. Even first-rate guilds' guild leaders treated its members with respect. The Evil Tiger Adventurer Team was leagues above the Eagle Eye Adventurer Team. You'll find out if it's possible or not soon enough, but I'd advise that you begin to prepare. Major changes are coming to the Dark Knight Empire, the masked ranger said as he glanced at Sweeping Ape and Flashy Leaf. He turned away from the two and continued on his way. Big Brother Ape, is he telling the truth? Flashy Leaf asked, noticing how Sweeping Ape watched the masked ranger with awe. Evil Tiger is a peak adventurer team. There are rumors that quite a few super first-rate guilds have extended olive branches to the team. Many of Evil Tiger's members are also acquainted with players from super first-rate guilds, so its information network is far better than ours. I suspect he was telling the truth, Sweeping Ape said as he watched the masked ranger's departing figure. Zero Wing? What kind of guild is that, Big Brother Ape? If it's actually capable of making Starlink so afraid, could it be a super first-rate guild as well? Flashy Leaf asked curiously. She was completely ignorant of the virtual gaming world. She had only joined this world out of curiosity since God's Domain had become so popular. The moment she had joined God's Domain, she had realized that there was no going back. This? Uncertainly, Sweeping Ape said, I recall that Zero Wing is a new guild, strong enough to rival first-rate guilds. A new guild? Does that mean we have a chance of joining it? Flashy Leaf asked. Maybe. Sweeping Ape turned to Flashy Leaf speechless. He had gone to great lengths to recruit Flashy Leaf for the Eagle Eye Adventurer team, and now she was interested in joining Zero Wing. While Dark Knight City's players discussed the prior commotion and latest news, the various large guilds' residences in the Empire had fallen into utter chaos. Not long ago they had learned that Zero Wing had defeated the various superpowers' joint army, slaying more than 10,000 expert players and solidifying its position in Stone Forest City. Chapter 2166, War's Conclusion. Star Moon Kingdom, Star Moon City. One team after another appeared in the teleportation hall, all comprised of level 65 or above experts. Even the weakest piece of equipment on these experts was level 60 secret silver rank. However, these players didn't linger in Star Moon City's teleportation hall, quickly moving to other platforms and teleporting to the kingdom's other cities. With careful observation, one would recognize these players as adventurer team members. Many were even from well-known adventurer teams. Other players in the teleportation hall were stupefied. They didn't understand why so many adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires were visiting Star Moon Kingdom. While Star Moon City's players wondered about the odd flood of adventurer team players, a level 67 man sat in a top-floor VIP room in one of the teleportation hall's advanced restaurants. Quietly he took this all in, envy and sorrow in his gaze. If the city's players saw this man, they'd likely be taken aback. He was none other than Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's guild leader. By this point, the Star Alliance had become Star Moon City's king. After this battle's conclusion, it's likely impossible for anyone to pressure Zero Wing within Star Moon Kingdom, Galaxy Past enviously lamented as he watched the numerous teams teleport in and out of the teleportation hall. Shi Feng had recently defeated the various superpowers' joint army, and news of his victory had yet to reach Star Moon Kingdom's general populace. However, as one of the secret pavilion's subordinate first-rate guilds, the Star Alliance had heard of the outcome almost as soon as the battle had ended. He certainly hadn't expected this outcome. He truly hadn't thought that Zero Wing would be capable of standing against such a force. Zero Wing's Stone Forest City was akin to a diamond mine. The troublesome guild would never have to worry about needing funds again. With the city's income, Zero Wing could easily support its current level of development, which meant it had resolved its sole weakness within Star Moon Kingdom. From now on, even the various superpowers would find it exceedingly difficult to pressure the guild in its own kingdom. Moreover, doing so wouldn't gain them much. At this point he'd be hard-pressed to find a superpower that was willing to make such a trade. First-rate guilds like the Star Alliance dreamed of achieving such power, but now a new guild, one that had only established after God's Domain's launch, had been the one to realize this dream. No one could have imagined that Zero Wing would have struck back as soon as Starlink had tried to hinder the guild's development in Starmoon Kingdom and successfully deal such a fierce blow. Starlink's fortress in the ancient undead country was basically crippled. Even if that is the case, guild leader Zero Wing will have more problems to deal with now. Honestly, Starlink hadn't taken Zero Wing seriously, but now with Stone Forest City in its way, Starlink will view the Zero Wing as a sworn enemy. Moreover, Zero Wing has provoked more than a handful of superpowers this time. I doubt the guild will find moving forward to be more difficult than expected, Purple Jade said. Galaxy Pass did not try to refute Purple Jade's logic. In his opinion, Zero Wing's retaliation against Starlink's bullying had been splendidly carried out. Even before Zero Wing had taken action, the two guilds had shed all pretenses. Increasing their hatred for each other wouldn't change things over much. However, the fact that Zero Wing had slaughtered the superpowers' joint forces would come back to bite it. Those superpowers might be helpless against Stone Forest City and Zero Wing, but the Undead Forest was a small fraction of the bottomless abyss. The God Mode regional dungeon had other areas, and exploring those areas would require particularly powerful experts. The various superpowers had both stronger and more experts than Zero Wing. Once Zero Wing's members left the forest, they'd find miserable deaths waiting for them. While the various powers in the kingdom discussed Zero Wing's victory, adventurer teams crowded the entrance to the guild's residence in White River City. Just entering and leaving the residence had become a struggle for Zero Wing's members. Aqua Rose, who was responsible for the guild's recruitment, was stunned. She had watched many expert players apply for membership before, but she had never seen this many apply at once. A rough estimate calculated more than 10,000 expert applicants. Moreover, quite a few of these experts were at the half-step refinement realm, and some were even refinement realm experts. The guild hadn't experienced such a thing before. Half-step refinement realm experts generally served as core team leaders in first-rate guilds. Most refinement realm experts were immediately promoted, becoming an upper echelon within the first-rate guild. Even Aqua Rose was only a refinement realm expert. However, despite knowing that they would at most start out as an elite member, so many refinement realm experts were adamant about joining Zero Wing. What kind of magic did you use, guild leader? Aqua Rose excitedly asked after contacting Shifeng. More than 300 well-known and 20 top adventurer teams have applied to join the guild. After a rough estimate, more than 200 half-step refinement realm experts and 15 refinement realm experts have applied as well. Zero Wing didn't even have 15 refinement realm experts in total. Even so, the guild had far more than its first-rate competition. By accepting these 15 or so refinement realm experts into the fold, Zero Wing could double its total count. If it succeeded in doing so, no ordinary first-rate guild would have a chance against Zero Wing. Only the few top-ranked first-rate guilds would be able to rival the guild. Over 200 half-step and 15 refinement realm experts? It seems the battle's outcome has been quite effective, Shifeng said, smiling. He wasn't particularly surprised by the situation. His latest battle held extraordinary significance. Although defeating the superpowers' joint forces wasn't the victory that lured all of these adventurer teams to Zero Wing. Rather, they were attracted by his success in holding Stone Forest City. As long as Stone Forest City stood, Zero Wing would have a steady supply of resources and coins. This also made Zero Wing a far tougher opponent for the various superpowers. Moreover, to become a superpower, one needed a foundation of money and resources. Now that Zero Wing had that foundation, it was almost guaranteed to become a superpower in the future, and the guild had already proven capable of fending off the various superpowers. After hearing the news of these victories, it was only natural that a large number of experts would rush to join the guild and ride Zero Wing's coattails. Some top adventurer teams have also requested an alliance, committing to fight our enemies in the bottomless abyss. With a little hesitation, Aqua Rose continued. However, they want adventurer residences in Stone Forest City in exchange. Top adventurer teams possessed a lot of experts, and some were even led by refinement realm experts. There were also some that even superpowers feared. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had provoked quite a few superpowers this time, and because of that, it was fated to encounter many trials and tribulations within the regional dungeon. If the guild had to face these superpowers alone, it would likely struggle to establish itself in the bottomless abyss's other locations. It might even be trapped in the undead forest, which was only a fraction of the dungeon and had very limited resources. If they want adventurer residences for free, they can forget it, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Of course, if they're willing to pay, it's a different story. Each adventurer residence will cost 50,000 gold or magic crystals of equal value. Adventurer residences were similar to guilds' temporary residences. The team's members would be able to teleport in and out of Stone Forest City freely, but adventurer residences were a special type of building that could only be constructed in guild cities. Moreover, the ruling power could only construct a limited number. A basic city could only support 10 adventurer residences at a time. 5,000 gold? The amount Shifeng demanded startled Aqua Rose. Are you sure? One could afford a relatively good plot of land in an imperial capital with so much gold. Charging so much for an adventurer residence in a guild city was absurd. No adventurer team would likely agree to that price. That's right, 50,000 gold. If they're not interested, we won't force the issue, Shifeng firmly declared. I understand. I'll notify them of our price. Knowing Shifeng had made up his mind, Aqua Rose could only nod and agree. She could only hope that more opportunities to secure outside help appeared in the future. After disconnecting the call, Shifeng made his way to Stone Forest City's City Lord's mansion to open the city's doors to the public. Chapter 2167, Stone Forest City's opening. Unlike Zero Wing City, which had been a city upon its conception, Stone Forest City's City Lord's mansion wasn't a castle. It was merely a house atop a spacious compound. Thick stone walls lined the compound, and the only entrance was through a set of sturdy iron gates. 2 Tier 2 NPC soldier parties stood guard. When Shifeng arrived, the NPCs opened the gates for him and respectfully welcomed him to the mansion. Sure enough, this city lord's mansion is far more secure. Shifeng could not help his rueful sigh when he saw the water barrier beyond the gates. The isolation barrier. Not even Zero Wing City had this mechanic. The difference between a guild town and a guild city was massive in God's domain. The method to capture each was also different. To capture a guild town, one simply needed to claim the town token from the ruling guild's residents. But to capture a guild city, players needed to secure the city lord's mansion. While the difference between the two might not seem large, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The first reason for this gap was the difference in their magic arrays. A guild had to set up the defensive magic array around its residence itself, and advanced defensive magic arrays were particularly difficult to acquire. However, a city lord's mansion came equipped with its own defensive magic array, and it was even stronger than the magic barrier that protected the city. Only, it stored far less mana, so it couldn't last as long as the city's defensive magic array. The second reason was that no guild residence, regardless of how powerful it was, could affect a city's performance, but the city lord's mansion would. The city lord's mansion acted as the city's heart. The stronger it became, the stronger the city would be. However, upgrading a city lord's mansion wasn't easy. Doing so required a lot of money and super rare resources. This was why guild cities' development in God's domain was generally quite slow. Guild towns, in comparison, only needed popularity, money, and players. Normally, guild cities that had grown from advanced towns were much stronger than directly built guild cities. Needless to say, a guild city promoted with a gold town promotion order would be even stronger. The isolation barrier before Shifeng was the best proof of this. Shadow's guild cities in the past had only acquired an isolation barrier once they had become intermediate cities, yet Stone Forest City had gained one the moment it had become a basic city. Unlike defensive magic arrays, isolation barriers couldn't block incoming attacks, but they weren't any less important. An isolation barrier was capable of stopping unseen attacks and isolating the city lord's mansion from the outside world. If players entered the mansion without explicit permission, they wouldn't be able to contact others outside of the compound's walls. This ability had allowed guilds in the past to hold meetings within the city lord's mansion without having to worry about information reaching their enemies too quickly. Now that Stone Forest City's city lord's mansion had an isolation barrier as well, Zero Wing could use this place to discuss confidential matters. The guild wouldn't need to take the numerous precautions it usually did when preparing for an important operation, and it could afford to consider even riskier plans. Shifeng entered the city lord's mansion, greeted by a garden filled with plants and flourishing flowers. Birdsong and floral fragrance filled the air. The garden had an easy-to-capture vibe, a stark contrast to Zero Wing City's heavily fortified city lord's mansion. But Shifeng remained unperturbed. After all was said and done, Stone Forest City had only recently become a city. It would still take a lot of time, money, and resources to develop this city lord's mansion to rival that of Zero Wing City. This was also why the various superpowers had tried to capture Stone Forest City so soon after its promotion. The city lord's mansion was still undeveloped and at its weakest. Once Zero Wing fully developed the mansion, not even Tier 5 players could infiltrate it. Although he had defeated the various superpowers and defended Stone Forest City this time, repelling future attacks wasn't guaranteed. He needed to upgrade the city as soon as possible. Initially, the secret pavilion had suggested they wait for 2 or 3 days before opening Stone Forest City to the public. By then, most of the city's defenses would be operational. However, the secret pavilion wasn't aware that Shifeng couldn't afford to wait that long. Silverwing Town, Stone Forest City, and Zero Wing's development desperately needed coins and resources, but due to the ongoing war with Starlink, Zero Wing severely lacked both. Even though Shifeng had acquired quite a few top-tier weapons and equipment pieces from the various superpowers, it was a pitiful amount compared to what the guild needed, and selling the items would simply be foolish. Hence, to ensure Zero Wing's future, he had to open Stone Forest City to the public as soon as possible. Shifeng soon arrived at the 3-story house within the compound. An elderly butler, the city lord's mansion's manager, waited for him. Although the old man was only level 10, he was invulnerable. No player could damage him. "City Lord, how may I be of service?" the butler asked as he greeted Shifeng with a smile. "I wish to remove the seal on Stone Forest City," Shifeng answered. After its promotion, Stone Forest City had been sealed. Without the owner's permission, players would have to destroy the city's defensive magic array and walls to get into the city. If he wanted to attract visitors, he'd have to remove the seal. "I will see to it immediately, but once the seal has been lifted, how much would my lord like to charge as an entry fee?" the butler asked. "With Stone Forest City's current scale, the lowest entry fee available to you is 40 copper coins." "The lowest is 40 copper? Shifeng could not help but chuckle. What about the highest? He had gone to great lengths to relocate Stone Forest Town to the bottomless abyss. He had even upgraded it into a city. Naturally, he couldn't charge the lowest entry fee. Currently, you can collect up to 3 silver per person. If you wish to raise the entry fee further, you will first have to upgrade the city, the butler explained. "In that case, set it to 3 silver, Shifeng decided without hesitation. Players couldn't set a city's entry fee to any amount they desired in God's domain. There were lower and upper limits, and the city's geographical surroundings and development determined these limits. When Zero Wing City had first established, the lower limit had only been 30 copper, yet Stone Forest City's was 40 copper. To attract more players to Zero Wing City, Shifeng had initially set the entry fee to the minimum, gradually raising it as more players arrived. Now, players had to pay 80 copper to enter Zero Wing City. However, Stone Forest City's situation was different. It rested on the bottomless abyss's first underground floor, and it was almost guaranteed that only a small number of players would visit. Unfortunately, that meant that he couldn't choose the lowest entry fee available. He wouldn't make any money if he did. Furthermore, Stone Forest City was the only rest area in the God Mode regional dungeon, and unlike Zero Wing City, this city was essential for the players that wanted to grind in the area. "Understood. I'll get it done immediately." The butler bowed before leaving. In less than 5 minutes, a regional system announcement alerted all players in the Undead Forest that Stone Forest City was officially open. Chapter 2168. Not like a superpower but superior. Once the seal on Stone Forest City had lifted, Shifeng began to draft a construction plan for the city. Although Stone Forest Town had already contained a lot of buildings, it had grown several times after its promotion. As a result, Stone Forest City looked empty and could, at most, only accommodate 1 million players. This was the downside to a promoted city. A built city, on the other hand, didn't have this problem. Although Stone Forest Town had more than enough buildings to accommodate visiting players, its visitors wouldn't be limited to experts as mainstream players reached higher levels and improved their equipment. Eventually, even ordinary players would be able to grind in the bottomless abyss's first floor with ease. It was necessary to plan the city's constructions ahead of time to ensure that players had what they needed to live and rest in Stone Forest City. Not only would careful planning increase the value of the city's shops and private housing, but it was also of the utmost importance for the city's development. While Shifeng planned the city's layout in the City Lord's mansion, the powers from the kingdoms and empires near the ancient undead forest received news of Stone Forest City's grand opening. For a time these powers were in an uproar. Zero Wing is actually opening such a precious city to the public. Has the guild gone mad? How generous. That's a god mode regional dungeon we're talking about. I can't believe Zero Wing is letting just anyone into the city. Just what is Zero Wing thinking? The many powers that had watched the battle for Stone Forest City knew how significant the city was. Whoever owned Stone Forest City would have a massive advantage when exploring the bottomless abyss. However, Zero Wing so willingly gave up this advantage, granting the public access to such a valuable city. Even the various superpowers were stunned by Zero Wing's decision. They had known that the guild would open Stone Forest City to the public sooner or later. Reaching the bottomless abyss's first floor wasn't particularly difficult, and even experts from first-rate guilds and peak adventurer teams would be strong enough to grind in the area after another 10 days or so. Once they were, Stone Forest City wouldn't be nearly as much of an advantage. Even if Zero Wing wanted to avoid doing so, it would have to open the city to the public to earn a little money. The city's potential income would be far more important to the guild than limiting access to its members and allies. However, the various superpowers hadn't dreamed that Zero Wing would open Stone Forest City's gates so soon. Essentially, doing so now was throwing away any advantage the city could provide. A god mode regional dungeon? This is a perfect opportunity to strengthen our adventurer team. Zero Wing is truly amazing. It's giving up such a massive advantage. Not even superpowers would dare to make such a sacrifice. Since no one's explored the bottomless abyss yet, we can advance our guild's development if we can claim some of its treasures for ourselves. The various kingdoms and empires' powers sprung into action the moment they heard of Stone Forest City's opening. They all dispatched expert teams to the city. The various superpowers occupied most of God's domain's high-resource maps, and that should have been the case for the bottomless abyss as well. Superpowers had far better weapons and equipment for their members than ordinary powers, and by the time the ordinary powers were able to explore the regional dungeon, the various superpowers would have likely combed through the dungeon. Now that Stone Forest City was open to the public, however, ordinary powers could share the starting line with the various superpowers in the competition for the bottomless abyss's resources. Although the superpowers still had a massive advantage in terms of combat power and equipment standards, it was the fairest condition that ordinary players could hope for. If these ordinary powers got lucky in the bottomless abyss, they might be able to elevate their development to a new level. The regional dungeon was the current frontline in God's domain, and needless to say, the loot within would be among the best available at this stage of the game. Because of this news, Zero Wing's residence in White River City had become more crowded than ever before. Players joined the growing crowd outside of the residence's entrance almost as fast as the seconds ticked by. They filled the several streets around the residence, stupefying players who visited the city for the first time. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart and Mu Lingsha, who had finally made it into the residence, couldn't stifle their rueful sighs as they observed the current atmosphere within. Although powers seeking refuge or alliances visited the various superpowers' residences as well, their traffic was nothing compared to the number of representatives currently in Zero Wing's residence. They had already counted more than 100 representatives thus far, including upper echelons from first and second-rate guilds. First, and second-rate guilds might be insignificant to the various superpowers, but that was only true when 2 or 3 of these guilds gathered. If dozens of first- and second-rate guilds banded together, not even a super guild could afford to underestimate them. Unyielding Heart and Mu Lingsha even felt as if their positions had been reversed. It felt as if Zero Wing were the superpower here and Unyielding Soul was simply an ordinary power seeking refuge. Almost every first- and second-rate guild upper echelon in the residence felt the same. They had all assumed that they stood on equal footing with Zero Wing and that the guild wasn't yet a superpower, even if it were stronger than a first-rate guild. But looking at it now, they realized how naive the thought was. Although Zero Wing might not have the strength of a superpower, it possessed a foundation that no superpower could match. Despite its lower status, it was, in fact, more powerful. Bottomless Abyss, Stone Forest City. After working in the City Lord's mansion for nearly 2 hours, Shifeng received a call from Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. Guild leader, over 100 powers have visited our residence in the Black Dragon Empire to discuss potential cooperation. 5 of them are first-rate guilds and 17 are second-rate guilds. Should we agree to their offers? Gentle Snow asked. We're seeing roughly the same situation in White River City, guild leader, although 2 superpowers have also visited. One of them is Unyielding Soul. Both superpowers are requesting garrison rights in Stone Forest City, and they've offered considerable benefits in exchange, Aqua Rose said, unable to contain her excitement. If Zero Wing accepted the benefits these guilds offered, the guild would undergo a qualitative transformation. Although it couldn't match a superpower's reach, it wasn't far off. So many powers have visited? Even Shifeng was a little surprised to hear the 2 vice guild leaders' reports. Although he had recognized how tempting Stone Forest City would be to the various powers, he hadn't expected it to attack so many. What should we do, guild leader? Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow asked, staring at Shifeng as they desperately waited for his answer. Too many powers had approached the guild for partnerships for them to handle. Even if Stone Forest City was a basic city, it couldn't accommodate so many guilds. It would be fortunate if the city housed a total of 5 guilds right now. Since so many powers have approached us, it would be a waste to turn them away. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng grinned and said, the various superpowers have their own chamber of commerce. In that case, Zero Wing will establish its own. We'll call it the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. If these powers want a partnership, they'll have to join our chamber first. Then we'll cooperate as members of a chamber of commerce typically do. Zero Wing had certainly benefited from its membership with the secret chamber of commerce, but after getting kicked out once already, Shifeng knew that Zero Wing needed a chamber of its own. Zero Wing hadn't been able to fulfill the conditions of creating a chamber of commerce previously, but now that the ability to do so presented itself, he couldn't miss this opportunity. What if they demand to garrison in the city? Aqua Rose had already spoken with quite a few major powers representatives, so she knew that they aimed to secure a residence in the city for their guilds. Unfortunately, simply joining the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce wouldn't fulfill that wish, in which case, these powers might refuse to join. We'll follow the secret Chamber of Commerce's example then. They will only gain the right to garrison in Stone Forest City if they join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce as advanced members. Normal members, on the other hand, will enjoy a 20% discount on the city's entry fees, Shifeng said, chuckling. The more they contribute, the more they will gain. I'm sure they won't have any complaints. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow's eyes glowed with elation and realization upon hearing Shifeng's decision. This was undoubtedly a solid solution. If this plan succeeded, Zero Wing sales channels would reach unprecedented heights. Not even ordinary superpowers would be a match for it. Even without Stone Forest City's profits, the guild would be able to develop smoothly by relying on the income from the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 2169, Gathering of Guilds. Shifeng's decision inspired Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, sparking countless ideas as restless excitement filled their hearts. Guild leader, although I think it's a good idea to take advantage of a competition between these guilds for the garrison slots, I'm afraid that some of the smaller guilds will give up altogether knowing that they won't have any chance of winning. Most of the guilds that have approached us with partnership proposals are small guilds, and although they aren't powerful individually, Their combined strength is even greater than that of the larger guilds who are interested in an alliance, Aqua Rose said, quickly pointing out the problem with Shifeng's suggestion. She was far more astute than Shifeng when it came to management and business. That's right. These smaller guilds don't share the same thought process as their larger counterparts. They aren't considering their future development, prioritizing immediate benefits over all else, Gentle Snow said as she nodded in agreement. We might find it challenging to lure them into the chamber if we only offer a 20% discount. The small guilds don't have many experts to begin with, and they can only afford to send a small number of players to explore the bottomless abyss. The benefits of joining the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce aren't greater than the cost. They will definitely reject our offer. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow's reasoning was sound. Although Shifeng had only suggested the idea a moment ago, both women had already found flaws in his plan. His other subordinates such as Blackie and Liang Jing simply couldn't compete with these two. You're both correct. A discount on the city's entry fee won't likely be enough to convince these small guilds, but this city isn't like others. This is Stone Forest City. Even if they wanted to, they'd find the offer difficult to refuse, Shifeng said, smiling confidently. Listening to his vice guild leader's suggestions, Shifeng recognized how both had developed their respective guilds into pseudo-super first-rate guilds in the past. To grow stronger, a guild needed more than just powerful experts. It also needed skilled managers with a sharp sense for business. If Shifeng hadn't relied on philosophies that were beyond the current time and knowledge of God's domain's future, not even he would have been a match for Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow's business sense. Both women gave their guild leader skeptical looks. These guilds want to negotiate a partnership deal, correct? In that case, we'll sit down with them in Stone Forest City's Candlelight Trading Firm, Shifeng declared, chuckling. All right. We'll lead them there now then. Although these women were confused over Shifeng's decision, they were familiar with his typical antics. Since he had come up with the idea, he must have considered certain factors. Moreover, Stone Forest City was key to Zero Wing's development. As the guild's upper echelons, they had to visit the city and gain a proper understanding of what it had to offer. Disconnecting their call with Shifeng, the women contacted the various guilds' representatives and informed them that the negotiations would take place in Stone Forest City. What is Zero Wing trying to do? They could negotiate with us directly, but they want us to head to Stone Forest City for the discussion? Isn't this just a waste of time? A level 68 female elementalist in exquisite light red robes snarled as she watched Aqua Rose in the distance. Over 200 guild representatives occupied the spacious hall, but aside from Unyielding Heart and Mu Lingsha, none of them dared to look this furious woman in the eye. They lowered their heads and avoided her gaze, afraid of attracting her ire. This woman was 16th Cloud, the second vice guild leader of the recently promoted superpower Shining Tiger. She had also earned the nickname Flame Empress. She had once been a peerless genius, nurtured by a super guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain, but she had left the super guild abruptly and joined Shining Tiger, performing many impressive feats for the new superpower. Although Shining Tiger was not as powerful as Starlink, it ranked near the top among recently promoted superpowers. The guild currently controlled 4 kingdoms and had built a solid foundation in the Glory Empire. It was even stronger than Unyielding Soul. We are here to gain an understanding of Zero Wing and see for ourselves if the guild is as impressive as the White Tiger Dojo claims, Vice Guild Leader. So please endure this for now. The middle-aged man, a level 68 assassin, beside 16th Cloud, tried to calm the woman, acting like her butler. It was obvious that he was used to the woman's hot temper. Unyielding Heart, who sat across the subservient assassin, kept his guard up against the man. This middle-aged man had an even greater backstory than 16th Cloud. His name was Sorrowful Silence, and he had risen to fame even earlier than Unyielding Heart had. Moreover, Sorrowful Silence was a bona fide monster. The man specialized in eliminating high-profile targets. Since God's Domain's launch, he had been responsible for the deaths of more than 6 superpower upper echelons. These assassinations had foiled many of the superpowers' plans. How strange. Shining Tiger has clearly focused on its development in the Glory Empire. So, why is it here to discuss a partnership with Zero Wing? Initially, Unyielding Heart had been a little surprised to find 16th Cloud and sorrowful silence in Zero Wing's residence. Is Zero Wing already allied with Shining Tiger in secret? Although Shining Tiger had only recently become a superpower and had begun its development in God's domain much later than Starlink had, it hadn't developed any slower than Starlink. Shining Tiger even had the support of the Radiant Corporation, an international corporation. Like Blackwater, the Radiant Corporation specialized in the fighting and security industries. Hence, Radiant had no lack of expert players and an advantage over its competition. If the Radiant Corporation hadn't waited so long to join God's domain, Shining Tiger would have likely risen to rival Starlink and Blackwater by now. While Unyielding Heart wondered about the other guild's presence here, 16th Cloud returned to her seat, no longer making a fuss. I know. I was just saying, 16th Cloud grumbled. She didn't have a great opinion of Zero Wing, which had neither a background nor any supporters. Since she had originally been a member of a super guild, she was very familiar with how powerful superpowers were. Although Zero Wing had made a name for itself by defeating the superpowers' joint army, that didn't prove anything. Zero Wing had simply accomplished the feat by relying on some fortuitous opportunity. Such opportunities appeared randomly and were available to everyone. Throughout the virtual gaming world's long history, many guilds like Zero Wing had risen to great heights due to fortuitous opportunities, but very few had eventually become super first-rate guilds or super guilds. In 16th Cloud's opinion, Zero Wing was little more than a lottery winner. It was nothing compared to families with wealthy histories. If the White Tiger Dojo hadn't boasted of Zero Wing's amazing skills when nurturing experts, her guild wouldn't have sent her here, much less decided to approach Zero Wing for a partnership. Not long after 16th Cloud's tantrum came to an end, the various representatives calmed as they followed Aqua Rose toward White River City's teleportation hall. At the same time, Gentle Snow led her visitors toward the city from the distant Black Dragon Empire. Suddenly, several hundred powers representatives gathered in Dark Knight City, causing a commotion that spread throughout the Dark Knight Empire. Chapter 2170 Off the charts. Amazing. Why have so many guilds gathered in Dark Knight City? They must be here for the same reason as those adventurer teams that showed up earlier, to discuss an alliance with Zero Wing. Zero Wing sure is impressive. If it allies with so many guilds, not even Starlink could afford to target Zero Wing rashly. That's not all. Do you see those people wearing Shining Tiger's guild emblem? The guild recently became a superpower. I've heard that it isn't any weaker than Starlink and far stronger than the declining Unyielding Soul. If Zero Wing partners with Shining Tiger, Starlink will find the guild to be a far more difficult target. If that happens and Zero Wing really intends to develop in the Dark Knight Empire, we're going to see a massive war erupt. Players from the Empire's various powers chatted amongst themselves when they noticed 16th Cloud and the other guild representatives in Dark Knight City's teleportation hall. Many of them could already imagine the battle between the Dark Knight Empire's countless guilds. Players like them wanted nothing more than that outcome. Heroes only emerged when there was trouble. No player or power dared to act up in the Empire while Starlink was in control, and most conflicts were limited to small skirmishes. Starlink would jump to quash any larger fights, and because of this, expert players struggled to make a name for themselves within the Dark Knight Empire. Of course, everyone paid more attention to Shining Tiger's presence than the potential turbulence. If Shining Tiger and Zero Wing agreed to an alliance, Zero Wing would have the capital to develop in the Dark Knight Empire. Partnering with Dark Knight City's other guilds wouldn't help the guild much in this matter, and no one even bothered to take into account the secret pavilion or Unyielding Soul. Unyielding Soul had constantly fought Starlink in the Empire, so whether or not it allied with Zero Wing, its situation wouldn't change. Furthermore, Unyielding Soul had already begun to decline. As a famous transcendental power, the secret pavilion wouldn't involve itself in the struggle between God's domain's various powers. It focused solely on its business and finances. The potential profits that were at stake were the only reason that the secret pavilion had sided with Zero Wing in the battle for Stone Forest City. However, Shining Tiger was a different story. Shining Tiger was a foreign superpower to the Dark Knight Empire, and if it were dragged into the Empire's struggles, the resulting power shift would be significant. So this is Starlink's main headquarters? These players' average standards are quite high. They're almost a match for those in the Glory Empire. I see now how Starlink has developed so quickly, 16th Cloud commented as she briefly evaluated the players in the teleportation hall. If Zero Wing intends to battle Starlink to the bitter end, we'll have to re-evaluate our interest in an alliance. Overall, the Glory Empire was stronger than the Dark Knight Empire, and although the former didn't have a God Mode regional dungeon nearby, it had quite a few Azura Mode regional dungeons. These dungeons were more than enough for Shining Tiger's needs. The guild wasn't hard-pressed to secure the Bottomless Abyss's resources. If the guild elders hadn't expressed their slight interest in the Bottomless Abyss and White Tiger Dojo hadn't made such a strong recommendation, Shining Tiger wouldn't have been interested in Zero Wing in the least. Indeed, these players are certainly high quality. Obtaining fresh blood should be quite easy for Starlink. Including its possession of that item, its development speed should be astounding, Sorrowful Silence said as he nodded in agreement. However, since we are here, we should pay Stone Forest City a visit. Superpowers typically avoided provoking each other. Even if they had to do so, they weighed the potential benefits and costs before acting. Naturally, Shining Tiger wouldn't agree to challenge Starlink just for a particular grinding spot that it didn't even need. Of course, we will need a proper explanation for the guild elders after all. 16th Cloud nodded. As Dark Knight City's players watched, 16th Cloud and the other guild representatives teleported to an NPC town nearest to the ancient undead country. Following Aqua Rose, the group crossed one neutral map after another. As their escort, Zero Wing's main force dealt with any monsters in their way. The main force members' performance surprised the various representatives. Once they had entered the ancient undead country, Zero Wing's main force had eliminated the level 60+ Great Lords they had encountered as easily as if they were chopping vegetables. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow's performances were particularly eye-catching. Each of the women single-handedly took on several level 65 Great Lords at once, maintaining their upper hand in the battles. Only level 65 Grand Lords had proven strong enough to make Gentle Snow struggle. The various guild representatives were utterly astonished by these players' basic attributes. Aren't Gentle Snow's basic attributes a little too high? Not even our guild's chief berserker is quite as strong, 16th Cloud commented as she watched the woman in question tank a level 65 Grand Lord by herself. Although berserkers were famed for their strength, this was the first time 16th Cloud had seen a berserker that could solo tank a Grand Lord. Her basic attributes aren't her only powerful quality. I doubt I'd even be a match for her in a frontal confrontation, Sorrowful Silence said solemnly. Is she that strong? 16th Cloud gave her companion a skeptical look. Others might not know how powerful Sorrowful Silence was, but she was very familiar with the middle-aged man's strength. Even though Sorrowful Silence was an assassin, he had a peak legacy, the Blood Warrior hidden class. His strength was no lower than normal berserkers of the same level, and his agility was far above what normal assassins possessed. He certainly wasn't a weakling in PvP. Sorrowful Silence was even more of a threat on a lawless battlefield. Unlike in official competitions, domain realm experts could display their full potential on a battlefield without rules. 16th Cloud had watched Zero Wing's performance in White River City's auction arena, and while she could admit that Gentle Snow was strong, that had been an official competition. In a field battle it would be a different story. I wish I were wrong, but she is truly that powerful, Sorrowful Silence answered with a bitter smile. He was very confident in his estimation of others' combat power. This ability allowed him to slay one superpowers expert after another. However, Gentle Snow felt like an extreme threat. He had also failed to mention the fact that she wasn't the only one to feel like that. Zhao Yueru and Violet Cloud, who stood beside Gentle Snow, felt just as dangerous, although they didn't seem as deadly as their vice-guild leader. While the various guild representatives gained a better understanding of Zero Wing's main force, the group arrived in Stone Forest City. The moment they crossed the threshold to the city, they were shocked by its mana density. How can this place have such dense mana? 16th Cloud, an elementalist, was shocked as she sensed the unbelievably dense mana around her. Chapter 2171, Sorrowful Silence's Shock. Stone Forest City's mana density didn't only stun the various guild representatives, but Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow and Zero Wings main force members were shocked as well. They were no strangers to high mana density environments. In fact, they were accustomed to them. However, the mana in Stone Forest City was even denser than in the Holy City of Titan, and it didn't feel like the usual mana they encountered. This mana had a violent energy, although it didn't make them feel agitated. On the contrary, they felt warm and close to their environment. This closeness gave them a newfound perception of their surroundings. This was a sensation they had never experienced before. It was as if they had just arrived at an entirely new world. Logically, mana shouldn't be able to cause such a sensation, even if it was particularly dense. They had all seen and experienced mana so dense that it appeared as a fog, but it had never made them feel like this. In truth, the sensation Aqua Rose and her party experienced wasn't related to the city's mana in the least. Rather, it was a hidden effect of the Dark Tower. While this sensation felt foreign to Aqua Rose and Zero Wings members, it wasn't all that odd to 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence. These two were particularly familiar with the strange feeling which horrified them. This close sensation everyone felt was quite similar to the sensation one experienced when they reached the Void Realm. Although what they felt now wasn't as intense as actually reaching the Void Realm, there was roughly a 10% resemblance. Even among the various superpowers, Void Realm experts were treated as upper echelons level individuals. They were a guild's mainstays. And within Stone Forest City, players could actually experience the sensation of being a Void Realm expert. Although the city's atmosphere could only replicate a small fraction of the sensation, it would be a massive help to expert players, particularly Refinement Realm experts. If Refinement Realm experts could examine and experience this sensation, they'd have as much as a 30% chance of reaching the Void Realm in the future. Most of the various large guilds' experts would scoff at this 30% chance, but the superpowers Refinement Realm experts would willingly bankrupt themselves for such a boost. It's no wonder why so many superpowers fought to claim Stone Forest City. I had never dreamed that this city would offer such a benefit. Realization dawned on 16th Cloud as she bathed in the city's mana. Once an expert reached the Refinement Realm, they were almost guaranteed to reach the Flowing Water Realm. Players only needed to be able to observe their enemies' every action and predict their next move to enter the Flowing Water Realm, and normally, players would fulfill these requirements once they had accumulated enough combat experience. To put it simply, one merely needed to work hard to reach the Flowing Water Realm. However, climbing from the Flowing Water Realm into the Void Realm was a different story. This was a qualitative leap. Reaching the Void Realm was akin to switching one's focus from one target to several hundred. The achievement was beyond simply observing one's opponent. Players needed to view situations from a different perspective entirely. Although the various superpowers had plenty of Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts, very few among these experts were capable of reaching the Void Realm, even within super guilds. The chances of rising from the Flowing Water Realm to the Void Realm was less than 10%. However, if the various superpowers had Stone Forest City's environment, they could certainly nurture a few more peak experts. A single peak expert could command and safeguard an entire section of their guild's territory. With a few more peak experts, superpowers would have an easier time managing their members and territories. Moreover, these peak experts played an important role when acquiring powerful treasure. Monster-level experts were incredibly rare after all, and most superpowers didn't even have a handful of such experts under their command. In comparison, God's domain had a plethora of precious treasures and dangerous locations to explore. Vice Guild Leader, we must do whatever we can to secure a temporary residence in Stone Forest City. Sorrowful Silence resolutely declared. I know, relax. 16th Cloud nodded, a vibrant light replacing the dull look in her eyes. Now she couldn't bring herself to look down on Stone Forest City in the slightest. Shining Tiger wasn't like the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Since it had only recently established itself, it had poached many of its experts from other guilds. However, poaching peak experts was incredibly difficult since they were integral members of their superpowers. As a result, Shining Tiger had a lot of Refinement and Flowing Water Realm experts, but it severely lacked Void Realm experts. If the guild wanted more Void Realm experts, it would have to nurture them on its own. Unfortunately, doing so was a major challenge. Despite investing tons of resources, Shining Tiger had only nurtured 2 peak experts thus far. Who knew how long it would take for the guild to nurture more? However, if Shining Tiger could use Stone Forest City's environment, it could ease the burden of nurturing peak experts. The guild could then expand its territory. Even Unyielding Heart's eyes burned with passion. He was overwhelmed with a desire to obtain a temporary residence in Stone Forest City. Unyielding Soul and Starlink had roughly the same number of refinement and flowing water realm experts. Unyielding Soul simply didn't have as many peak and monster level experts as its rival. If Unyielding Soul could resolve that problem, it might become strong enough to continue its competition with Starlink. Furthermore, Stone Forest City was located within the bottomless abyss. With the resources Unyielding Soul could obtain from the regional dungeon, the guild could certainly continue duking it out with Starlink. Before anyone had realized it, the crowd had arrived before the city's candlelight trading firm. Although Stone Forest City's candlelight trading firm was no match for the shop in Zero Wing City, it was still a 10-story building that was as large as a sports arena. It could easily accommodate tens of thousands of customers at a time, easily outmatching White River City's candlelight trading firm. Unfortunately, this shop had yet to open its doors to the public, still in the midst of its renovation. When Stone Forest Town had been upgraded to a basic city, the shop had been promoted as well, and it was in dire need of a reorganization. As the guild representatives entered the shop, they were stunned by the items that were already on display in the first floor hall. Level 60 to level 80, 8-piece dark gold set equipment. How is this possible? Sorrowful Silence cried out when he saw the equipment on display in one of the glass counters. All of the various guild representatives were dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open as they stared at the set equipment in shocked silence. Aside from epic equipment, the best available in the game right now was level 65 dark gold rank, but due to such equipment's rarity, one could count the number of experts in full sets of level 65 dark gold equipment using the fingers on one hand, including those in the various superpowers' main forces. Fully geared in level 65 dark gold equipment, players would have no problems diving into level 70,100 man-team dungeons. And yet, a complete level 60 to 80 dark gold set equipment glittered before them. Moreover, it was an 8-piece set. Why wouldn't they be shocked? 8-piece dark gold set equipment was only inferior to epic equipment of the same level. However, that wasn't even the most important aspect. What truly shocked these guild representatives was the set equipment's level. If players could wear this dark gold set equipment by the time they reached level 70, they would breeze through level 70,100 man-team dungeons. Moreover, this set equipment was plate armor and wasn't restricted to a specific class. Even an MT could equip this set. If their guilds could get their hands on this set equipment, they'd have a massive advantage over their competition when raiding level-appropriate team dungeons. Chapter 2172, Complete Legacy. The appearance of the crystal light set stupefied everyone present. Some of the guild representatives shuddered slightly upon seeing it. While the various powers were still vying for level 65 dark gold set equipment, Zero Wing had already obtained an entire set of level 60 to level 80, 8-piece dark gold set equipment. With such a frightening advantage, everyone could imagine how much of a lead Zero Wing would have when it came to raiding team dungeons. In fact, before level 80, Zero Wing would be able to steadily secure its position as the overlord of the bottomless abyss. Moreover, this still wasn't the most horrifying part. It might be fine if Zero Wing only had one crystal light set, but there were currently 3 crystal light sets in all on display inside the first floor hall. This meant that Zero Wing could obtain more crystal light sets. The impact of one person equipped in dark gold set equipment and that of an entire team equipped with it were as different as heaven and earth. No matter how powerful an individual player was, there was a limit to how much they could contribute inside a team dungeon. However, if every player in the team was equipped with such equipment, the team's overall performance would skyrocket. After all, the main impediment most powers faced in raiding a team dungeon was their inadequate equipment standards. This was especially true for the various superpowers. So long as the superpowers teams met the required equipment standards, raiding team dungeons would be a piece of cake for them. It's no wonder Zero Wing dares to provoke Starlink. It seems Zero Wing isn't all bark after all. 16th Cloud's eyes glowed brightly as she looked at the crystal light sets on display. If Shining Tiger could secure a temporary residence in Stone Forest City, in addition to the crystal light set, she believed that it wouldn't be long before Shining Tiger developed into the number 2 power of the Glory Empire, second only to King's Return. After everyone was done admiring the crystal light sets, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow led the crowd to the shop's top-floor reception room, where Shifeng had been waiting for quite some time now. Currently, Shifeng wore a suit of pitch-black armor paired with a dark gray cape. When the various guild representatives saw Shifeng's figure through the open doors, they found that he gave off a very plain and approachable feeling, without even the slightest tinge of strength. He also did not act haughty the way overlords of kingdoms generally did. However, the instant everyone set foot inside the room, they immediately realized that they were mistaken in their assumptions of Shifeng. Terribly mistaken. Sorrowful Silence even gasped involuntarily when he stepped into the room. Monster. This word simultaneously appeared in everyone's mind. The various guild representatives reacted this way because the moment they stepped into the room, a horrifying pressure had assaulted their bodies. Moreover, this pressure didn't originate just from a difference in basic attributes but also a massive difference in life ratings. At this moment, everyone's gut instincts were blaring their imminent death. It was as if the person sitting before them wasn't a player at all, but a living demon king instead. Didn't they say that Black Flame is only a domain realm expert? How is he so powerful? 16th Cloud's complexion turned indescribably grim as she looked at Shifeng, who currently sat in the room's seat of honor. She had been nurtured by a super guild, so she had seen many monster-level experts before. Although her current self had yet to reach the domain realm, she was very confident of putting up a fight against an actual domain realm expert. However, when she stood before Shifeng, she actually felt helpless. When she imagined getting attacked by an expert like Shifeng out in the fields, her scalp immediately turned numb. Welcome to Stone Forest City. Let me introduce myself. I am Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame, Shifeng said. When he saw the various guild representatives' darkened expressions, particularly 16th Cloud's and Sorrowful Silence's grim expressions, he felt very satisfied with himself. In reality, he wasn't as powerful as everyone thought. The reason why everyone was having such a misconception about him was simply the side effects caused by Demon God's Phantom. After Demon God's Phantom's duration ended, he would continue exuding divine might for the next 12 hours. When monsters were subjected to this divine might, they would instinctively run away from him. In return, however, his body would be suppressed to a mortal state, his combat power reduced drastically. Of course, unless players fought him, they would not be able to tell that he was actually incredibly weak right now. They would only be frightened by the divine might he exuded. Meanwhile, after Shifeng introduced himself, everyone present, particularly Shining Tiger's 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence, no longer dared look down on Zero Wing even in the slightest. The current Zero Wing might lack peak experts in capital, but its growth potential was extremely frightening. Not to mention there was even an expert like Shifeng protecting it. If Shifeng devoted himself to ambushing the upper echelons of superpowers, the superpowers would most likely be helpless to stop him. To the various superpowers, even losing hundreds of refinement realm experts would be considered a recoverable loss. However, if their peak experts and monster-level experts were killed, they would suffer irreparable damage. After all, the various superpowers relied on these experts to secure treasures. The loss of even one of these experts could cause a superpower heartache. This was also the reason why superpowers feared monster-level experts so much. Monster-level experts might have difficulty defeating other monster-level experts, but they would have no problems defeating peak experts on their own. Now, however, Shifeng was an even more frightening existence. This was because even monster-level experts were potential prey to Shifeng. Previously, Shining Tiger had collected plenty of information on Shifeng. The guild concluded that although he was very strong, his chances of success when hunting ordinary monster-level experts were just slightly higher than other monster-level experts. After personally meeting Shifeng, however, both 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence understood that the swordsman was much more frightening than the reports made him out to be. Just Shifeng's presence alone forced 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence to treat Zero Wing seriously. Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am 16th Cloud, Shining Tiger's second Vice Guild Leader. 16th Cloud took the initiative to stand out and introduce herself. I am here representing Shining Tiger to negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing. Our demands are not very high. We just want one temporary residence in Stone Forest City. As for coins and resources, we are willing to pay so long as the price is reasonable. We can even provide Zero Wing with a complete refinement realm legacy. The various first-rate guild representatives present could not help but gasp at 16th Cloud's words. Even Unyielding Heart, who had taken a seat in a corner of the room, twitched slightly, never having thought that Shining Tiger would be willing to pay such a price. Current small guilds were most likely ignorant of what a refinement realm legacy was. They might even misconstrue it for a legacy for a hidden class. However, it was something true large guilds, particularly first-rate guilds, dreamed of obtaining. This was also where the foundations of super first-rate guilds and super guilds lay, something that was extremely difficult to acquire even with money. Only major corporations had the power and influence to obtain it. In the case of small corporations and companies, they should not even think of laying their hands on a refinement realm legacy. They could only rely on their own guild's research. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, who were now standing behind Shifeng, also gasped when they heard 16th Cloud's offer. Previously, the fact that Unyielding Soul had volunteered to share a portion of its realms of refinement training resources with Zero Wing was already plenty amazing. In fact, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had felt ecstatic over the matter. Now, however, Shining Tiger was even more amazing. It was actually offering to provide Zero Wing with a complete refinement realm legacy. In other words, Shining Tiger was willing to give Zero Wing the training data necessary to turn ordinary experts into refinement realm experts. Now, the Zero Wing experts who did not get a chance to experience the secret pavilions or Unyielding Soul's training system would no longer have to train themselves blindly. They, too, would get to undergo systematic training. With this, their chances of becoming refinement realm experts would increase substantially. Of course, there were many methods for players to reach the refinement realm, some simple and others difficult. However, regardless of the efficiency of the training data Shining Tiger provided, the amount of help the data would provide Zero Wing was something that could not be measured with money. It seems that one of the temporary residence slots is going to end up with Shining Tiger. Sure enough, superpowers really are amazing. How are we supposed to continue competing like this? When the various first-rate guilds representatives heard the conditions 16th Cloud offered, a little despair sprouted in their hearts. They were fully aware that Stone Forest City had a very limited number of temporary residence slots. Meanwhile, to the current Zero Wing, nothing would be more attractive than a complete refinement realm legacy. In comparison, the shops and treasures their guilds could offer were most likely insignificant in Zero Wing's eyes. Vice Guild Leader Cloud, your offer is indeed very tempting, Shifeng said. He too was very surprised by 16th Cloud's offer. In the next moment, however, he shook his head and added, "Still, that isn't what Zero Wing wants." "What do you want then?" 16th Cloud asked as she stared at Shifeng incredulously. A complete refinement realm legacy was a priceless treasure to any first-rate guild. Some first-rate guilds would even do everything they could to get their hands on one because only by obtaining a refinement realm legacy would they have the means to become a super first-rate guild. Without it, a first-rate guild had no business talking about becoming a super first-rate guild. Now, however, Zero Wing was actually rejecting this legacy. She simply couldn't figure out what could be more important to Zero Wing than a refinement realm legacy. "I don't want much. I just want you to join Zero Wing's newly established Candlelight Chamber of Commerce." Shifeng replied calmly. Chapter 2173. Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. Join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone present stared at him in astonishment, never having thought that the requirement would be so simple. They all knew very clearly what a Chamber of Commerce in the virtual gaming world represented. It was an organization where members shared sales connections with each other for mutual benefit. However, whether one could actually benefit from this method of cooperation would still depend on the members' capabilities. If one sold excellent merchandise, they would naturally be able to make more money. Average merchandise, on the other hand, would soon be overshadowed by the other members' merchandise, resulting in a drastic decrease in one's own sales and profits. A chamber of commerce was a double-edged sword. Generally, there were more cons than pros for a small guild to join a chamber of commerce. The reason for this was because small guilds lacked resources and invested very little into nurturing lifestyle players. Hence, the quality of merchandise they could offer to customers went without saying. There was simply no way for small guilds to compete with large guilds. For a small guild, joining a chamber of commerce was akin to opening the doors for large guilds to earn money in their territory. However, if it meant being able to obtain a temporary residence slot in Stone Forest City, then joining the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce definitely had merit. After all, with sufficient strength, a small guild could not only earn a large amount of rare resources but also nurture its experts in Stone Forest City. Guild leader Black Flame, are you saying that so long as we join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, we'll receive a temporary residence in Stone Forest City? 16th Cloud pressed Shifeng for confirmation. She wasn't particularly surprised that Zero Wing would attempt to establish a chamber of commerce. After all, there were so many guilds currently seeking a partnership with Zero Wing. If Zero Wing could pool the strength of these guilds together, then even superpowers would grow fearful. If Zero Wing wished to continue competing with Starlink, then establishing a chamber of commerce was indeed the best decision to make. A complete Refinement Realm legacy might allow a guild to nurture many Refinement Realm experts, but accomplishing this required a lot of time, which just so happened to be the resource that up-and-coming guilds like Zero Wing lacked the most. Hence, rather than aim for an uncertain future, it was much better for Zero Wing to further enhance its current strength. That's not entirely correct, Shifeng said, shaking his head. To be precise, only advanced members of the chamber will receive a temporary residence slot in Stone Forest City. As for how you can become an advanced member, that will depend on the amount of contributions you make. So that's the case. Realization immediately dawned upon 16th Cloud. Inwardly, she cursed at Shifeng for being a sly old fox. Originally, only a few guilds should be able to partner with Zero Wing. Now, however, every guild present would do so. Moreover, these guilds would all desperately contest for the limited temporary residence slots, which would allow Zero Wing to obtain the maximum amount of benefits possible. Meanwhile, when the various guild representatives heard Shifeng's condition, they understood the implications right away. Zero Wing was trying to have them compete for the limited temporary residence slots and labor for it, indirectly making them Zero Wing's subordinates. Guild leader Black Flame, I'm afraid this arrangement is very unfair for small guilds like us. Compared to the strength and resources large guilds possess, what small guilds have is insignificant. In the end, these residence slots will still land in the hands of large guilds. If that's the case, small guilds like ours might as well give up on competing right off the bat since we already know we won't win. Moreover, we will even end up working for Zero Wing for free. That's right. Small guilds like ours can't compete against large guilds at all. With your arrangement, how are we even supposed to compete? We might as well head back home now. For a while, a few representatives of small guilds stepped forward and voiced their disagreement. These representatives even tried to get the representatives of other small guilds to leave the venue with them. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow frowned upon seeing this scene. Although they had expected that these small guilds would react this way, they hadn't anticipated such an organized refusal. As for the representatives of large guilds, they were gleefully watching this scene play out. After all, the fewer competitors they had, the better. In fact, they hoped that every other guild present would stand up and quit the venue. Zero Wing's ambitions are quite large. Unfortunately, it lacks the ability to control these small guilds, Sorrowful Silence commented as he watched the representatives of small guilds prepare to leave the room en masse. At the end of the day, Zero Wing's foundations are still too shallow. If it were a superpower making this offer, these small guilds would have most likely agreed without hesitation. At this moment, aside from Sorrowful Silence, Unyielding Heart also felt this way. Zero Wing simply had too few territories under its control right now. The number of territories and sales connections it possessed couldn't even compete with that of veteran first-rate guilds. A weak chamber of commerce like Candlelight just didn't hold any attraction for the various small guilds. On the contrary, membership in the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce would let Zero Wing bleed them dry. However, just when the representatives of the various small guilds were about to leave the room, A calm voice penetrated everyone's minds. What you're saying is correct, but let me say this first. So long as you become a member of the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, you'll enjoy a 20% discount on Stone Forest City's entry fee. Moreover, you'll get to purchase items that the Candlelight trading firm does not sell to the public, Shifeng said, smiling calmly as he looked at the small guild's representatives. As soon as Shifeng was done speaking, the departing representatives fell into a daze, their breathing becoming slightly heavy. Items not sold to the public? Does this include the crystal light set displayed on the first floor? A small guild's representative could not help asking Shifeng. The discount on Stone Forest City's entry fee might be very tempting, but a 20% discount was basically negligible to the various powers. However, Candlelight's merchandise was a different story. After all, they had seen the 3 crystal light sets displayed in the first floor hall. Those could tempt even superpowers into action. That's right. Including the crystal light set, Shifeng affirmed, nodding. The moment he nodded his head, the entire reception room fell deathly silent. Even 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence, who were originally planning to watch Zero Wing make a fool of itself, reflexively widened their eyes as they stared at its guild leader. That was level 60 to level 80, 8-piece dark gold set equipment they were talking about. They had believed that Zero Wing was merely flaunting its strength before the various guilds present by putting the crystal light set on display. Now, however, Shifeng was telling them that they could actually buy those crystal light sets. How could this not excite them? As for the various small guilds' representatives, their minds momentarily froze. They simply could not understand what Shifeng was thinking, to be willing to sell such precious set equipment. However, after a moment of silence, everyone inside the room stopped wondering why Shifeng pulled such an insane move. Instead, the various small guilds' representatives promptly returned to their seats and expressed their willingness to join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, afraid that he would regret his decision if they waited any longer. What no one present knew was that Shifeng had never intended the crystal light sets to be exclusive to Zero Wing. He had always planned to sell them as merchandise. This was because as players continued leveling up, the crystal light set would quickly fall obsolete, uncompetitive with epic items. Hence, he naturally had to sell the set while it was still valuable, converting it into coins and resources for Zero Wing's development. The various small guilds present eagerly applied to join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, their eagerness surpassing even that of the large guilds present. Zero Wing is really ruthless, actually offering to give away set equipment like the crystal light set just to attract these small guilds. Sorrowful Silence marveled at Shifeng's generosity. In Zero Wing's shoes, Shining Tiger would never choose to sell the crystal light set to others. No pain, no gain. While it might seem as if Zero Wing gave up a huge advantage by selling the crystal light set, Zero Wing obtained the strength and sales connections of more than 100 guilds in return, 16th Cloud said when she saw the eagerness of the guild representatives around her. Meanwhile, now that Zero Wing has gained such strength and connections, the various superpowers will have to think twice before targeting Zero Wing in the future. At this point, 16th Cloud could already foresee the appearance of another powerhouse in God's domain. Chapter 2174, Frightening Stone Forest City. Within the magnificent reception room, Shifeng began to sign contracts with the various guild representatives. Any guild that joined the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce would qualify to participate in the auction for the crystal light sets, which would take place once every 3 days. Candlelight would offer 3 to 5 sets in each auction session, and the guilds would only be allowed to win a single bid. In addition, the Candlelight trading firm would offer other precious items, such as exotic stamina potions, stamina gemstones, advanced mana armor kits, rare master potions and more. Each member of the chamber could even earn the rights to purchase miniature ballistas, depending on their contributions to the chamber. With this revelation, every guild representative was ecstatic, especially those from the various small guilds. At this point, obtaining a temporary residence in Stone Forest City didn't matter much compared to the items Zero Wing was willing to sell. After 3 short hours, the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce had nearly 200 members, and Zero Wing had secured a massive alliance. Among these guilds, Shining Tiger and Unyielding Soul had instantly become advanced members, both guilds had presented an offer that Zhou Xian couldn't refuse. Not only had Shining Tiger offered to open 2 kingdoms markets to the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, but it had also agreed to give Zero Wing the complete Refinement Realm legacy and a large stock of special materials. In addition, Shining Tiger had promised to fight alongside Zero Wing to protect Stone Forest City. Although Unyielding Soul had only given the chamber access to a single kingdom's market and a portion of the Dark Knight Empires, it had offered to provide some of the training data it had gained from its Flowing Water Realm experts. Furthermore, it had agreed to supply training facilities and energy resources, in addition to 10 unlimited training slots for Refinement Realm experts in its training system, which would allow these players to earn the experience necessary to reach the Flowing Water Realm quickly. The unlimited training slots Unyielding Soul had offered weren't like those from the Secret Pavilion. Zero Wing's members would be free to fight any Refinement Realm or Flowing Water Realm expert they desired, and they could do so without limit. On the other hand, Zero Wing's members had to earn points in the Secret Pavilion's training system, which they would have to spend to train against their desired experts. Of course, the Secret Pavilion had chosen this approach because of the high cost of doing otherwise. Not only was high-level energy extremely rare, but it was also quite versatile, useful in many aspects. As a result, it was strictly regulated. Even international corporations could only acquire limited amounts of high-level energy, and simulating expert players required a lot of it. The more powerful an expert was, the more energy a system would need to mimic them. Even the Secret Pavilion could only afford for a select few talented members to use the system. If Unyielding Soul hadn't been so desperate to secure a temporary residence in Stone Forest City, it would never have offered 10 unlimited training slots to Zero Wing. Of course, Unyielding Soul could only afford this offer because Zero Wing had too few experts that could actually use their training slots, especially when challenging Flowing Water and Void Realm experts. Zero Wing wasn't even a match for ordinary superpowers in this regard. Although Zhou Xian knew that Unyielding Soul was taking advantage of him, he didn't mind. Many of Zero Wing's experts, including Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Alluring Summer and Cola, were stuck in the Refinement Realm. However, their failure to progress wasn't due to a lack of talent, but a lack of combat experience. They weren't like Zhou Xian, who had accumulated an abundance of combat experience in God's domain. If Zhou Xian hadn't retained his memories from his previous life, he would never have been able to jump from the Refinement Realm to the Flowing Water Realm so smoothly. If Aqua Rose and her companions trained with Unyielding Soul's system, Zhou Xian was confident that it wouldn't be long before they became Flowing Water Realm experts. Then they'd be able to help Zero Wing far more than ever before. Overall, the 10 unlimited training slots Unyielding Soul had offered were even more valuable than Shining Tiger's complete Refinement Realm legacy. However, Unyielding Soul and Shining Tiger's offers weren't the greatest harvest Zero Wing had obtained. The partnership with so many small guilds was worth far more. With these small guilds in the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, Candlelight had gained access to the markets in 12 kingdoms and 3 empires. Although these small guilds couldn't offer quite as much access as Unyielding Soul and Shining Tiger, it was more than enough for the Candlelight trading firm for now. Zero Wing even surpassed ordinary superpowers in terms of sales connections after this deal. The various superpowers would have to think twice before trying to assault Zero Wing's financial prowess now. Starlink's economic hindrance had only been so successful due to Zero Wing's limited range of influence. As a result, Zero Wing's shops had been easy targets. However, now that Zero Wing could reach across over a dozen kingdoms and empires, not even superpowers could hamper its financial development. Moreover, Zero Wing would have a much easier time collecting materials now. With a single word, the guild could acquire a stockpile of whatever material it needed, as long as it wasn't a super rare material. This would be a great help to the Candlelight trading firm. Once Zhou Xian had signed all of the contracts with these guilds' representatives, he left the rest to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. He then returned his focus to managing Stone Forest City's construction and recruiting NPC soldiers. Although Stone Forest City had been open for less than a day, more than 1 million players had surged into the city. If not for the bottomless abyss's harsh environment and the difficulty of traversing the dungeon, the city's player population would likely have been more than 5 times that. However, the 1 million plus visitors had earned Shifeng a fortune. It's no wonder why the guilds that had established cities in the bottomless abyss had developed so quickly in the past. Shifeng was astonished when he saw the income Stone Forest City had generated thus far. By charging each player 4 silver per entry, Stone Forest City had netted 51,204 gold in entry fees alone. There was also the income from the battle arena and auction house to take into account. Even though players couldn't yet shop at the candlelight trading firm, the city would earn more than 100,000 gold per day. Not even top-ranked first-rate guilds saw so much profit in a day. This was only the beginning. As more players visited Stone Forest City, Zero Wing could earn more than 200,000 gold every day from the city, even after deducting the secret pavilion's shares. Ordinary superpowers would count their blessings if they had 200,000 gold in liquid funds, but Stone Forest City had the potential to earn far more than that in the future. Any ordinary superpower that wanted to target Zero Wing in a war of attrition would only regret the decision. Naturally, the guild's debts, such as that for Silverwing Town's airport, were no longer a problem. The sudden influx of so much money gave Shifeng the freedom to consider plans he hadn't been able to attempt due to a lack of funds. For example, he could finally retaliate against Starlink on the Dark Knight Empire's market, while also developing the Lost Town and Silverwing Town. Usually, insufficient player populations and popularity were the greatest problems a guild faced when developing its towns, but neither was an issue for Zero Wing. Rather, Zero Wing struggled with needing enough funding to develop its towns. Shifeng used the money Stone Forest City had earned so far to construct shops, hotels, restaurants, bars, smithies, and private housing within the city. Recruiting NPC soldiers wasn't an issue either, and he was able to gear them all in sets of fine gold equipment. Now, even a random Tier 2 NPC soldier in the city could slay a Tier 2 expert. Even peak experts would have to think twice before committing a crime in Stone Forest City. Shifeng didn't bother to gear his NPCs in dark gold equipment due to the whopping 1,500 gold cost. He could only afford to give 10 Tier 2 NPCs with the highest growth potential dark gold ranked items. In a one-on-one fight, even monster-level experts would have to flee from these NPCs. If 3 or 4 of these Tier 2 NPCs surrounded an offending monster-level expert, that expert would be doomed. While Shifeng focused on Stone Forest City's development, news of the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce spread to God's domain's various powers, causing a commotion throughout the game. Chapter 2175, Times Have Changed. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. Many players explored the city's prosperous central district. A 60-meter-tall guild hall, one of the most iconic buildings within the district, sat in its core. This was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's status symbol in the Black Dragon Empire. More than 10,000 players came and went from the guild hall, many there to apply for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's recruitment test. Even the weakest of these players was level 64 and wore a full set of level 60 secret silver equipment. Level 65 experts had even shown up, fully geared in level 65 secret silver equipment. When such experts normally applied to first-rate guilds, they were accepted and promoted to core member immediately, but in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, even these players would be lucky to join the guild. Even if they were accepted, they'd become at most elite members. However, unlike the lively scene outside the guild hall, a deathly silence enveloped the guild leader's office on the top floor. Damn it! Zero Wing has its own chamber of commerce now. Not even Starlink will be able to affect its financial foundation. Nine Dragons Emperor, who was now level 68, paled as he read the latest report. His competition with Phoenix Rain for the Great Pavilion Master position was almost at its climax, and he certainly hadn't expected something like this to happen. He had still hoped to use Zero Wing against Phoenix Rain. After all, she wouldn't sit by and do nothing if her pet guild was in danger. She would send a portion of her strength to support Zero Wing. However, not only had Zero Wing grown stronger, but Phoenix Rain would significantly benefit from this as well. Nine Dragons Emperor knew that she was one of the Candlelight trading firm's shareholders. Now that Zero Wing had a chamber of commerce with more than 100 guilds, albeit small ones, it had even more sales connections than ordinary superpowers. With how many master lifestyle players the firm had as well, It was easy to imagine how much profit candlelight would generate in the future. Pavilion Master, our sides are currently fervently collecting funds to build shipyards and buy lands on Dragonheart Island. If Phoenix Rain's side receives a cut of Candlelight's profits, I'm afraid we'll be in a precarious position, Martial Dragon said solemnly. I know that. I truly hadn't expected an ant like Zero Wing to develop to this extent. Nine Dragons Emperor frowned again at the report regarding Zero Wing, overwhelmed with regret. Had he known that Zero Wing could become so powerful, he would have done everything in his power to crush the guild in its infancy. Those small guilds have just signed a contract with the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. They haven't actually begun to work with Zero Wing yet. Why don't we take a forceful approach and show these small guilds the consequences of allying with Zero Wing? Martial Dragon suggested, a cold light glinting in his eyes as he clenched a fist. It's too late for that. Even if we kill these small guilds' main forces, they'll send their main force members to the bottomless abyss to level. Not even Starlink's influence can reach the regional dungeon, much less ours. And killing their normal and elite members won't harm these guilds in the least, Nine Dragons Emperor said, shaking his head. Unlike like guilds, small guilds didn't offer their members many guarantees, especially their normal and elite members. Small guilds barely paid these members any mind, only providing a few guild benefits. These guilds didn't even offer significant compensation if its members died. As long as a small guild could ensure its main force and core members' survival, it could continue its existence. Of course, the opposite was also true. Due to this reason, the challenge these small guilds presented depended on the situation. Now that Zero Wing could offer these guilds' main forces and core members a safe haven, eliminating them would be quite difficult for the Heavenly Dragon pavilions. A battle of finances was the only reliable way the pavilion could deal with these small guilds now, but doing so would be expensive, and the Heavenly Dragon pavilion couldn't afford the expenditure right now. There really isn't anything we can do about this? Martial Dragon asked. There is only so much profit to go around in God's domain. Now that they've established such a powerful chamber of commerce, the others won't be able to remain idle. Moreover, Starlink won't stand for this. This matter will certainly affect Starlink's development in the Dark Knight Empire, Nine Dragons Emperor said, sneering. Starlink has always been so arrogant and unwilling to negotiate an alliance. Marshal, quietly visit Dark Knight City and negotiate our terms with Lu Xingluo. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'm sure Starlink will fund us now. Starlink was well known for its wealth in God's domain. At the moment, Nine Dragons Emperor's chances of defeating Phoenix Rain were only 40%, but if he had Starlink's help, he was certain his chances of becoming the next great Pavilion Master would double. You're truly awe-inspiring, Pavilion Master. With this, we'll be able to turn the tables. If Phoenix Rain and Black Flame knew what we were planning, they'd likely go mad, Martial Dragon said, smiling. I'll head to Dark Knight City right away. Following which, Martial Dragon left the office and made his way toward Dark Knight City. Meanwhile, Shifeng had finally completed his tasks in Stone Forest City. All he needed to do now was to leave the city in Melancholic Smile's hands and wait for the influx of players. He didn't remain idle after dealing with the city's construction. He made his way to one of the candlelight trading firm's forging rooms and started to forge crystal light sets and advanced mana armor kits. Zero Wing and the various guilds needed both the crystal light sets and advanced mana armor kits desperately, but the set equipment was too difficult to mass produce. Only Shifeng was able to forge the sets at a reliable cost. If he tasked Cream Cocoa and the other basic master forgers to produce the set, he wouldn't even recoup his production costs, much less make a profit. Shifeng spent more than 4 days in the forging room and forged 26 crystal light sets and over 1,300 advanced mana armor kits. Not only had he earned a ton of forging proficiency during the past few days, but he had also gained enough EXP to hit level 77. Meanwhile, Stone Forest City's player population had skyrocketed, crossing the 3 million threshold already. After deducting the city's operational costs, Zero Wing had made over 100,000 gold in pure profit from Stone Forest City alone. Stone Forest City's income surpassed that of Zero Wing City and Silverwing Town by multiple times. Not only could Zero Wing afford to pay off all of its debt, but it could also set aside a fortune in savings. However, what had Shifeng truly ecstatic was the leveling speed of his guild's core members. Maybe it was because the Bottomless Abyss was a God mode regional dungeon, but over the past 4 days, most of Zero Wing's core members had reached level 68. Some had even risen to level 70. Even Superpower's peak experts were just reaching this level by now. The core members' combat standards had rapidly improved as well, thanks to the complete Refinement Realm legacy Shining Tiger had provided. Although Fierce Snake was the only one of them to reach the Refinement Realm thus far, more than a dozen core members had reached the half-step Refinement Realm. Their development speed was simply marvelous. While Shifeng instructed Zero Wing's internal members in the guild's real-world headquarters, Liang Jing approached him with an anxious expression. Head Instructor Shi, the Big Dipper Dojo has contacted us to inform us that it will cease all cooperation with our workshop and will no longer supply talented recruits. It has also instructed its members to leave Zero Wing. Chapter 2176, Meeting. They're ending our cooperation? The news blindsided Shifeng. What happened? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Although Zero Wing had grown quite strong and countless players applied to join the guild each day, it still had very few internal members. It took a long time to research all of the applicants' backgrounds through God's domain, and no one could tell whether or not an applicant was a spy from another guild. Most players in God's domain also had jobs in the real world. They couldn't fully devote themselves to the game and treated it as a way to earn some additional income. This was why Zero Wing lacked internal members, despite how many experts joined the guild in God's domain. Now that Zero Wing had nearly 1 million members in God's domain, it needed enough internal members to manage these players. Hence, the guild had been doing its best to recruit internal members. Zero Wing had 2 main sources for internal members: the Big Dipper Dojo and Zero Wing's other main headquarters. Among the two, the Big Dipper Dojo was the most important. God's Domain was a virtual reality game that mimicked reality to a frightening degree. The state of one's body in the real world would affect their body in God's domain to a certain extent. Most of the Big Dipper Dojo's members had excellent physical fitness, and since they were already used to combat, they had a natural advantage in God's domain. In contrast, the internal members recruited through the main headquarters weren't as high quality. Most of these internal members had to be trained from scratch. They needed far more time to become combat ready in the game, something which Zero Wing didn't have much of. However, not only had the Big Dipper Dojo informed Zero Wing that it would no longer cooperate with the workshop, but it was also withdrawing its members. This would severely hamper the guild's operations. Many of Zero Wing's managers were Big Dipper Dojo members. Shifeng couldn't understand what would have prompted this sudden change of heart. His relationship with the Big Dipper group had always been good. In fact, they were mutually beneficial partners, with the dojo providing talented fighters and Zero Wing training the dojo's members. No matter how Shifeng thought about it, the Big Dipper group had no reason to dismiss their partnership. I have confirmed the news already. The Big Dipper group's board of directors made this decision themselves. Not even Chairman Xiao has the power to change it, Liang Jing said with a grim expression. Moreover, the Big Dipper dojo isn't the only one. The several other dojos and training centers in the city that we had been negotiating with have declined any partnership as well. The others have abandoned us too? Shifeng was astonished. Because of Zero Wing's rapid development, the guild urgently needed internal members for its management. Relying on the Big Dipper dojo's members simply wasn't enough. Hence, Shifeng had instructed Liang Jing to negotiate with the city's other dojos and training centers. Now, however, not only had the Big Dipper dojo abandoned Zero Wing, but the other dojos and training centers had as well. No matter how he looked at it, this couldn't be normal. Chairman Xiao recently contacted me, informing me that he has some important matters to discuss. He hopes that you will take some time to listen to what he has to say, Liang Jing reported awkwardly. After giving the matter some thought, she asked hesitantly, should I reject him? It's fine. I want to meet with Chairman Xiao. Shifeng understood why Liang Jing felt so awkward. Her prior home had just betrayed Zero Wing, and anyone in her position would feel uncomfortable. It wouldn't even be strange if he suspected that she had been untrustworthy. However, throughout his time working with Liang Jing, Shifeng knew that she was more than just a capable manager. She was also consistently professional. Even Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow trusted her enough to give her important work. "I'll make the arrangements right away," Liang Jing replied. When she realized that Shi Feng didn't treat her any differently than he normally did, she mentally released a held breath. She then contacted Xiao Yu to notify him of Shi Feng's decision. Liang Jing and Xiao Yu quickly decided on the time and place for their meeting. They would discuss matters in the Redstone restaurant, the most luxurious eatery in the city. Shi Feng was a little surprised to hear that he'd sit down with Chairman Xiao there. Although he wasn't particularly familiar with Fenglin City, the first-tier city that housed Zero Wing's main headquarters, he had heard of Redstone Restaurant. Rumors had it that the restaurant had a powerful background. Not only was its food incredibly delicious, but it also provided more for the human body than A-rank nutrient fluid. Of course, the food was also more expensive than A-rank nutrient fluid. Even so, countless professional fighters dreamed of dining in the Redstone restaurant. Naturally, Shi Feng had wanted to visit the restaurant in his previous life as well, but unfortunately Redstone didn't cater to outsiders. Simply being able to afford the meals wasn't enough. Individuals would only be allowed to dine in its halls after becoming a member. Shadow had become a titan in Jinhai City in the past, holding a frightening amount of assets. It had far surpassed the current Big Dipper group. Even so, Shadow had never become a member of the Redstone restaurant. Yet now Xiao Yu had invited Shi Feng to meet there. Shi Feng arrived with Liang Jing at his side at 6 p.m. Contrary to most assumptions, the Redstone restaurant wasn't particularly large, only 9 stories. It also wasn't in the city's business district, but in the outer district. The interior, however, had an antique flair and impressive elegance. As he stepped inside, Shi Feng felt as if he had entered paradise as an indescribable pleasant feeling washed over him. "Hello, sir. May I know the room number of your reservation?" A tall beauty in a blue dress asked, smiling as she approached Shi Feng and Liang Jing. Although this woman was only a receptionist, Shi Feng could tell with a glance that she was excellently fit and likely a skilled martial artist. The woman's movements were simple, without any excess motion as she approached. It was no exaggeration to claim that an ordinary, provincial-level professional fighter would be a match for this receptionist. In the Big Dipper dojo she would have been one of the best fighters and lavished with attention during her training. Yet this woman was only a receptionist in the Redstone restaurant. "Room 908, Shi Feng answered after recovering from his moment of surprise. "Room 908? Please follow me," the female receptionist answered, astonishment flashing in her eyes when she heard Shi Feng's answer. She immediately adopted a more respectful attitude toward Shi Feng. A short moment later, Shi Feng arrived in a large, lavish room. He felt a gaze lock onto him the moment he stepped through the doorway as a powerful aura washed over him. However, this aura felt nothing like that of a professional fighter. Rather, it felt like that of an assassin with immense experience in life-or-death combat. What a powerful person. When Shi Feng had reached the domain realm, his mental abilities had reached new heights as well. His 5 senses had sharpened beyond an ordinary person's, so he was able to identify the source of the piercing gaze and powerful aura. The man was thin, middle-aged, and wearing a black suit. He didn't look anything like a professional fighter or martial artist. He looked more like a butler as he currently stood next to an indifferent youth. Xiao Yu sat across from the youth with a nervous expression. Shi Feng faintly noticed a few droplets of sweat crawling down his forehead. At the moment the man looked like a greenhorn in the industry, not the veteran businessman he truly was. "Head instructor Shi, you've finally arrived." When Xiao Yu saw Shi Feng entering the room, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty, and he stood and quickly welcomed Shi Feng. Instead of bothering with idle chit-chat, Shi Feng shifted his gaze to the youth and asked, "And this is?" "Let me introduce you. This is young Master Han Yifeng, the 5 States Corporation's successor," Xiao Yu said solemnly. "Head instructor Shi, to be honest, I invited you here at young Master Han's request." When she heard the introduction, Liang Jing turned to stare at the indifferent youth from behind Shi Feng. The 5 States Corporation was one of the most powerful companies in the country. It dabbled in a variety of industries including energy, combat, food, and entertainment. The corporation could easily squash the Big Dipper group with a single finger. "You're Zero Wing's representative?" Han Yifeng asked as he observed Shi Feng, his face void of human emotion. "You could say that." Shi Feng nodded as he watched Han Yifeng in return. From what Shi Feng could sense, this youth didn't possess the typical arrogance of a wealthy family's heir. Han Yifeng felt transcendent, as if the youth were a god, overlooking all beings in his domain. He also sensed a peerless strength radiating off of Han Yifeng. The boy was among the most physically fit Shi Feng had ever met. "If you can represent Zero Wing, I'm satisfied," Han Yifeng said. "Your guild is quite impressive to make Lu Xinglua suffer so grievously. I am prepared to establish a guild in God's domain, and I want the entirety of your guild to join it. I'll ensure that Zero Wing doesn't miss out on any benefits, and you will enjoy far more wealth and better status than you have now. You'll also have access to more resources than you can imagine." "And what happens if I say no?" Shi Feng asked humbly. Chapter 2177. Clash in Reality. The moment Shi Feng finished his question, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Even Xiaoyu, who had fought in business for so many years, stared at Shi Feng in horror. "It's over. Everything's over now." Xiaoyu felt as if the sky were crumbling down around him. Through Liang Jing, he had learned about some of Zero Wing's accomplishments. He knew that Zero Wing had ties with a few major corporations and that it had even met with these corporations' upper echelons. Zero Wing had been doing quite well in God's domain, a virtual reality game that had become incredibly popular. However, after all was said and done, Zero Wing was only powerful within the virtual reality game. On the other hand, the Five States Corporation was one of the most powerful corporations in the country, wielding unimaginable authority and status. As the chairman's only son, no one in the country's higher social circles could afford to offend Han Yifeng. Countless companies and corporations would do anything to get into the boy's good graces. Shi Feng, however, had rejected Han Yifeng's offer without hesitation. He hadn't held back in the least. If Shi Feng angered this youth, not even the major corporations that had invested in Zero Wing would escape Han Yifeng's wrath, not to mention Zero Wing itself. After the silence stretched for a moment, the youth finally opened his mouth to break it. "Very good. As expected of the person that has made Lu Xinglua so miserable." Contrary to Xiaoyu's expectations, Han Yifeng hadn't reacted in rage or disdain. The youth remained strangely calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. "Since that is the case, let's forget about this matter altogether. However, I have to warn you that the Starline Corporation isn't an easy foe. Lu Xinglua has already begun to use his connections against your guild. I'm sure you've noticed, but this is only the beginning. God's domain is involved in far more than you could possibly imagine, and Zero Wing has begun to touch upon too many people's interests. Without sufficient backing, you'd best be careful." Following which, Han Yifeng glanced at the thin man beside him. The thin man then promptly revealed a card and handed it to Shi Feng. "This is my card. If a day comes when you change your mind, you can contact me," Han Yifeng said, his voice just as void of emotion as it had been during their introduction. Xiaoyu was surprised to see Han Yifeng offer Shi Feng his card. He had never realized that the youth viewed Zero Wing so highly as to offer his card. To ordinary people, offering one's card had very little meaning, but for those of Han Yifeng's status, it was a sign of recognition. It meant that the receiver was allowed to contact the giver directly. Han Yifeng's status was on par with the dynasty's imperial prince. Even Xiaoyu, a company's chairman, didn't qualify to reach out to this youth. If Xiaoyu wished to speak with Han Yifeng, he'd have to make an appointment with his secretary. Moreover, whether or not Han Yifeng agreed to meet with him was an entirely different story. Shi Feng accepted Han Yifeng's card graciously. Even if they couldn't reach an agreement, a friendship was possible. Moreover, holding a person like Han Yifeng's card was the equivalent of securing a major customer. If Zero Wing had something valuable enough to sell in the future, it could do so with this contact. Moreover, Shi Feng could tell that Han Yifeng wasn't like the usual wealthy young masters. He certainly wasn't anything like Lu Xinglua. The youth felt inhuman. Throughout their discussion, Han Yifeng had remained absolutely calm and was in better physical shape than Shi Feng had ever seen. Even if he hadn't been the heir to the Five States Corporation, he would have had an extraordinary future. If he wanted to become a professional fighter, he'd easily make it to the international level. Not even an internal force expert like Lei Bao would be a match for Han Yifeng. If Han Yifeng continued to grow stronger, he could even claim the world championship. Following which, Han Yifeng and Shi Feng chatted about the situation in God's domain. Shi Feng then left the Redstone restaurant with Liang Jing and Xiao Yu. Once the trio left, only Han Yifeng and his middle-aged escort lingered in the room. Young master, aren't you a little disappointed that Zero Wing refused to sell? If we pull a few strings, taking the guild wouldn't be difficult, the middle-aged man asked softly. Zero Wing's foundations are impressive, but it faces too many challenges at the moment. If we try to take it by force or push the issue of purchasing it, Zero Wing will unravel. That wouldn't be beneficial to our entry into God's domain, Han Yifeng said, shaking his head. Moreover, Zero Wing isn't the only available option. Although Zero Wing has more of an advantage, the others have far fewer problems. Overall, they are a better match for our needs than Zero Wing. If that is the case, why did you request to meet Zero Wing's representative, young master? The middle-aged man asked. I wanted to see its behavior and circumstances. I want to confirm whether or not Zero Wing can truly cause Starlink trouble, Han Yifeng said. Young master, is there a need to concern yourself with a minor existence like Lu Xinglua? The middle-aged man asked. You don't understand. If it were only Lu Xinglua, Starlink wouldn't be a problem, but those behind him aren't easy to remove. I only hope that Zero Wing can buy me some more time. If it proves up to the task, I'll have enough time to prepare, Han Yifeng explained, glancing at the man. Realization dawned on the butler. However, in the middle-aged man's opinion, Zero Wing will have more trouble making waves now that Lu Xinglua had used some of his connections. Since he had some understanding of management, he also knew that if Zero Wing didn't have enough trustworthy internal members to operate the guild, it would fall into ruin in the long run. Furthermore, Lu Xinglua had only begun to use his connections, yet Zero Wing was already in such great danger. The guild had no hope of surviving very long. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had remained silent until the trio had moved into a limousine and left the Redstone restaurant. Turning to Shi Feng, he asked, Head Instructor Shi, this is a rare opportunity. How could you reject his offer? The 5 States Corporation's influence is extensive. Even the slightest of relationships with the corporation could help a company's value skyrocket. If the Zero Wing Workshop became a subordinate company, it could operate unhindered even in a first-tier city like Fenglin City. Even Starlink would struggle to take down Zero Wing. The Big Dipper Group dreamed of establishing in a first-tier city like Fenglin City, but it didn't even dare to imagine the freedom of moving without hindrance. Yet Shi Feng had declined such a golden opportunity. Moreover, Zero Wing's current position wasn't particularly optimistic. Due to Lu Xinglua's interference, no company or corporation had any interest in working with the guild. If this persisted, how would the workshop solidify its position in Fenglin City? Even Liang Jing began to worry as she sat quietly next to Shi Feng. She hadn't known the full story. Now that she knew that the Starline Corporation was responsible for the Big Dipper Group's abandonment, she understood the severity of the situation. Zero Wing truly stood on a precipice. Their current opponent fought in the real world, not in the game, and the power capital held in reality was no trivial matter. The 5 States Corporation might be incredibly powerful, but Zero Wing isn't completely helpless without it. The Starline Corporation can't just push my guild around, Shi Feng calmly replied. Lu Xinglua wants to prevent us from allying with any training centers or dojos. In that case, we'll open a training center of our own. Chapter 2178. Insane Shi Feng. Open one of your own? Xiao Yu was a little taken aback and saw Shi Feng's idea as a little too immature. Head Instructor Shi, without exaggerating, opening a training center in Fenglin City would be extremely challenging. Not even the White Clan group is powerful enough to succeed. Establishing its own training center was a good idea for Zero Wing. At the very least, the workshop wouldn't need to rely on others. However, opening up a training center in this day and age was not an easy task. First, in this era of physical fitness, countless people had tried to capitalize on humanity's focus in this aspect and open training centers and dojos, and as a result, competition was fierce. Second, starting a new business required a massive amount of capital. Even ignoring venue costs, the latest training equipment cost a fortune. The state-of-the-art facilities were a minimum requirement for any training center or dojo in a first-tier city like Fenglin, but to attract more consumers, one would need nutrition and medical facilities. Without these basic amenities, nobody would join. The only reason the Big Dipper Group had earned its current status and fame in Jinhai City was its decision to follow the evolving trends early and its decades-long history. Just to open a training center or dojo in Jinhai City required a powerful corporation's full financial support naturally. One would need far more capital to open one in a first-tier city like Fenglin. Even the current Big Dipper Group would struggle to succeed. This was why the Big Dipper Group hadn't opened a branch in a first-tier city. Xiaoyu couldn't even imagine where Shifeng would find the money necessary to open a training center here. He knew quite a bit about Zero Wing, and although it had the support of the White Clan Group, which was slightly more generous than that from the Big Dipper Group, White Clan was already struggling to support Zero Wing's headquarters. How could it possibly afford to establish a training center in Fenglin City? Furthermore, the Starline Corporation had set its sights on the workshop. No financial group or corporation would dare to ally itself with or lend money to Zero Wing. Then would you be interested in investing in Zero Wing, Chairman Xiao? Shifeng asked, chuckling. He did not try to rebuke Xiaoyu's claim, quietly observing the man instead. Shifeng was fully aware of how difficult it would be to open a training center. Aside from his inexperience in managing a training center, the required capital was indeed a massive issue. He had already spent all of the funding Phoenix Rain had invested in Zero Wing to secure Ouroboros's old training ground, although Phoenix Rain hadn't supplied her full investment yet. The funding she had given him was a deposit, which Zero Wing would slowly pay back through a portion of the rent from Stone Forest City's shops and virtual stores. If Zero Wing lost Stone Forest City, the guild would have to return the remaining funds. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, had years of experience with running a training center. If Shifeng could enlist Xiaoyu's help, establishing a training center for Zero Wing would become much easier. You sure know how to ask, Xiaoyu replied after a moment of silence, smiling bitterly as he examined Shifeng's serious expression. I have dreamed for many years of opening a training center in a first-tier city like Fenglin, but the Big Dipper Group isn't capable of doing so. The board of directors will never agree to a partnership. They won't even agree to lend you a single cent. I'll think of something to resolve the financial issue. What I'm asking right now is whether or not you as an individual are interested in becoming a partner with Zero Wing, Shifeng clarified. He recognized Xiaoyu's concerns. Even though Xiaoyu was Big Dipper's chairman, the board of directors had the final say in all matters. Unfortunately, who would dare side with Zero Wing while the Starline Corporation targeted the organization? If you are willing to become a partner, I'm willing to offer you 5% of the training center's shares. Shifeng valued Xiaoyu far more than the Big Dipper Group as a whole. Not only did Xiaoyu have a wealth of experience with managing training centers, but he also had connections throughout the industry far more than an outsider like Shifeng. Not even Gentle Snow was a match for the man before him. The White Clan Group, after all, dabbled in a variety of industries. Xiaoyu had to admit that he found Shifeng's offer a little tempting. He had always wanted to manage a training center in a first-tier city, but doing so was a larger challenge than he could afford. Not only would he need enough funding, but he'd also need sufficient strength. Meanwhile, Shifeng was even more skilled as an internal force expert than Lei Bao. Even in a first-tier city brimming with experts, he was a force to behold. Shifeng's only flaw was his lack of fame, but that could easily be resolved with enough money. How large of a training center are you preparing to open? Xiaoyu asked. A training center's size was particularly important. Small training centers with only 1 or 2 floors had no place in first-tier cities. Such minuscule facilities wouldn't even be large enough for state-of-the-art training equipment, much less nutrition and medical facilities. But if Shifeng could secure a 5- or 6-story building within the city center for his training center, he might just have a chance of survival. Unfortunately, he'd need to own the building, not rent it. With Starline Corporation's harassment, it could easily force the building's owner to dissolve the lease halfway through. I'm thinking about one of the skyscrapers in the city center, Shifeng replied after giving the matter some thought. If he were to establish a training center under Zero Wing's name, a small building wouldn't do. It wouldn't even be enough for Zero Wing's uses. During his previous life, even second-rate guilds like Shadow had the full support of multiple training centers and dojos, and only with that support had Shadow filled its management positions with trustworthy experts, ensuring the guild's normal operations could continue. If he didn't secure a training center that was on a similar scale to the Big Dipper training center, Zero Wing could stagnate. An entire skyscraper? Xiaoyu could not help but roll his eyes. Fenglin City was a first-tier city, and its land cost far more than in Jinhai City. Even if the Big Dipper Group invested everything it could, it would at most secure an 8 or 9-story building in the city center. Meanwhile, most skyscrapers in Fenglin City had more than 40 floors. Is it not enough? Shifeng asked as he gave Xiaoyu a curious look. If you can purchase a skyscraper, then I wouldn't mind partnering with you, Xiaoyu decided. He felt that Shifeng had played God's domain too much and gone mad. He had held on to a thread of hope at the thought of managing a training center in a first-tier city, but now Shifeng's madness had dashed that hope. Securing a skyscraper in Fenglin City's city center was easier said than done. Did Shifeng really think it was some cabbage easy to buy and widely available? Satisfied with Xiaoyu's agreement, Shifeng returned to Zero Wing's main headquarters and logged back into God's domain. Chapter 2179, Stone Forest City's True Value. Bottomless Abyss, Stone Forest City. As soon as Shifeng came online, he noticed that he had more than a dozen unread messages, all from Melancholic Smile, Yulan and Blackie. Among the three, Melancholic Smile had sent him 6 messages. Something urgent must have happened in the guild, and Shifeng immediately sent the woman a call request. What's happened? Shifeng asked as Melancholic Smile's face appeared on the screen. Zero Wing had considerable savings set aside now and could afford to recruit new members en masse with plenty of funding to spare. The bounty Starlink had placed on Zero Wing's members was of little concern at this point as well. Practically all of the guild's core members grinded in the bottomless abyss thanks to Stone Forest City's relocation, and as a result, the burden on Zero Wing's leveling resources had lightened. Now, even the guild's normal and elite members could safely develop within its territories since other players rarely dared to provoke the guild in these locations. Although Starlink secretly dispatched experts to ambush Zero Wing's members, they weren't able to cause much damage. On the contrary, Starlink had suffered significantly due to the counterbounty Zero Wing had issued. Every day, a large number of players visited Zero Wing to claim their bounties. Although the situation wouldn't shake Starlink's foundation if it persisted, it would continue to drain the enemy guild's liquid assets, slowing Starlink's development. Starlink expended a lot of high-ranked consumables each day to wrestle control over neutral maps resources, but even as a superpower, it couldn't produce enough consumables to satisfy its needs. As a result, the guild continued to spend its coins on additional consumables. If Starlink did not have enough funding saved, its neutral map exploration would begin to stagnate. Guild leader, Starlink has recently allied with a few other superpowers and 3 chambers of commerce to monopolize the materials for brewing advanced darkness potions and advanced forest potions. Whenever these materials show up on the market, someone from the guild snatches them up at a high price. The prices for these materials have climbed to 3 times the normal rates. Although we have tried to contest for the materials, we've only managed to acquire a small stock. I'm afraid we don't even have enough to brew potions for our own uses, Melancholic Smile reported anxiously. They've monopolized the materials for 2 advanced potions? Seems Starlink is starting to get nervous. The situation actually surprised Shifeng. Advanced darkness potions were one of the rarer advanced potions in the game. Not only did they increase players' darkness resistance, but they also enhanced players' night vision. It was the perfect potion when exploring areas with dense dark energy. The advanced forest potion was also quite rare. It would increase players' resistance to corrosive effects and slightly improve their perception range. These 2 potions worked wonders within the ancient undead country and bottomless abyss. By consuming both, players could increase their leveling efficiency by at least 30%. Meanwhile, producing these potions required quite a few types of materials. Monopolizing all of them should be impossible for one superpower. These materials originated from different locations, and trying to control all of them would cost an astronomical sum of money. However, if one could monopolize these potions, they'd hamper their opponent's exploration in the ancient undead country and its regional dungeon. Unfortunately, that isn't what's making me anxious. Starlink has begun to offer insane salaries to poach Candlelight's lifestyle players. Not only is it offering huge monthly salaries, but it's also offering to provide a wealth of developmental resources. I've heard that the guild is offering 20,000 credits per month for advanced lifestyle players, and 100,000 per month to master lifestyle players. We've already lost more than 50 advanced players and 2 master lifestyle players. Everyone in Candlelight is talking about it, Melancholic Smile said. We've just established the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, and we still need a lot of merchandise to benefit from it. If we continue to lose so many advanced lifestyle players, we'll be left crippled. The Candlelight trading firm's lifestyle players relied on their shares of the revenue to earn a living, exchanging coins for credits. Starlink's offer of a stable salary was sorely tempting. As players continued to level up, coins would become more attainable and as a result their value would depreciate. However, if one were paid in credits, they wouldn't have to worry about losing income as coins became less valuable. It was only natural that Starlink's offer would attract lifestyle players. Starlink is using its capital now? Shifeng could not help but chuckle. The concept of paying lifestyle players with credits wasn't foreign to Shifeng. On the contrary, he was very familiar with the idea. When players had reached level 80 during his previous life, the various superpowers had gradually realized how important lifestyle players truly were. As a result, they had begun to use this method to poach capable lifestyle players, and in the end, even the various major powers had to resort to such a tactic. Many of the poorer powers had been thrown back to the Stone Age with some crumbling as a result. Guild leader, if we don't take any countermeasures, I'm afraid that we'll lose even more people, Melancholic Smile said worriedly. However, if we use the same tactic, will we have enough credits to support the Candlelight trading firm with how much our guild is earning right now? If we sell our coins, we'll play right into Starlink's hands. It was at this moment that Melancholic Smile realized how truly terrifying a superpower could be. It was actually possible to kill someone with money alone. I'm not sure who gave Starlink this idea, but it should prepare to lose a few teeth if it thinks it can use capital to compete with Zero Wing. Shifeng declared with a smile. If this had happened before Shifeng had upgraded Stone Forest Town into Stone Forest City, Zero Wing would have likely suffered, but it was no longer the guild it had been. The various superpowers simply did not realize what Stone Forest City represented. How are the private houses around the battle arena coming along? Shifeng asked. We finished 70% of them. The remaining 30% will require another 2 or 3 days, Melancholic Smile replied. Although she didn't know why Shifeng asked, she quickly sent him a report on the construction process. Zero Wing had spent over 160,000 gold over the past few days to build these private houses, and it was undoubtedly the largest investment the guild had made thus far. We have 70% complete? Shifeng nodded in satisfaction as he inspected the report. Over 7,000 houses should be enough. Publish an announcement that Stone Forest City is renting its private houses to the public. We'll hold an auction for them throughout the Candlelight trading firm's branches simultaneously. We'll only accept credits as payment, and we'll start the bid at 30,000 credits per month. 30,000 credits for 1 month? Isn't that a little too expensive? Shifeng's price shocked Melancholic Smile. Private houses weren't like shops which could generate profit for players. Renting a private house was akin to buying a consumable item. They'd be fortunate enough to find players that were willing to rent a private house for a few thousand credits. 30,000 credits per month was just absurd. Relax. Just have someone spread the news. The sooner we get this done, the better, Shifeng said, chuckling. He did not offer any further explanation. Cities within the bottomless abyss had been holy sites for players in the past. Countless expert players had dreamed of owning private houses in these cities. Unfortunately, the ruling powers had only leased these private houses, but even so, experts had fought desperately to acquire one for themselves. At one time, renting these holy cities' private houses had cost more than 50,000 credits per month. That situation had enlightened God's Domain's players just how much money one could make in the game. Compared to the past, 30,000 credits was quite cheap. Melancholic Smile followed her orders and posted the announcement on the official forums in God's Domain's various kingdoms and empires. Chapter 2180 Crazy Auction. The moment God's Domain's players heard that Stone Forest City's private houses would be available to rent, the news caused a sensation throughout the various kingdoms and empires. I'm not seeing things right. Zero Wing is actually leasing its private houses to the public. This is wonderful. If we can rent a private house in Stone Forest City, we can teleport there anytime we want. Crap. Zero Wing is so scummy. It's only leasing the private houses, not selling them. Almost every player in the game paid close attention to Stone Forest City since they all had optimistic hopes for the bottomless abyss, especially now that players had begun to explore the regional dungeon, spreading the news of their harvests. Many independent players had found fine gold treasure chests, and independent teams had obtained advanced legacies after killing Grand Lords. Even the weakest boss in the bottomless abyss dropped level 65 secret silver equipment, and that was when their luck had failed them. If players' luck held out, even level 65 fine gold weapons and equipment dropped from the weaker bosses. However, the various kingdoms and empires players were focused on something else entirely. Players' leveling speed in the regional dungeon excited them far more than its frightening drop rates. Everyone had been impressed with their leveling speed in neutral maps, but they could level twice as fast in the bottomless abyss. Because of this, the bottomless abyss had become a sacred leveling ground. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to reach the dungeon's first floor. Even ordinary expert teams suffered annihilation before they got that far. However, the announcement regarding Stone Forest City's private houses alleviated this problem. With a private house, players could teleport to the bottomless abyss at any time from anywhere. They could also teleport to their private houses from within the regional dungeons. It would save them plenty of travel time and they could explore farther than before. However, when the public discovered Zero Wing's intentions to auction off the private houses and the starting bid, they burst into heated discussions. Not only is Zero Wing refusing to sell the private houses, only rent them, but its starting bid is 30,000 credits per month? Is Zero Wing insane? Zero Wing is too greedy. I don't even make 10,000 credits per month. You'd have to be wealthy to afford these houses. That's right. Who would want to rent those private houses at such a high price? Countless players cursed Zero Wing for its fraudulence when they saw the minimum bid. The guild had essentially excluded ordinary players from the auction with such a high price. Only wealthy players would be able to afford to grind freely in the bottomless abyss. Meanwhile, several flashes illuminated Dark Knight City's teleportation hall as a 6-man party arrived. These 6 players were not particularly high-leveled, with most of them around level 56 or 57. The party's highest level player was only level 60. However, she wore a full set of level 60 fine gold equipment and carried 2 long swords of indiscernible rank. Despite her low level, many of the level 65+ experts in the teleportation hall sensed danger the moment she arrived. They couldn't help but turn to look at the elegant girl, who appeared to be barely 20 years old. Tian Tong, do you really plan to compete for a private house in Stone Forest City? The starting bid is 30,000 credits. How can a student like you afford that? The level 56 female cleric, the level 60 female swordsman's companion, asked worriedly. If worse comes to worst, I'll just sell those items. Including what I have on me, I should have enough. My level isn't high enough yet and I have no choice but to try if I want to level up quickly. I have to catch up to the game's frontline players if I want to compete with Black Flame, Tian Tong, the female swordsman, declared. Big Sis Tong keeps telling me that I'm not qualified to follow her, and the only way I can change that is by defeating him. I'm curious to see how strong Black Flame is to gain Big Sis Tong's recognition. Black Flame is Zero Wing's guild leader. He even earned the title of Sword King from the secret pavilion. Do you really think he'll be so easy to defeat? A level 57 shield warrior said. That is only true right now. Once I've caught up with the frontline experts' levels, it will be a different story. Tian Tong confidently replied as she glanced at the dilapidated long swords hanging at her waist. Her companions had nothing more to say about her ambitions and fell silent. They more or less understood the young woman's strength. She was a monster in human skin. If she hadn't joined God's domain so late, she might have already become famous in the game. The party then made their way to Dark Night City's candlelight trading firm to participate in the auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Independent players and guild representatives did the same throughout the various kingdoms and empires. For a time, players squeezed into Candlelight's many shops. Even the various large guilds' upper echelons were shocked to see such massive gatherings of independent players, adventurer team members and guild representatives. There sure are a lot of participants. I know, right? Well, who could possibly resist the temptation of grinding freely in the bottomless abyss? Honestly, I hadn't expected Zero Wing to lease its private houses. I had assumed the guild would keep them for its own members and bolster its strength. We have Starlink to thank for this. I've heard that Starlink has been spending insane amounts of money to poach Zero Wing's lifestyle players, and Zero Wing is suffering for it. The guild must have decided to rent Stone Forest City's private houses to alleviate some of the pressure. But how much can Zero Wing actually earn from renting the private houses? The amount of credits it rakes in will only be a drop in the bucket to Starlink. It might be a different story if Zero Wing sells the private houses, though. Doing so might give it a chance of contending with Starlink. The various powers' upper echelons attending the auctions were more than happy to watch Zero Wing and Starlink continue their feud and take advantage of the situation. Only, in their opinion, Zero Wing was trying to get itself killed by competing with Starlink's on a financial front. Giving up those lifestyle players would be a much wiser move. While Candlelight's guests chatted about the situation, its staff began the auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Candlelight Trading Firm. First, I must inform you that due to the limited number of private houses in Stone Forest Town, our firm can only afford to lease a small number. Any player that wins a bid in this auction will gain priority bidding rights in the next. If 2 players bid the same value in the next auction, we will prioritize the player who has rented from us before. So, everyone, please take advantage of this opportunity, the Candlelight Trading Firm's auctioneer explained, smiling as she glanced over the crowd before her. Every guest gulped audibly and glowed with excitement. Players could grind to level 100 in the bottomless abyss, which would take more than 2 or 3 months. Needless to say, players would need to rent Stone Forest City's private houses for more than one. With prioritized bidding rights, players would have a massive advantage in the next auction. Now that we have that out of the way, let's start the auction for Stone Forest City's first private house. The starting bid is 30,000 credits. Each increment must be no lower than 500 credits. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the venue exploded with sound. 35,000. 40,000. Crap. Everyone's gone crazy. I bid 45,000. Don't compete with me. This one's mine. 50,000. Chapter 2181, God's Domain's Influence. Contrary to ordinary players' beliefs, the auctions for Stone Forest City's private houses had begun with a bang. The prices rapidly climbed as participants placed bids like they were fighting over cabbages. They shouted their bids with bloodshot eyes and fierce expressions as if they would take a bite out of anyone who outbid them. The tension in Dark Night City's Candlelight Trading Firm was electric. Are you kidding me? This is just for 1 month of rent, yet someone's bidding 50,000 credits? Are these people insane? The level 56 female cleric sitting beside Tian Tong exclaimed, astonished. The original price, 30,000 credits, was already quite high in her opinion. Stone Forest City's private houses were valuable, but they only made it easier for players to reach the bottomless abyss and load them to recover Stami happy face and concentration slightly faster than normal. At most, players with a private house would only get to spend a little more time grinding in the regional dungeon than those without. Zero Wing should thank its stars that players were even willing to rent the houses for 30,000 credits, especially since not many players could afford the price to begin with. Yet hundreds of players were placing one bid after another. Some players didn't get the chance to finish placing their bid before someone else's voice rose above theirs. In the blink of an eye, the first private house's price had risen to 50,000 credits, and that was just for a 1-month lease. No. They just recognized the value of Stone Forest City's private houses, Tian Tong said as she shook her head. In reality, being able to level up faster is a secondary benefit to them. I heard that the mana in the city is even denser than in the Divine Colosseum. Even after a short stay, players' minds sharpen and their reaction speed increases. Being able to teleport back to their private houses from within the bottomless abyss will also allow players to spend more time training in the city. If players spend a fair amount of time training there, they might be able to improve their combat standards far faster than training elsewhere. Improving one's combat standards was the foundation for growing stronger in God's domain. Levels and equipment were only temporary measures. To a true expert, nothing was more important than improving their combat standards. This was also why Tian Tong wanted to rent her own private house in the city. While Tian Tong had explained the reason behind these players' passionate abandon to her companion, the bidding for the first private house had risen to 65,000 credits, which made the ordinary participants sigh with disappointment. 70,000. Tian Tong shouted. 80,000. A level 68 ranger almost immediately outbid Tian Tong. 200,000. This first house is mine. A level 69 berserker boldly declared. An uproar shook the venue as soon as the participants heard this berserker's bid. 200,000? That's enough to rent a mansion in a city. The Dark Knight Empire's 26th ranked berserker is here? No. I've heard that Fei Yu has defeated 2 of the Blood Jade family's peak experts. He's now ranked 23rd. Even superpowers have been trying to recruit him. It seems Fei Yu will claim Stone Forest City's first private house. The players present, especially the ordinary players, could not help but silently marvel at Fei Yu's imposing figure. They couldn't understand why an expert like him would be willing to spend 200,000 credits for a month-long claim to a private house in Stone Forest City. The man was simply insane. However, before the auctioneer could slam her gravel once, another voice rose through the clamor. 400,000 credits. The Blue Sky Adventurer team wants this house. I hope that you all can step aside out of respect. A level 70 shield warrior abruptly shouted. As one, the crowd turned toward this level 70 guardian knight, their mouths hanging open in shock. What? Empty Miracle is here too. Blue Sky was the 5th-ranked adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire, and Empty Miracle, the team's commander, was one of the Empire's top 10 guardian knights. It was rumored that his strength could even rival that of Superpower's peak experts. The man was a large part of the reason that Blue Sky had earned its current position. One of Starlink's elders had even tried to recruit Empty Miracle due to his impressive prowess and extraordinary achievements. He was undoubtedly a powerhouse in the Dark Knight Empire. This is an auction, Empty Miracle. Speak with your money. A robust, level 70 assassin suddenly stood from his seat. Our Windwolf adventurer team has no time for your nonsense. 500,000. 550,000. 600,000. 650,000. Blue Sky and Windwolf fought, outbidding one another for a time. The watching crowd fell silent as they watched. Do they really need to go this far? Isn't it just a private house? That's right. And this is only the first one. Aren't there still plenty available? Can't these 2 adventurer teams let others have a chance as well? No one understood why 2 of the Dark Knight Empire's top adventurer teams were so desperate to rent one of Stone Forest City's private houses that they'd continue to outbid each other. The auction had just begun and Candlelight had promised to present multiple private houses. If the 2 adventurer teams were willing to set aside their differences, they could rent a private house for a much lower price. How can this be happening? Tian Tong's expression darkened as she watched the scene play out. She had sold one of her valuable treasures to increase her chances of winning a bid. Before she had arrived at the venue, she had collected 300,000 credits. She hadn't thought that she'd have any problems winning a private house with so much money on hand. She had even hoped to rent a private house until she reached level 100 with these funds, but now she didn't even qualify to participate in the auction. In the end, Blue Sky's Empty Miracle had won the first private house for 860,000 credits. shocking every player in the venue. However, just as everyone believed that the astronomical price was only a result of Blue Sky and Wind Wolf butting heads and that the auction would continue at a far more reasonable pace. 500,000. 550,000. The moment the second private house's auction began, someone placed a bid for 500,000 credits. The second private house eventually sold for a total of 930,000 credits. The third and fourth private houses sold for 880,000 and 890,000 credits, respectively. Moreover, every winner was an adventurer team's commander. None of the ordinary participants had even had a chance. When the auctioneer announced the 11th private house, the various guild upper echelons in their VIP rooms made their move. 1 million. 1,200,000. Once the various guilds stepped in, the lowest closing price skyrocketed to 1,500,000 credits. This is insane. These people must be paid actors. Tian Tong's cleric companion exclaimed. They have to be. Tian Tong couldn't bring herself to agree with her friend, and neither could the other expert players in the venue. All of the auction's victors were respectable individuals in the Dark Knight Empire. Regardless of Zero Wing's reputation, it couldn't afford to hire so many VIPs to fight over these private houses so desperately. As the guild upper echelons continued to compete, many players realized why Blue Sky and Windwolf had fought so fiercely for the first private house. Obviously, the various guilds had decided to concede the first 10 private houses, which were more than enough for the Empire's top adventurer teams. So, independent players like us never had a chance of claiming Stone Forest City's private houses. Tian Tong couldn't help her bitter smile as she watched the Empire's guilds rent one private house after another. A similar scene played out in other kingdoms and empires' candlelight trading firms. For a time, a commotion erupted across God's domain. Chapter 2182, Frightening Wealth. When news of the auction for Stone Forest City's private houses had spread, God's domain's ordinary players began to wonder if the various guilds had lost their minds. Multiple guilds had willingly spent more than 1 million credits to rent a private house for a single month. With that kind of money, they could stay in a 7-star hotel for a month and still have plenty to spare. Yet these guilds had spent so much to rent an ordinary private house. Crap. Those private houses are only convenient for travel. Do they really have to go this far? The day I own such a city in God's domain will be the day I become a wealthy tycoon. An act. This has to be an act. For a time, everyone in God's domain talked about the matter. Many players had even pushed back their grinding schedules to watch the auctions. When the game's other powers, those that weren't participating in the auctions, found out about the situation, they realized how frightening God's domain Team Y was. With the right opportunity, one could earn a truly terrifying amount of money through this game. Before this, most high-value transactions were conducted with coins. Although God's domain was quite realistic and players could trade coins for credits, most people stuck with the idea that this was only a game. However, these players realized their mistake as Stone Forest City's private houses sold for credits. God's domain was more like another country in the real world than a game. As the private houses sold one after another, an uproar shook Zero Wing to its core. Guild leader, we have already rented out 1,667 units. The lowest closing price is 600,000 credits, while the highest is 1,740,000 credits. We've officially earned more than 2 billion credits. Melancholic Smile energetically reported. She had assumed that they'd be lucky to earn enough to offer Candlelight's lifestyle players a stable monthly salary, but they hadn't even sold 1/3 of the houses they'd constructed, and they'd already earned far more than they had expected. They could even afford to replace the lifestyle players they had lost, not to mention retain the trading firm's current lifestyle players. Moreover, Stone Forest City's income restored the confidence their players had in Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm. In fact, advanced lifestyle players from other large guilds had begun to approach Candlelight, interested in joining the firm. Although Candlelight had been considered a sacred place for lifestyle players, Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds had offered competitive wages to retain their players. This was the only reason that the kingdom's advanced lifestyle players hadn't flooded Candlelight. However, now that Candlelight offered advanced lifestyle players a monthly salary in credits, these players couldn't afford to ignore the trading firm. Ordinary people couldn't even dream of earning 20,000 credits per month. As long as an advanced lifestyle player joined the Candlelight trading firm, they wouldn't have to toil in a job they hated in the real world. Furthermore, they could earn 100,000 credits each month if they became a master lifestyle player. During the few hours the auction was happening, Candlelight had received applications from over 600 advanced lifestyle players and 5 master lifestyle players. With so many capable crafters, Candlelight wouldn't have to worry about its development stagnating. It seems I've underestimated these guilds and adventurer teams' desperation, Xianxia said. Even he was a little surprised to hear Melancholic Smile's report. He had expected the private houses to rake in more than the 50,000 credit record of his previous life. He had, after all, established Stone Forest City in the bottomless abyss far sooner than any town had done so in the past. Stone Forest City didn't have any competition either, so demand for its private houses would be far greater than normal. Still, he hadn't expected the demand to be this intensive. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Xianxia found the situation reasonable. Training, leveling, and treasure, the bottomless abyss ranked at the top in all 3 aspects. It was only natural that expert players would go mad over the regional dungeon, especially peak experts from the various large guilds. These experts wouldn't even mind parting with 2 million credits for such an opportunity, much less a mere 1 million. If they got lucky and encountered a few fortuitous opportunities, they'd gain a massive advantage over their competition. They could even earn back far more income through such opportunities. At this rate, guild leader, it won't take long to rent out all of the 3,000 private houses we've prepared for today. With the money we've earned, Starlink doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of poaching our members, Melancholic Smile confidently declared. Starlink might be able to offer a higher salary to lure away Candlelight's members, but Candlelight could simply recruit more talented players with their current rates. The trading firm would have no issues maintaining its operations. They might even be able to expand. No, I don't want to rent all 3,000 units today. Let's stop after 2,000 units. Then we can rent out another 1,000 units each day, Xianxia decided, shaking his head. Demand would only increase if they maintained a limited supply. Since he had such a rare opportunity before him, he had to take full advantage of it. By this time next month, he'd have a very difficult time fetching such high prices for Stone Forest City's private houses. Moreover, players hadn't discovered all of the benefits these private houses had to offer. Once they did, prices would rise even higher. 2 billion credits were enough to settle the crisis Candlelight and Zero Wing faced, so he didn't mind waiting a few more days before renting off the rest of the houses. He also wanted to set up his own training center in Fenglin City, which would cost a huge sum of credits. Initially, Xianxia had planned to build even more private houses and shops in Stone Forest City to earn the necessary funding for his training center, but looking at it now, the first batch should be more than enough. We're only renting out 2,000 units today? I'll inform our auctioneers right away. It didn't take long for Melancholic Smile to recognize what Xianxia was trying to do. She immediately contacted her staff members in Candlelight's mini shops. Shortly after Melancholic Smile relayed the command, the remaining private houses had been rented. Everyone, we've rented out all of the private houses we had prepared for today. Please visit us tomorrow, the excited auctioneers announced to their audience's disappointment. The announcement caused a ruckus throughout the various auction venues. What's going on? Why aren't there more available? Crap. You guys barely gave us anything. How could you run out so quickly? I was just about to make my move. The various guild representatives expressed their frustration about the auction's sudden conclusion. Many of the representatives that had held back regretted their decisions. Originally, they had planned to wait out their competition before making a move. That way they could win a private house for much cheaper, but it seemed that their plans had backfired. Tiantong, everyone has gone insane today. Let's wait a few days before we return. The various powers experts should have sated their appetite by then. You shouldn't have any issues winning a bid, the level 56 cleric beside Tiantong advised. I agree. Tiantong nodded. The auction's first few days would be particularly lively, but once the various powers had their fill, prices would fall. The various representatives then returned to their respective cities. Some of the visiting powers had left behind players to keep an eye on the trading firm and report back if anything new surfaced regarding the private houses. Naturally, the players that had won a private house promptly made their way to Stone Forest City to prepare for their conquest in the bottomless abyss. Now every second counted. Chapter 2183. Private Houses Hidden Effect. Bottomless Abyss, Stone Forest City. As the auctions ended, the players that had won their bids made their way to their new properties. However, these experts were stunned after teleporting to their private houses. How is this possible? Everyone was astonished to find a new buff icon in their status window. High Mana State. While this buff was in effect, players would receive another buff that increased their maximum stamina and concentration by 20% for 12 hours after resting for 8 hours in their private houses. If players rested for 12 hours, the buff's duration would increase to 18 hours. These experts were ecstatic over the new discovery. In the bottomless abyss, stamina and concentration consumption rates were a player's biggest weakness. They could only grind in the God Mode regional dungeon if they found a way to maintain these stats. Now, they discovered that they could have 20% more stamina and concentration by simply resting for some time in their private houses. This would greatly extend their activity time and boost their leveling speed. The visiting expert players wasted no time in reporting this to their respective superiors. What's going on? Players can only accumulate the double EXP buff in Stone Forest City's hotels, but they can gain more stamina and concentration by relaxing in a private house? Doesn't that mean players with private houses will level 20% faster than players who don't have one? If that's the case, we have to get more private houses tomorrow. For a time, the various powers received notifications regarding the private houses' hidden effect, re-evaluating their previous opinions. The various powers had only viewed Stone Forest City's private houses as a convenient travel tool, but now that they had learned that these houses could increase players' stamina and concentration, they had taken on a whole new meaning. If they could secure 20 private houses and send an entire team to take advantage of this buff, the team's leveling speed would be far faster than a mere 20% boost allowed. The combat power an individual could exhibit was on a different level than fighting with a team. Moreover, players would drastically reduce their stamina and concentration consumption rates by fighting alongside teammates. If an entire team had a 20% maximum stamina and concentration buff, they'd be able to last in the bottomless abyss for more than 30% longer than teams without the buff. With so much more time, the team could explore more of the dungeon, reducing the number of competitors it would face. Much of the bottomless abyss's first floor was home to dark demonkin as well. These dark demonkin looked similar to humans, but unlike humans, magic circuits covered these demonkin's entire bodies. They also bore a third eye on their foreheads, and they had an affinity for mana that rivaled the elves. Factoring in the bottomless abyss's environment, a random level 65, chieftain-ranked dark demonkin could effortlessly defeat ordinary expert players. If an expert party encountered a lord-ranked dark demonkin, the party would lose half of its members before it killed the monster if it didn't react appropriately. To make matters worse, dark demonkin were very difficult to sense unless players spotted them. They were skilled with ambush tactics and hid their auras with magic. When exploring the bottomless abyss, players had to remain on high alert, which substantially increased their stamina and concentration consumption rates. Unfortunately, players had no other choice as even refinement realm experts would die if they weren't careful. This situation instilled a deep fear for the various powers teams, making them hesitant to venture too far into the first floor. They constantly worried that they wouldn't have enough stamina and concentration for the return trip, and if that happened, they'd likely die and lose several days of effort. Thus, the various powers expert teams had remained in the first floor's outer region so far. However, if an entire team had the buff Stone Forest City's private houses provided, they could easily venture farther into the first floor. God's Domain's powers immediately began to collect their funds. They also sent more people to the candlelight trading firms' shops, those that would participate in the auction, to increase their chances of winning more bids. For a time, Candlelight's shops were packed with players. The shops in Stone Forest City, Zero Wing City, White River City, and Dark Knight City in particular held massive crowds. The crowds were so large that players were nearly forced to wait outside. Passing players who had hoped to visit the shops were stupefied. What's going on? Why have so many guilds gathered here? That's right. There weren't this many people during the last auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Peeking in from the doorways, players spotted representatives from more than 100 guilds in Candlelight's shops. Although most were from small guilds, there were quite a few players from first- and second-rate guilds. While everyone wondered why so many powers had flooded the Candlelight trading firms, the firm began the second auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Due to the increased number of participants, Candlelight had employed entry restrictions. Now, players had to hold more than 500,000 credits to participate. This change elicited curses from the various independent players. Some even criticized Zero Wing for being full of itself, claiming that the guild would never sell so many houses for such high prices. However, when the auction began and news spread, everyone was forced into silence. Unexpectedly, every bid on the second day opened at 2 million credits, and all of the participating guilds fought to outbid each other. Most of the adventurer teams taking part hadn't even gotten a chance to call out a bid before they had been disqualified from the auction. Only top adventurer teams barely held on. By the time players had claimed the second day's 1,000 units, the income from a single private house had hit a new record at 2,360,000 credits, far more than the 500,000 credits on the previous day. For a time, every player in God's domain was shaken. Insane. These guilds have gone insane. The independent players that had hoped to compete stared at the price incredulously. Did they really need to spend so much on a private house? However, the record broke once again on the third day, with the highest bid closing at 2,570,000 credits. Seeing this, Tian Tong began to despair. On the fourth day, the highest closing bid reached 271 credits, and on the fifth, it hit 2,820,000 credits. By this point, the various adventurer teams were little more than decoration in the auction venues. Only the various guilds could afford to compete. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were astonished. They had never dreamed that Stone Forest City's private houses would be so lucrative. By the time the 6 days auction had ended and players had claimed all 7,000 private houses, Zero Wing had accumulated 13.7 billion credits. To hold that kind of money, a first-rate guild would need investments from multiple financial groups and corporations. However, Shifeng knew that he would only earn this much money once. As players reached higher levels and gained better equipment, they wouldn't need to depend on private houses nearly as much as they did now. Moreover, now that the various powers had seen how much potential wealth there was to gain, they would do everything in their power to establish guild towns in the bottomless abyss. Once they did, these private houses would only go for between 30,000 and 50,000 credits. This was Shifeng's only chance to make such a fortune. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had rapidly developed during the past 6 days. Almost all of the guild's expert players had reached level 70, and it now had 43 refinement realm experts in its midst. Since Shifeng had sent Fire Dance to train in Unyielding Soul system, which didn't limit her options, she had broken through to the Flowing Water realm. Because Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had been bogged down with the guild's affairs, they hadn't been able to devote themselves to their training fully. Hence, they were shy of reaching the Flowing Water realm, but it was only a matter of time before they crossed the threshold as well. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's recent development had brought a lot of issues to the surface. Due to the sudden loss of so many internal members, the guild wasn't able to raid as many dungeons or complete as many field operations as before. As a result, the gap between the guild's upper and lower hierarchies grew. If this persisted, Zero Wing's development would start to stagnate. It's about time that I set up that training center. Inspecting the guild's current funds, Shifeng decided that he couldn't set the matter aside any longer. God's Domain's various large guilds in the past had either had access to their own training centers or partnered with already established centers. Not only had this provided fresh blood, but it had also earned these guilds a stable income. Only the guilds with strong support from training centers or dojos had had a chance of becoming overlords in the game. Without that support, stronger competitors had stifled their development. Chapter 2184. Opening a Training Center. The sun shone brilliantly that morning and a cool breeze brushed by. As soon as Shifeng left his virtual gaming cabin, he contacted Liang Jing and took her with him to the center of Fenglin City to purchase a training center. Due to the current trends, professional fighters were far more famous than actors or singers, so tons of people aspired to become one. Naturally, plenty of people wanted to capitalize on that aspiration and open their own training centers and dojos. However, this was also why the competition between training centers and dojos in big cities was so intense, even cruel. Aside from the costs of upgrading training and medical facilities, training centers and dojos had to pay significant fees to research and produce nutritious meals. Only then would their members be able to train efficiently. Individuals would see twice the results with half the training as long as they maintained proper nutrition. Overall, running a training center or dojo was a very expensive business. If one failed to manage their business properly or lacked sufficient capital, they might not even last a few years, especially in a first-tier city like Fenglin City. Plenty of training centers or dojos from smaller cities tried to establish themselves in Fenglin City every year, but most never succeeded. Aside from forging crystal light sets and advanced mana armor kits in God's domain, Shifeng had a team grind bosses on the bottomless abyss's first floor over the past few days. During the day, he spent most of his time surveying potential buildings for his training center. After several days of searching, he finally decided to buy the Century Training Center, which was only a short distance away from the city's fighting arena. Although the Century Training Center's facilities were somewhat outdated, it had an excellent location. Most importantly, it was large enough for Shifeng's purposes. The training center occupied a 51-story skyscraper. It had only been open for a little over a year, so the building was still quite new. Although it wasn't quite as large as Zero Wing's main headquarters, it shouldn't have any issues accommodating nearly 10,000 people, more than enough for Zero Wing's current internal members. Moreover, the Century Training Center's previous owners were selling the building for relatively cheap, only 8.9 billion credits. Shifeng wouldn't need to redesign the building's interior either. He only needed to purchase the latest training and medical equipment, and the training center would be ready for business. Shifeng spent nearly half a day signing the necessary documents. Once he completed the purchase, he called Xiao Yu. "Chairman Xiao, I've settled the matter regarding the training center. Would you like to come see it?" Shifeng asked, smiling. "It's done already?" Xiao Yu was stunned. In Xiao Yu's opinion, Shifeng should have needed 2 or 3 months to secure a training center. Gathering the necessary funding would be a major problem, and Shifeng's hope of purchasing a skyscraper in the heart of Fenglin City was a fool's dream. Moreover, in his opinion, the fact that Shifeng was trying to buy a skyscraper in the heart of Fenglin City was a fool's dream to begin with. Not even the White Clan Group would be able to afford such a massive expenditure unless it sold some of its assets, and the Big Dipper Group's investment wouldn't change anything for Zero Wing. Yet only a few days since their last meeting, Shifeng called to say he had bought a skyscraper. "That's right. Now I just need to purchase equipment and upgrade its facilities," Shifeng said, nodding. "All right. I'm on my way," Xiao Yu said. Shifeng's earnest expression did nothing to quell the old man's skepticism, so he had to verify the information himself. A few hours later, Xiao Yu arrived at the address Shifeng had given him. He was dazed when he saw the skyscraper. The Century Training Center? How can this be? Xiao Yu stared up at the towering building in utter shock. As the Big Dipper Group's chairman and someone who dreamed of opening a training center in a first-tier city, Xiao Yu knew a little about Fenglin City's training centers and dojos. He recognized the Century Training Center the moment he arrived. Since it had failed to produce any skilled fighters in the national fighting competition, it had lost business. Because of that, the Century Training Center had been trying to sell its branch in Fenglin City to recoup some of its losses and fortify its position in second-tier cities. One would need nearly 10 billion credits to purchase Fenglin City's Century Training Center. 10 billion. Not even the Big Dipper Group could afford 1/3 of this building. Chairman Xiao, will a training center of this size be sufficient? Shifeng asked politely. Sufficient? Of course it's sufficient. As long as we promote the training center and upgrade its facilities, we'll have no issues recruiting new members. Xiao Yu exclaimed, already considering multiple plans for the future. Wonderful. Then I'll have to trouble Chairman Xiao to see to the remaining issues. I'll transfer funds to you in a moment for purchasing equipment and advertising, Shifeng said. When he saw the confident light in Xiao Yu's eyes, he knew the matter was as good as dealt with. Now he just need to wait for the training center to recruit and supply skilled fighters for Zero Wing. As long as the training center supplied enough internal members, Starlink would find it far more difficult to hinder Zero Wing's development. The guild simply had too many advantages. Once I receive the funds, I'll contact my suppliers. I believe they can transfer everything we'll need in 1 or 2 days, Xiao Yu said, nodding. Noticing that Shifeng didn't waver when he spoke of spending so much money, the young man became even more of a mystery to him. Xiao Yu was very familiar with Shifeng's background. The young man and his niece had been classmates, so he had looked into him. Even though Shifeng was a combat genius, Xiao Yu had considered him a fledgling in high society. Since Shifeng was from a family without a background, he should have needed a decade or so to accomplish anything impressive. Yet the more time the old man spent with Shifeng, the more he became unfathomable he became. First, Shifeng had snagged Fenglin City's White Clan group as a partner. Then he had purchased Century Training Center's old building. Xiao Yu could also tell that Shifeng was responsible for these decisions. Everything should arrive in 2 days? If that's the case, we should host our grand opening in 3 days. I'll also have to trouble you with hiring instructors and management staff, Shifeng replied after giving the matter some thought. Time waited for no one. He needed to recruit more internal members for the guild as soon as possible. That won't be a problem, but what do you plan to name the training center? Xiao Yu asked. We can't promote it without a name. Let's call it Heaven's Rumble Training Center, Shifeng decided. Originally, Shifeng had planned to give the training center Zero Wing's name as well, but it was too well known right now. Naming it after the guild would only bring the various major powers down on their heads. It was best that he gave it an ordinary name. All right then. I'll see to the necessary arrangements, Xiao Yu said, nodding. Xiao Yu left, immediately turning his focus to Heaven's Rumble Training Center's management. Of course, the news that the Zero Wing Workshop was preparing to open a training center in Fenglin City quickly spread. Chapter 2185 Experts Gather. Fenglin City, Redstone Restaurant. A thin, middle-aged man respectfully entered one of the restaurant's top-floor VIP rooms. Once inside, he approached an indifferent youth who currently meditated. Although the young man sat there quietly, he felt like the room's overlord. Any enemy of his would become everyone's enemy in the room. Why are you in such a hurry, old Shua? Han Yifeng asked as he opened his eyes, glancing up at the middle-aged man. I've just received news that Zero Wing is opening a training center in Fenglin City. Moreover, it purchased one of the city's well-known training centers to do so, the butler Zhou Xian reported. Interesting. It seems Zero Wing is quite capable after all. I had thought that the organization would run to me for help once it faced a financial crisis. I hadn't expected it to earn a fortune through leasing Stone Forest City's private houses. And now it's even opening its own training center, Han Yifeng calmly mused. Young master, although Zero Wing can afford to open a training center, how can setting one up in Fenglin City be so easy? Zhou Xian commented disdainfully. According to our information, Lu Xinglua has prepared for this and hired a particularly skilled expert. By the sounds of it, he wants his expert to cause a ruckus in the training center, preventing it from taking root in the city. It was true that one needed enough capital to open a training center, but money wasn't enough to keep one alive. One also needed sufficient strength to defend it, especially in a city as competitive as Fenglin. In that case, I want you to visit Zero Wing's new training center. At the end of the day, we can still use the organization to slow Starlink down, Han Yifeng said as he sent a glance at Zhou Xian. Understood. With a bow, Zhou Xian turned and left the room. Meanwhile, news of Heaven's Rumble Training Center's grand opening shook Fenglin City's fighting industry. With the Starline Corporation's Lu Xinglua targeting Zero Wing, no one dared to ally with the organization for fear of attracting the corporation's ire. Now that Zero Wing had opened its own training center, even a fool knew that Lu Xinglua would make his move. At least it would be interesting to watch. Moreover, the various training centers and dojos throughout the city viewed the fact that this company, which focused its business within virtual reality games, was trying to make a name for itself in Fenglin City's fighting industry as both foolish and a blatant insult. Even on the off chance that Lu Xinglua left Zero Wing's training center alone, they wouldn't let the organization get away with this transgression. Otherwise, they'd become laughingstocks in the industry. While the various training centers and dojos discussed Zero Wing's new facility, Xiaoyu had been methodically planning the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's grand opening. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Not only had Xiaoyu purchased the latest training and medical equipment available over the last 3 days, but he had also invited many of Fenglin City's VIPs to attend the grand opening. Fortunately, he had far more connections than a young man like Shifeng. On the day in question, luxury cars stopped by the building's entrance in droves, and many passers-by grew interested in visiting the training center as a result. However, most of the people that visited Heaven's Rumble Training Center that day were young, passionate fighters. They had all seen the advertisements boasting Heaven's Rumble's state-of-the-art facilities, and they were curious to inspect the training center themselves. The world's technology constantly improved, and with the help of proper data analysis, one could build the best training routine possible, improving far faster than training under a famous instructor. The instant these combat enthusiasts entered Heaven's Rumble Training Center, they were flabbergasted. People wearing the uniforms of Fenglin City's various training centers and dojos filled the main hall. Some of them were even well-known experts in the city, and a few of the upper echelons from the city's training centers and dojos had even made an appearance. Crap. What's going on? Why are so many of Fenglin City's experts here? Isn't that Luo Qianxing who won 3rd place in Fenglin City's annual fighting competition last year? Quick look. It's Master Yang from the Extreme Light Dojo. I've heard rumors that he's stopped participating in public events to prepare for the international fighting competition. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Qin Tianhe the Martial Heart Dojo's master? I thought he already retired from the public scene. Why is he here? What kind of power does this training center have behind it? With so many of Fenglin City's experts gathered, the young men and women who visited the training center out of curiosity grew excited. They even wondered if they had stumbled upon Fenglin City's annual fighting competition, rather than a new training center's grand opening. Why else would so many well-known experts be here? While the young fighting enthusiasts were shocked over finding so many of the city's VIPs in one place, a group consisting of 2 young women and a young man entered the hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The reaction was mostly due to the 2 young women. One wore an elegant white dress, which highlighted her long flowing hair and exquisite appearance. She had the body of a goddess, and many of the women in the crowd became self-conscious. A second exceptional beauty in a bright red dress stood next to her. When the 2 women entered the hall, they instantly became the center of attention. Even the young man that accompanied these women was exceptionally handsome, and many of the ladies in the hall swooned. The handsome young man was the previous year's champion of Fenglin City's annual fighting competition, known for possessing a talent that only emerged once a decade in the city. He had also qualified to participate in the international fighting competition, and his status as the heir to the Zhang clan group, one of the city's top 5 financial groups, was just icing on the cake. Xianxia, most of these experts don't seem to be here with honest intentions. I'm afraid that this friend of yours will have a very difficult time maintaining a training center in Fenglin City, Zhang Wuya told by Kingswell as he glanced over the crowd. If your friend can't handle the pressure, I'm willing to step up for him. I suspect that most of these training centers and dojos will take a step back out of respect. Shifeng is an internal force expert as well, Big Brother Zhang. Shouldn't he be able to handle the situation? Zhao Yueru asked. An internal force expert might be impressive in 2nd and 3rd tier cities, but this is Fenglin City. Every well-known training center and dojo in the city has its own internal force expert. Moreover, they are experienced veterans. Their accomplishments with internal force are far more impressive than a youngster who has just mastered the techniques, Zhang Wuya explained. Bai Qingxue and Zhao Yueru's expressions darkened slightly after listening to their companion. They had never thought that opening a training center would be so difficult. While Bai Qingxue's group chatted amongst themselves, another commotion rattled the crowd in the main hall. An imposing bear of a man entered the room. 2 knife scars decorated his face, and his arrival shocked many of the training centers and dojo's upper echelons. The instant this man appeared, many of the training center and dojo upper echelons present could not help but reveal shocked expressions. Why is he here? When Zhang Wuya saw the new arrival, fear flashed in his eyes. Is he someone powerful? Zhao Yueru asked when she noticed Zhang Wuya's trepidation. Powerful? Zhang Wuya shook his head. That word is no longer sufficient. He's practically a devil. He has earned the nickname T-Rex for how heavy-handed he is in combat. No fewer than 20 internal force experts have suffered defeat at his hands. Some of them are still lying in their hospital beds. He was banned from the fighting world for that very reason. Most of that happened more than a decade ago, but according to recent rumors, it seems he has defeated another internal force expert overseas. I don't even think I can stop him if he tries to make a move. While everyone made a fuss, Wang T-Rex, Zhou Xian stepped into the center of the hall. I've heard that Heaven's Rumble has set up shop here. Who's in charge? I, Wang Zhou Xian, want to spar. I want to see whether or not Heaven's Rumble qualifies to do business in Fenglin City. Wang Zhou Xian shouted, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Most people immediately took a step back. Heaven's Rumble is doomed. I doubt anyone in Fenglin City can save it now that this demon has shown up. The Starling Corporation is certainly powerful. It's even hired this monster to cause trouble. Zero Wing should have just stayed in its virtual reality game instead of meddling in the fighting industry. As the various training centers and dojos experts watched Wang Zhongquan, they knew that Heaven's Rumble Training Center would soon go out of business. It would also be the first training center to close on the same day it opened. Suddenly, however, a crisp voice rang out over the crowd's muttering. I don't know who you are, but I'm afraid that you don't qualify to challenge our Hall Master. Instinctively, the crowd turned toward the voice's origin. The speaker was a graceful, mesmerizing woman, and none other than Fire Dance's player. Chapter 2186, Fighting an Internal Force Expert. The various training centers and dojos experts were stunned when they saw Fire Dance. Who's this little lady? Is she tired of living? Although none of them recognized Fire Dance, her identity didn't matter, even if she was an heiress to a large corporation or a member of a powerful family. Wang Zhongquan was still a merciless person. Ordinary people at most knew this man had recently defeated Demon Wolf, an apex internal force expert overseas. However, these experts knew that Wang Zhongquan had been banished from the fighting industry in the past and had resorted to mercenary work. He was a cold-blooded monster that had secretly ended many experts' lives with his own hands. It was rumored that he was even responsible for the deaths of a few great families' upper echelons. If Wang Zhongquan wanted to, he could even slay a large family's heirs, regardless of how many bodyguards protected them. As far as the crowd was concerned, Fire Dance was suicidal to provoke Wang Zhongquan so blatantly. Unexpectedly, however, the bear-like man didn't seem angry. He watched her for a moment before grinning, then asked, If that's the case, little lady, how do I earn this qualification you speak of? His goal was simple. He wanted to ensure that Heaven's Rumble Training Center's reputation hit rock bottom. His biggest concern was that Heaven's Rumble would refuse to fight him. He had earned quite a reputation after all. No one would look down on the training center if it declined his challenge. Hence, when this ignorant girl had stepped up to provoke him, he inwardly celebrated. Now Heaven's Rumble would have no choice but to accept his challenge, and he could take his time toying with the training center and humiliating its management. Heaven's Rumble would never gain a foothold in Fenglin City. Our youth are so impatient. After hearing a few insulting words, she leaped into his trap. Her comment has ensured that Heaven's Rumble will have to face Wang Zhongquan, Qin Tianhe, the martial art dojo's master and an old man in his 50s, said, shaking his head. He then turned to Xiao Yu and said, "Old Xiao, I'm afraid that disaster will befall the young man you mentioned." "Won't Wang Zongquan back out if you make an appearance, Master Tianhe?" Xiao Yu anxiously asked. He was exasperated over Fire Dance's impatience. He knew she was an expert that had proven herself against one of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples. But Wang Zongquan was an expert among experts. When she had stepped forward, she had only caused more trouble for Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Now Qin Tianhe was their only hope. Qin Tianhe had risen to fame for his martial art mastery many years ago. Even the White Tiger Dojo's Jiang Tianyuan had to show a little respect before this old man. Qin Tianhe was unquestionably powerful. He had ranked among the top 32 in the international fighting competition during his peak. Ranking among the top 32 fighters might not seem impressive, but they were talking about the largest fighting competition in the world. One had to be an expert among experts just to qualify for the competition, and hundreds of martial artists participated. Wang Zongquan had only ranked among the top 64 fighters during his peak. "If I were 15 years younger, I might be able to contend with him, but now," Qin Tianhe said, shaking his head. Youthful vigor was gold in martial arts. This saying rang true both in the past and the present. Wang Zongquan was only 38 this year, and with today's technology he was still in his prime. Proving the point, the bear-like man had defeated Demon Wolf, who wasn't any weaker than Qin Tianhe during his peak. Is it really over just like this? Xian Yu felt as if his soul were leaving his body. He had gone to great lengths to employ Qin Tianhe's help to ensure that Heaven's Rumble Training Center would have a home in Fenglin City. He had even called in the favor the old man had owed him for so many years. But now, that youngster Shifeng is really pitiful. He grasped internal force at such a tender age, yet he will have to face Wang Zongquan, Qin Tianhe lamented, sighing as he stared at the monstrous, scarred man. Shifeng had definitely earned the title genius for grasping internal force, despite being in his early 20s. He had a bright future ahead of him. Controlling internal force not only helped one improve their physical control, but it also enhanced comprehension. Moreover, Shifeng hadn't yet reached his prime. He had plenty of room for growth. With the help of today's technology, he could gain substantial strength. With another 5 or 6 years, Shifeng could fight Wang Zongquan to a standstill. Meanwhile, a thin, middle-aged man watched the exchange between Fire Dance and Wang Zongquan from a corner of the room, frowning. This man was none other than Zhou Xian. It seems Lu Xinglua can't be underestimated. To think he would actually employ Wang Zongquan. The situation will be harder to handle now. Zhou Xian felt on edge as he watched the newcomer. He had thought that Lu Xinglua would at most hire an advanced internal force expert. He hadn't expected the apex internal force expert Wang Zongquan to show up. Experts of his caliber were extremely rare, even on a national scale. They were also particularly difficult to employ. These experts had no interest in money, they simply didn't need any. Hence, tempting them into action was a challenge. Although Zhou Xian was also an apex internal force expert, he was likely no match for Wang Zongquan due to his age. If it came down to a fight, Zhou Xian felt that he only had a 40% chance of winning. While everyone whispered to each other, Fire Dance approached the large man in the center of the hall. She calmly declared, "If you want to spar with our hall master, you'll have to get through me." A series of gasps and silence answered the young woman's declaration. Has she gone insane? Doesn't Heaven's Rumble have any capable fighters? Do they really need to send this young woman to her death? Astonished, the crowd stared at Fire Dance, who maintained her composure even after her bold statement. They wouldn't have been worried for her if she had challenged any other internal force expert, but she had just asked Wang Zongquan to spar. He wasn't kind, he was ruthless. Almost every opponent the scarred man had defeated had spent at least 6 months in a hospital bed, and that was when medical experts had been nearby during the fight. Without the money to afford the best medical services, they would have spent the rest of their lives in a hospital. What is she trying to do? Bai Qingxue began to worry as she watched her comrade. She knew that Fire Dance had trained bitterly in God's domain and she was quite powerful. However, this was reality, not the virtual world. Even if she frequently trained in the real world, she'd be lucky to survive against ordinary martial arts experts. Trying to fight an expert of Wang Zongquan's caliber was suicidal. Is she a friend, Xianxia? Zhang Tianya asked, to which Bai Qingshuo nodded. Don't worry then. Although I'm not his match, I can stop that monster for a moment if necessary, Zhang Tianya comforted his escort. He had pursued Bai Qingshuo for a long time now, although he wanted more than her perfect body and pretty face. He was far more interested in the white clan group that stood behind her. Only a woman of her standards was fit to stand beside him. However, he rarely encountered an opportunity to show off his strength to her. Hence, he was quite pleased with the situation. He wasn't a match for an apex internal force expert like Wang Zongquan, but he'd have no issues stopping one of the man's attacks. Is your training center out of fighters, little lady? If you wish to spar with me, you should know that I never show mercy to my opponents. You can't blame me for the outcome. Wang Zongquan's expression darkened, and a flash of killing intent lit his eyes. He could have brushed off her interruption as youthful ignorance, but a public challenge was an entirely different matter. He was an internal force expert, a master martial artist. It was humiliating to have some random nobody challenge him. If he did not teach this girl a proper lesson, he'd become a laughingstock. The state of heaven's rumble is none of your concern. You can talk after you defeat me. Fire Dance stepped forward and her fist shot straight toward Wang Zongquan. Chapter 2187. Defeated with one palm. Although Fire Dance had executed her punch smoothly without making a sound, her punch seeming as natural as a passing breeze, when the various experts present saw her attacking Wang Zongquan, varying degrees of shock appeared on their faces. Is this girl insane? Qin Tianhe blurted out when he saw Fire Dance's actions. Wang Zongquan had trained his internal force to the apex. Every one of his movements was accompanied by internal force. He was different from experts that had just grasped internal force, who only used it as a trump card during critical moments. Not to mention, a sudden attack like the one Fire Dance executed would hardly be effective against a master like Wang Zongquan. If she was not careful in dealing with Wang Zongquan's inevitable counterattack, she would undoubtedly lose her life. Sure enough, Wang Zongquan did not grow flustered at all at Fire Dance's sudden attack. He calmly took half a step back, accurately moving out of her attack range. In the end, her fists did not even manage to graze his clothes. Immediately after, he counterpunched twice at Fire Dance, first at her face and then at her abdomen. Although both his punches looked identical, the one aimed at Fire Dance's abdomen was actually a little faster than the one aimed at her face. It's over. Zhang Tianya's complexion darkened when he saw this scene play out from a short distance away. Originally, he had been planning to save Fire Dance. However, he never thought that Fire Dance would be so crazy as to attack Wang Zongquan without hesitation. To make matters worse, even after seeing her attack fail, she didn't pull back immediately. Now that Wang Zongquan had counterattacked, her life was as good as gone. Although Wang Zongquan's two punches might look very simple to the eyes of ordinary people, they were actually extremely ruthless. A person being attacked in the face would instinctively move to defend their face. In such a situation, attacks directed to other parts of their body would be easily overlooked. Meanwhile, as an apex internal force expert, Wang Zongquan had an extremely precise grasp on timing and distance. Even well-trained internal force experts would get caught by this move of his if they were not careful, let alone a newbie without any special training like Fire Dance. Just as everyone thought that this fight was already over, however, contrary to everyone's expectations, Fire Dance actually ignored the punch aimed at her face. Instead, she suddenly sidestepped and promptly rotated her body. In the torque of her body, she then sent a lightning-fast chop straight at his neck. The sudden development in the battle caught Wang Zongquan slightly off guard. Originally, he thought that his opponent was merely an inexperienced little girl. He never expected this little girl to easily evade his attack, much less launch a counterattack of her own. However, Wang Zongquan was a hitman with many years of experience. He was fully capable of reacting to abrupt changes immediately. Although he wouldn't be able to defend against Fire Dance's attack in time, he could still dodge it. He hastily bent his body forward and leaped backward, narrowly avoiding Fire Dance's chop. Upon seeing Wang Zhongquan retreating, the spectating crowd could not help gasping in shock. Is this for real? Wang Zhongquan actually got repelled. Who is this young lady? Everyone present was aware of just how powerful Wang Zhongquan was. Even experts of the same rank would have difficulty forcing him to retreat. After all, taking the initiative to retreat in a duel meant that one was at a disadvantage. Now, however, a young lady like Fire Dance had actually made Wang Zhongquan fall back. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, when Fire Dance saw Wang Zhongquan taking the initiative to retreat, she did not give chase and exploit her advantage. Instead, she simply stood in place and quietly observed him. After a short moment, she stated calmly, "You're only at this standard, I advise you to give up on challenging our whole master." When Fire Dance said these words, the spectating crowd could not help but nod in agreement. After all, if Wang Zhongquan had already fallen into a disadvantage in his fight with Fire Dance, what qualifications did he have to challenge Heaven's Rumble's Hall Master? Wang Zhongquan's rage shot through the roof. The intense killing intent his body radiated, making everyone in the hall shudder involuntarily. In the next moment, Wang Zhongquan took a step forward, the marble floor under his feet cracking. His body then transformed into a blur as he dashed at Fire Dance like a ferocious tiger. The instant Wang Zhongquan appeared before Fire Dance, he canted his body slightly to ram his side into her. Mountain Slam. Although this ramming attack looked incredibly plain and simple, none of the experts present would dare to face this attack directly. After all, a ramming attack carried out by an ordinary internal expert could already topple a big tree. Wang Zhongquan's ramming attack could most likely send even a small car flying back. If a person were to receive this attack, all the bones in their body would shatter. Moreover, Wang Zhongquan's ramming attack was incredibly fast, so fast that many of the experts present didn't even react to it. Why must this little girl put herself in such a difficult position? Qin Tianhe sighed at this scene. Qin Tianhe had been very shocked by Fire Dance's previous performance, where she managed to not only maintain her cool, despite going up against such a powerful opponent, but even turn a dangerous situation into an opportunity to attack. She was definitely a gifted fighter. He was even tempted to take her in as a disciple. Meanwhile, had Fire Dance not provoked Wang Zhongquan further, Qin Tianhe could have forced Wang Zhongquan to leave the premises by making an appearance. After all, the fact that Wang Zhongquan had taken the initiative to retreat in a fight against a little girl, who was probably only half his age, was already humiliating enough. Insisting on continuing the fight would only further damage his reputation. However, now that Wang Zhongquan had blown his top, he wouldn't care even if he was called out for bullying the weak. Nobody could stop him now. To everyone's surprise, however, Fire Dance actually did not try to dodge Wang Zhongquan's ramming attack. On the contrary, she even took the initiative to meet him in battle. Is she crazy? Her decision shocked everyone. No one expected Fire Dance to respond so boldly. Wang Zhongquan surpassed even national-level athletes in terms of physical fitness. Only a few people in the entire country was superior to him. Trying to use brute force against him was akin to smashing an egg against a rock. Arrogant brat. When Wang Zhongquan saw Fire Dance moving to greet him in battle, a ruthless sneer appeared on his face as he further accelerated his body. A moment later, Wang Zhongquan's body crashed into Fire Dance's. However, just as everyone thought that she would go flying over 10 meters, a shocking scene occurred. Wang Zhongquan actually passed through Fire Dance. An afterimage? Zhang Tianya gaped in shock involuntarily when he saw Fire Dance's figure fading out of existence. A visual residue. Qin Tianhe immediately realized what had happened. An afterimage could be created so long as a person was moving fast enough. However, creating a visual residue did not require a person to be moving quickly, only sufficiently rapid reactions. The human mind took time to process the images the eyes saw. If one's reaction speed was sufficiently fast, they could miss perception that they were still in their original position when, in reality, they had already moved elsewhere. However, accomplishing such an action was extraordinarily difficult. This feat required one to transition from being static to dynamic motion at an extreme speed. In addition, not only did one's body have to keep up with this rapid transition, but their neural response time needed to be able to keep up as well. However, it was incredibly difficult to improve one's neural response time and impossible to do so through ordinary training. Moreover, regardless of how powerful a person became, they could improve their neural response time by only an extremely limited amount. Meanwhile, by the time Wang Zhongquan reacted to the situation, Fire Dance had already moved aside and turned to face him. She then sent a palm strike at his chest, her attack looking as gentle as a falling leaf. Ping! However, the moment Fire Dance's palm collided with Wang Zhongquan's body, he felt as if a hammer had just struck his chest. His face instantly turned beet red as he stumbled a few steps back before dropping down to one knee. Internal force. She's an internal force expert. Upon seeing Wang Zhongquan's kneeling figure, the spectating crowd could not help but turn to stare at the completely unharmed Fire Dance in shock. Chapter 2188. Do you have an opinion? Everyone was stunned to see Wang Zhongquan down on one knee. Wang Zhongquan's physique completely surpassed an ordinary person's. Even the professional fighters of Fenglin City would have an extremely difficult time inflicting any external damage on him, much less internal damage. Yet he actually sustained considerably severe internal injuries from Fire Dance's gentle palm strike. Based on his current complexion, he would most likely need half a month to recover from his injuries. This outcome was simply unbelievable. The only explanation anyone could come up with for this situation was that Fire Dance had utilized internal force. She not only grasped internal force at such a young age but also managed to injure Wang Zhongquan? Could she be the disciple of some ancient aristocratic family? Qin Tianhe also could not help his astonishment as he looked at Fire Dance. Even with the help of modern technology, internal force experts were still incredibly rare. One would already be considered very talented to grasp internal force by the age of 30. Every one of such experts would become celebrities in the fighting industry. Even a top-ranking dojo like the White Tiger Dojo would treat such an expert as an honored guest. Nevertheless, Fire Dance had successfully grasped internal force at such a young age and even managed to heavily injure Wang Zhongquan in one move. This was incredible. The only possibility Qin Tianhe could think of to explain this situation was that Fire Dance was the disciple of an ancient aristocratic family, since such disciples practically started training in their mother's wombs. These disciples enjoyed the best resources, legacies, and teachers. As a result, they generally grasped internal force in their teens. By the time they entered their 20s, they were already strong enough to rank within the top 20 in international fighting competitions should they choose to participate. However, ancient aristocratic families generally kept a low profile and never fought for fame. Hence, the general populace did not know about these ancient aristocratic families. All the same, the influence these ancient aristocratic families held in the world was not the slightest bit weaker than that of major corporations. She's an ancient aristocratic family's disciple? Xiao Yu revealed an excited expression when he heard Qin Tianhe's words. Xiao Yu had heard a little regarding ancient aristocratic families, so he had an idea just how frightening they were. They were not existences ordinary people like himself could come into contact with. Only well-established martial arts masters like Qin Tianhe had the opportunity to do so. If Fire Dance really was an ancient aristocratic family's disciple, then the Heaven's Rumble Training Center would truly become powerful. Even the Starline Corporation would probably be helpless against it. Meanwhile, at this moment, the upper echelons of the various training centers and dojos present in the hall had lost their complacent attitude altogether. Now only shock and fear filled their minds. If even Wang Zhongquan was defeated, then who in Fenglin City could possibly be a match for Fire Dance? Moreover, Fire Dance was still so young. She would definitely continue growing stronger. One could even describe her future as limitless. With such a talent present, who would dare provoke the Heaven's Rumble Training Center? After a brief round of exclamations from the spectating crowd, Wang Zhongquan managed to recover slightly and slowly stand back up. Now his eyes held only fear when he gazed at Fire Dance. I never thought that I would actually lose to a little girl like you. May I know which aristocratic family's disciple you are? Wang Zhongquan asked politely, his previous arrogant attitude gone. Now he was treating fire dance as his equal. Wang Zongquan was far more knowledgeable than Qin Tianhe, so he knew just how powerful the disciples of aristocratic families were. The moment fire dance sent him stumbling back, he concluded that she was a disciple of an ancient aristocratic family. After all, everyone from the younger generation capable of surpassing him was an expert famous throughout the country. They definitely wouldn't be an unknown existence like fire dance. Fortunately, fire dance's strength and physical fitness were greatly inferior to his own. Had that previous strike been executed by an expert of equal standards, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stand back up. Fire dance's victory was due entirely to her calm mind and frightening reaction speed. Her grasp of distance was also frighteningly accurate. Had he known that fire dance possessed such abilities early on, he definitely wouldn't have used such aggressive maneuvers. Instead, he would have opted for a more secure fighting style. Then he wouldn't have been defeated so decisively. However, fire dance was still very young. Her physical fitness could continue improving in the future. The same was true for her technical standards. Wang Zongquan did not feel ashamed of being defeated by such a prodigy. An aristocratic family's disciple? The heartstrings of Zhang Tianya, who was standing a short distance away, quivered when he looked at fire dance. Both fire dance's appearance and body were extraordinary. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was Zhao Yueru's equal. Moreover, fire dance's martial artist's temperament lent her an additional elegance that Zhao Yueru did not have. If it was indeed true that fire dance had the backing of an ancient aristocratic family, then she would definitely be of great help to him in the future. If he could obtain her. Aristocratic family's disciple? Fire dance, however, was confused by Wang Zongquan's words. She then explained, I am not a disciple of some aristocratic family. I am only a member of the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. As soon as fire dance was done speaking, the entire hall fell silent momentarily. Impossible. You grasped internal force at such a young age. You also have that frightening reaction speed and a talent for combat. How can you simply be a member of a small training center? Wang Zongquan was enraged by fire dance's response. If you don't want to tell me which aristocratic family you're from, just say so. Is there a need to humiliate me this way? While he could accept being defeated by fire dance as a martial arts master, he definitely would not accept being humiliated. Moreover, what he was truly adept at was not fighting but assassination. Outside official settings, he would have plenty of means to kill fire dance without anybody tracing the deed back to him. Everyone present also nodded in agreement with Wang Zongquan's words. A member of a training center? What a joke. Even the top-ranking training centers and dojos in the country did not have the ability to produce an expert like fire dance. I'm telling the truth. I am not a disciple of some aristocratic family. I am only a member that has been training under our hall master all this time. I can't do anything about it even if you don't believe me, fire dance said, shaking her head. She gave no further explanation after that. I heard that your hall master is just in his early 20s. If you insist on trying to raise your hall master's reputation, then I have nothing else to say. However, I will firmly engrave today's matter in my heart. Wang Zongquan was now thoroughly enraged. However, with his defeat at fire dance's hands, he no longer had any qualifications to challenge Heaven's Rumble's hall master. Even so, he still had many ways to destroy both the Heaven's Rumble Training Center and fire dance. Was there a need for this little lady to humiliate him like so? Qin Tianhe could already see that Wang Zongquan bore killing intent toward the Heaven's Rumble Training Center and fire dance. The man definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Even a fool wouldn't believe that a youth in his early 20s could nurture fire dance, who was of roughly similar age, into her current state. Let alone Wang Zongquan, even Qin Tianhe would become very angry if he were in Wang Zongquan's shoes. However, just as Wang Zongquan was about to turn around and leave, a crisp voice echoed throughout the entire hall. I am her instructor. Do you have any opinions about it? Immediately, everyone automatically turned their heads toward the origin of the voice, and what they saw was a young man currently descending the staircase from the second floor. This young man in black was none other than Shi Feng, who had just completed his daily training. Chapter 2189. Shocking the audience. Everyone present inside the hall gazed at Shi Feng in astonishment. Wang Zongquan was no minor character. Although he had lost to Fire Dance, there was still no doubt that he was an apex internal force expert. Even the masters of top-ranking training centers and dojos had to treat him with respect. Not to mention Wang Zongquan had been working as a hitman for the past decade. Even if he couldn't openly cause problems for a training center or dojo, he was more than capable of doing so in secret. Is this guy tired of living? He actually dares to come out now? Does he really think Wang Zongquan won't dare to challenge him again? What bold words! Does he actually believe he can produce an internal force expert? The many experts present looked at Shi Feng with disdain when he appeared in the hall. They all felt that Shi Feng was getting too full of himself. Fire Dance had just fought a dangerous battle in order to pull the Heaven's Rumble Training Center out of a crisis. All Shi Feng needed to do was lie low and wait for Wang Zongquan to leave. He simply had to be tired of living to reveal himself now. Old Xiao, is this the young man you were talking about? Qin Tianhe shook his head as he looked at Shi Feng. He's far too immature and arrogant. Although he has the support of an aristocratic family's disciple, he still shouldn't have provoked Wang Zongquan like this. Although Wang Zongquan could not afford to run afoul of ancient aristocratic families, he would have no problems killing the other members of the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. He could also make it so that the deed couldn't be traced back to him. Even though Shi Feng had already grasped internal force, it wouldn't change his fate. After all, according to the rumors Qin Tianhe had heard, more than 10 internal force experts had fallen at Wang Zongquan's hands, including apex internal force experts. So he is Shi Feng? Zhang Tianya could not help but reveal some envy as he eyed Shi Feng. An aristocratic family's disciple. The status of every one of these disciples was not the slightest bit inferior to that of an heir of a major corporation. They were existences that even someone like Wang Zongquan had to show respect to. Yet, despite having ordinary looks and an average family background, Shi Feng actually managed to gain Fire Dance's favor and even her support. How could Zhang Tianya not envy him? In fact, Zhang Tianya believed there was an 80% chance that Shi Feng's success in becoming an internal force expert was due to Fire Dance's help. After all, the legacies and resources that ancient aristocratic families possessed were far superior to those of top-ranking training centers and dojos. So long as one possessed even the slightest amount of talent, they would have no problem becoming an internal force expert. If Zhang Tianya had obtained these resources, he would have most likely become an expert on Wang Zongquan's level by now. Meanwhile, during the time the spectating crowd was quietly discussing Shi Feng had arrived at the center of the hall. Fire Dance promptly took the initiative to stand behind him as if she really was just a member of the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. This scene immediately provoked the envy of many of the spectating experts. Crap. What kind of luck does that kid possess to earn the favor of that goddess? What a lucky bastard. With an aristocratic family backing him, even Wang Zongquan can't do anything against him on the surface. That's right. If we could sponge off such a goddess as well, even setting up a top-ranking training center wouldn't be a problem. Many of the men present derided Shi Feng, and as if they were afraid Shi Feng could not hear them, their voices grew steadily louder as they spoke. To most of the experts present, being able to grasp internal force was already a matter worth rejoicing. As for setting up their own training center in a first-tier city and developing it into a top-ranking training center, that was something that they didn't even dream of. However, if they had the help of an aristocratic family's disciple, then such a feat would be a piece of cake. Now that Shi Feng had Fire Dance's support, his becoming one of Fenglin City's powerhouses was almost guaranteed. Fenglin City's fighting industry might even have to adhere to his wishes in the future. Other top-ranking training centers and dojos also wouldn't dare to act against him rashly. Meanwhile, seated in a corner of the hall was Xianxia, who was quietly observing the event. So that's the case. It's no wonder Zero Wing is confident of establishing itself in Fenglin City, Xianxia thought to himself as he observed Fire Dance, disregarding Shi Feng entirely. With this, Zero Wing indeed merits the young master's attention. As the butler of the 5 States Corporation's heir and an apex internal force expert himself, Zhou knew a lot more regarding ancient aristocratic families than Qin Tianhe and Wang Zongquan did, so he understood just how valuable the support of an aristocratic family's disciple was. During the time everyone was discussing Shifeng, Wang Zongquan had also arrived before him, his gaze filled with disdain and anger as he glared at the young man. "And here I thought you wouldn't have the courage to show yourself," Wang Zongquan sneered. "Since you're here, do you dare exchange a few moves with me? I want to see whether you truly are capable of instructing such an excellent member or not." Hall Master Shi. Originally, Wang Zongquan thought that he would not have a chance to reclaim the reputation he had lost due to fire dance today. However, since Shifeng had taken the initiative to appear before him, this was the perfect opportunity for him to do so and fulfill his agreement with Lu Xinglua to wreck the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's reputation, killing two birds with one stone. He naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. "That won't be a problem. Only Master Wang, you were just injured. Do you need a few days to recover? It won't be too late to spar at that time," Shifeng said. "No need. It is only a minor injury. I wish to experience Hall Master Shi's brilliant moves now," Wang Zongquan said. He launched an attack at Shifeng without hesitation, not giving him any more time to speak. In Wang Zongquan's opinion, Shifeng was simply trying to find an excuse to buy time and eventually let the matter be forgotten. He naturally couldn't let Shifeng have his way. Meanwhile, the best method to get Shifeng to take action was to leave the man with no choice but to take action. The spectating crowd shook their heads and sneered at Shifeng. "That guy is so dumb. Did he really think Wang Zongquan would let such a great opportunity slip by? Haha. He's going to make a fool of himself now. He's just a brat who has just learned internal force. Does he actually think an apex internal force expert like Wang Zongquan will be afraid of him because of a little injury? How foolish. Does he believe he can run rampant just because he has the backing of an aristocratic family's disciple?" Everyone understood that Shifeng was planning to get Wang Zongquan to give up on today's match with the excuse that Wang Zongquan was injured. Unfortunately, how could someone of Wang Zongquan's caliber not see through his ploy? Moreover, the spectating experts could also see very clearly that, although Fire Dance had defeated Wang Zongquan, she should have grasped internal force only recently. Her physique was also far inferior to his. Although she had indeed managed to injure Wang Zongquan, he should still be able to exhibit 80% of his normal standard, which would be sufficient for him to beat up a basic internal force expert. In the next moment, however, Wang Zongquan's fast and powerful fist suddenly came to an abrupt halt before Shifeng's face, unable to move forward by even the slightest. How is this possible? Wang Zongquan stared at his wrist, which Shifeng was gripping tightly in extreme confusion. Wang Zongquan had given his all in that punch. Despite his injury, his full-powered punch still wasn't something a basic internal force expert could block directly. In his opinion, Shifeng should have chosen to dodge or deflect his attack. However, Shifeng had actually used one of the most impossible to execute methods to stop his attack, grabbing his wrist. Before Wang Zongquan could shake off Shifeng's hold, Shifeng suddenly tightened his grip and swung Wang Zongquan's arm as if he was swinging a sword. Immediately, Wang Zongquan felt himself getting yanked off his feet, then propelled through the air. For a moment, the surrounding crowd even felt a strong wind blowing past their faces. Soon after, a loud boom entered everyone's ears as the floor beneath them shook slightly. By the time everyone realized what was going on, Wang Zongquan was already lying unconscious on the floor some distance away from Shifeng. The marble beneath him cracked. Chapter 2190, He is a Grandmaster. Upon seeing Wang Zongquan's body lying motionless on the cracked marble floor, the spectating crowd froze, and a deathly silence fell over the entire hall. A short moment later. How is this possible? This is a lie, right? Wang Zongquan actually got defeated just like that? Who is this Shifeng? The spectating experts simply couldn't believe their eyes as they gazed at the unconscious Wang Zongquan. This was an apex internal force expert they were talking about. Wang Zongquan stood at the apex of Fenglin City, yet now he was actually defeated effortlessly by an ordinary youngster who did not give off even the slightest hint of an aura. The exchange between Shi Feng and Wang Zhongquan had been so decisive that it couldn't even be considered a fight. It was practically a drubbing. So many of the experts here reacted with fear toward Wang Zhongquan before, so shouldn't he be very strong? Why did he get defeated so easily? Could Heaven's Rumble have paid Wang Zhongquan to stage an act? I'm guessing that's most likely the case. Wang Zhongquan is an internal force expert. On the other hand, that Shi Feng is so young. Even if he is powerful, how powerful could he possibly be? Moreover, the fact that someone like Wang Zhongquan even appeared here is very strange to begin with. Heaven's Rumble must have hired Wang Zhongquan to pretend to fight to raise its fame. Unlike the experts in the hall, the spectating fighting enthusiasts felt that Wang Zhongquan had acted out a play when they saw him so easily defeated. After all, when Wang Zhongquan was fighting Fire Dance earlier, they could more or less tell how powerful he was. However, when Wang Zhongquan fought Shi Feng from start to end, they hadn't seen any hint of that power Wang Zhongquan had displayed before. They felt that Wang Zhongquan had deliberately coordinated his movements with Shi Feng, jumping into the air the moment Shi Feng grabbed his wrist and letting Shi Feng freely throw him. The fight could not be any faker. At this moment, aside from the fighting enthusiasts, the training center and dojo members present also found this fight fake. The strength an internal force expert wielded far surpassed that of ordinary people. If Wang Zhongquan had thrown his punch with his full strength, even an internal force expert couldn't have stopped his punch by grabbing his wrist. A fake match? At this moment, even Xiaoyu was dumbfounded by this scene. However, he instinctively refuted the possibility, as he had never heard about such plans from Shi Feng earlier. Moreover, the Starline Corporation had been keeping an eye on the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Only an existence like the Starline Corporation could employ the services of someone like Wang Zhongquan. Most importantly, why would an apex internal force expert agree to min his own reputation just to uplift the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's reputation? As Xiaoyu was wondering why Wang Zhongquan would put on a fake fight, Qin Tianhe, who stood beside Xiaoyu, suddenly revealed a look of horror. Neutralizing. He is a neutralizing grandmaster. Qin Tianhe muttered quietly as he stared at Shi Feng, his complexion paling as if he had just seen a ghost. Neutralizing grandmaster? Xiaoyu momentarily fell into a daze when he heard Qin Tianhe's words. Compelled to seek confirmation, he asked, "Master Qin, you're saying that Shi Feng is a neutralizing grandmaster?" In the fighting industry, those capable of grasping internal force were considered absolute experts. Less than 0.1% of professional fighters would ever succeed in grasping internal force. For those that did, their understanding and usage of their body and strength would far surpass those of ordinary people. No matter where these experts went, they would have the qualifications to establish a training center or dojo and accept disciples. Hence, internal force experts were labeled masters. However, above internal force experts, there were still neutralizing experts. Ordinary people would already be fortunate to come across an internal force expert. As for neutralizing experts, most ordinary people would most likely never meet one. Every neutralizing expert was a titan in the fighting industry. They were people who could contest for first place in international fighting competitions. The fame and status they enjoyed were far superior to those of people like Qin Tianhe and Wang Zhongquan. If one were to draw a comparison between internal force experts and neutralizing experts, the former would be candlelight while the latter would be the blazing sun. It is possible, Qin Tianhe said hesitantly. Only, since when has there ever been such a young neutralizing grandmaster in this world? Even the ancient aristocratic families are incapable of producing a neutralizing grandmaster this young. Ordinary people most likely wouldn't find anything special about Shi Feng's grabbing and throwing motions. In fact, most of the professional fighters present wouldn't. However, Qin Tianhe, who had already mastered internal force to the apex, could tell just how frightening Shi Feng's usage of his body and strength was. First, upon grabbing Wang Zhongquan's wrist, Shi Feng had immediately redirected and nullified the force in Wang Zhongquan's arm. Then when Wang Zhongquan put more strength into his arm to break free of Shi Feng's hold, Shi Feng made use of Wang Zhongquan's strength and coupled it with his own to lift and throw Wang Zhongquan to the ground. Although this series of actions appeared very simple, executing it within a mere instant was exceedingly difficult. Only neutralizing grandmasters who could push their muscles to the limit could accomplish such a feat. What made Qin Tianhe doubt his conclusion was that Shi Feng was simply too young. Even now, Qin Tianhe was considered one of the top-ranking experts in the country. He had also been famous for a long time already. In his many years mingling in the fighting industry, he had come across plenty of internal force experts of varying standards and even neutralizing grandmasters. However, despite his extensive experience, he had never even heard of a neutralizing grandmaster who was in his 20s. At this moment, aside from Qin Tianhe, Master Yang from the Extreme Light Dojo Zhang Tianya, and the other internal force experts present were similarly gazing at Shi Feng in astonishment and horror. Impossible! How can he be a neutralizing grandmaster? Zhang Tianya blurted out in shock. Ordinary people might have failed to discern the intricacies of Wang Zongquan's fight with Shi Feng, but internal force experts like Zhang Tianya managed to roughly discern its crucial parts. In most people's eyes, Wang Zongquan's fight did indeed look like an act. However, this was because Shi Feng's usage of his strength was too ingenious. He was already at the stage of simplifying complex movements. Hence his fight with Wang Zongquan looked very fake. A neutralizing grandmaster. Shi Feng is actually this powerful. Zhao Yueru could not help growing excited when she heard Zhang Tianya's words. Although she did not have a clear concept of what a neutralizing grandmaster was, she still understood how powerful grandmaster martial artists were. They were supreme existences within the country, experts that even the various top-ranking dojos and training centers feared greatly. Meanwhile, when Gentle Snow saw the exchange between Shi Feng and Wang Zongquan, she felt an indescribable sense of shock and familiarity. This was because she could tell that Shi Feng's usage of his strength and body very closely resembled the principles of the refinement realm and truth realm. It was as if he had just merged these two concepts and demonstrated them. Only this should be a technique that existed only in God's domain. Now, however, he had actually displayed it in the real world. As for Zhou Linqiu, who sat in a corner of the hall, he was gaping in shock at Shi Feng. Zhou Linqiu had never imagined that Shi Feng was such a powerful expert. He was actually telling the truth. Although an aristocratic family's disciple would indeed daunt an apex internal force expert like Zhou Linqiu, this would not deter him from taking action against one. However, a neutralizing grandmaster was a different story. It was no exaggeration to describe a neutralizing grandmaster as superhuman. Compared to Shi Feng's identity as a neutralizing grandmaster, Fire Dance's identity as an aristocratic family's disciple was utterly insignificant. Neutralizing grandmasters were existences that even major corporations had to show respect to, because these people held massive influence in the fighting industry. Moreover, there were times when major corporations also needed the help of these experts. After all, the various major corporations' upper echelons were frequent targets for assassination. Only with the protection of a neutralizing grandmaster would one be able to guarantee their safety. At this moment, the various internal force experts present finally understood that Shi Feng had not been lying before. Fire Dance's achievement could very well have been thanks to Shi Feng's guidance. After all, it wasn't impossible for a neutralizing grandmaster to nurture an internal force expert. In fact, there were many precedents. During the time everyone was quietly discussing this situation, Wang Zongquan had regained consciousness. However, when he came to, his mind was a huge blur and his body ached all over. He could tell that he had several broken bones. He would need more than a month to recover fully from such injuries. Well, Master Wang, do you still wish to continue sparring? Shi Feng asked as he watched Wang Zongquan struggle to his feet. Chapter 2191, Fame Spreads in Fenglin City. When Wang Zongquan saw the faint smile on Shi Feng's face, a chill suddenly swept through him, his body shuddering involuntarily. No need to continue. I admit defeat. Wang Zongquan said hurriedly, afraid that he would be executed if he delayed his answer by even the slightest bit. Although he had clashed with Shi Feng for only a very brief moment, he understood more clearly than anybody else present just how frightening Shi Feng was. It was no exaggeration to say that if Shi Feng had wanted to, he definitely could have consigned Wang Zongquan to eternal rest with that previous move. Now when Wang Zhongquan looked at Shifeng, he felt that he was seeing a humanoid demon. Aside from this conclusion, he could not think of any other possibility. After all, despite having wandered the entire world, he had never heard of anyone becoming a neutralizing grandmaster in their early 20s. Moreover, unlike other people, Wang Zhongquan had personally clashed with neutralizing grandmasters before, so he knew full well just how frightening in existence they were. Neutralizing grandmasters could no longer be considered human. They were superhuman. Even ordinary firearms were useless against neutralizing grandmasters, as grandmasters could preemptively take evasive maneuvers by relying on their extraordinary senses. Meanwhile, before a neutralizing grandmaster, apex internal force experts like Wang Zhongquan were akin to little children. Their life and death were no longer within their control. At this moment, Wang Zhongquan started to feel animosity for Lu Xingluo. Had he known that Shifeng was a neutralizing grandmaster, with even 10 times his courage, he still wouldn't have dared to kick up a ruckus at the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Since we have solved your concerns, then we can discuss the matter of you coming here to cause a commotion, Master Wang, Shifeng said. As soon as Shifeng was done speaking, Wang Zhongquan's complexion turned ashen. Even top-ranking training centers and dojos could not bear the wrath of a neutralizing grandmaster. The fate of a lone apex internal force expert like himself went without saying. Not to mention he was currently right in front of Shifeng. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to now. Hall Master Shi, just state however much compensation you want. I'll pay it so long as I have it, Wang Zhongquan said with great anxiety. Right, I just received 6 bottles of the Green God Company's life potion. Let's add them to the compensation as well. Neutralizing grandmasters were different from the average person. The amount of nutrients their bodies required daily far exceeded the average person's. Moreover, if they wanted to improve their physical fitness further, consuming ordinary food and nutrient fluids would no longer suffice. At the very least, they needed S-rank nutrient fluids. Meanwhile, the life potion was something even more valuable than S-rank nutrient fluids. In fact, these 6 life potions were the reason why Wang Zhongquan had agreed to undertake Lu Xingluo's request. After all, life potions were extremely difficult to come by. Even neutralizing grandmasters could get their hands on only a small amount. 6 life potions? Shifeng could not help but be moved. He had never expected Wang Zhongquan to possess life potions, the Green God Company's latest creation. Shifeng naturally understood what was going through Wang Zhongquan's mind right now. After all, Shifeng had had the fortune to meet a neutralizing grandmaster in his previous life, so he knew that these grandmasters were truly superhuman. He also knew that their nutritional requirements were different from the ordinary person's. Only Shifeng wasn't actually a neutralizing grandmaster yet. He had merely touched upon the realm after combining the principles of the truth realm and refinement realm. In God's domain, every player's body had long since reached an extraordinary level. Hence, players could exhibit the principles of the realms of truth and realms of refinement to their greatest limits. The human body in the real world was very weak in comparison, making it impossible for people to fully exhibit the strength of these 2 realms in the real world. This was akin to running state-of-the-art software on an ancient computer. The hardware simply couldn't support the software at all, and the computer would crash when trying to run the application. The reason why Shifeng was able to apply the principles of the truth realm and refinement realm in the real world was mainly his having reached the ascension realm and domain realm in God's domain. Even so, he had already sustained some minor internal injuries from executing that one move. He still needed to improve his physical fitness further before he could reliably display the principles of the truth realm and refinement realm in the real world. Meanwhile, the life potion was something Shifeng had only heard of during his previous life. He had never actually seen one before, much less consumed one. The life potion was not sold to the public. It was many times more valuable than even S-rank nutrient fluids. Although the life potion couldn't resurrect the dead, it could cure all internal injuries and strengthen the user's physique. It was even rumored that long-term consumption of the life potion could rejuvenate the user. Moreover, these were still not the most important point about the life potion. The truly amazing aspect of the life potion was its ability to invigorate a person's brain cells, making cerebral development easier. Due to these reasons, after God's domain had spread its influence throughout the entire world, the life potion became something all powers fervently competed over. Those powers that managed to secure themselves a stable supply of life potions had been able to nurture a batch of peak experts and apex experts quickly. Shi Feng found Wang Zhongquan's possession of 6 life potions simply unbelievable. However, Wang Zhongquan misconstrued Shi Feng's comment as a complaint that this amount was too little. He hurriedly explained, "Hall Master Shi, this is really all that I have. However, I heard that 9-State City is about to hold an internal auction and that life potions will be sold there. Here is the invitation card I received. Aside from this, I really don't have any more life potions." Shi Feng could tell that Wang Zhongquan was not lying. He also understood that it was already plenty amazing for someone like Wang Zhongquan to obtain 6 life potions. After all, ordinary martial arts masters couldn't get their hands on even 1 bottle, let alone 6. "Fine. We'll forget about monetary compensation, but I need you to help me with a matter," Shi Feng said, nodding as he accepted the invitation. Wang Zhongquan inwardly breathed out a sigh of relief at Shi Feng's words. He then said confidently, "Hall Master Shi, please speak freely. As long as it is something I can accomplish, I'll definitely do it. It's very simple. I want you to go teach Lu Xinglua a lesson," Shi Feng said, smiling as he patted Wang Zhongquan's shoulder. Since Lu Xinglua had already taken the initiative to make trouble for him, Shi Feng naturally had to respond in kind. Although Shi Feng was currently slightly stronger than Wang Zhongquan, he was quite inferior to the professional hitman when it came to dealing with people outside of an official competition. If he tried to take action against Lu Xinglua, his actions would no doubt get exposed very quickly. Not to mention, Shi Feng didn't have that much free time to take part in such matters. He had his hands full dealing with Zero Wing. Wang Zhongquan could not help being shocked by Shi Feng's request. "Hall Master Shi, Lu Xinglua is the Starline Corporation's heir. If I do so. Since that is the case, let's continue discussing the commotion you've caused," Shi Feng said, his voice taking on a chill. If not for Shi Feng having improved sufficiently quickly and displaying absolute strength against Wang Zhongquan, Wang Zhongquan would have definitely continued trying to make trouble for the Heaven's Rumble Training Center even after suffering defeat at Fire Dance's hands. Hence, Shi Feng naturally couldn't let him off the hook too easily. Shi Feng did not doubt Wang Zhongquan's ability to meet his demand in the slightest. As for the consequences for Wang Zhongquan after carrying out this feat, this was not something Shi Feng cared about. "I'll do it. I'll make sure Hall Master Shi won't be disappointed," Wang Zhongquan assured hurriedly while nodding after sensing a trace of killing intent from Shi Feng. Wang Zhongquan had an instinctive fear of neutralizing grandmasters stemming from his understanding of their power. So long Shi Feng wanted to, unless Wang Zhongquan fled to the ends of the world, he wouldn't be able to escape Shi Feng. Compared to earning Shi Feng's ire, provoking a major corporation's heir held much lighter consequences. Not to mention, Shi Feng had only told him to teach Lu Xinglua a lesson, not to kill the man. If Wang Zhongquan limited his actions, the Starline Corporation wouldn't go all out in dealing with him. In fact, the corporation would avoid making a huge fuss about this. After all, if news of this matter were to leak to the public, the Starline Corporation would become a laughingstock for its rivals. Moreover, Wang Zhongquan was originally already furious at Lu Xinglua for sending him to pick a fight with a neutralizing grandmaster. He could use this opportunity to get some payback as well. Upon seeing Wang Zhongquan leave the Heaven's Rumble Training Center dejectedly, the upper echelons of the various training centers and dojos present promptly went to Shi Feng and Xiaoyu to congratulate them. They even sent the Heaven's Rumble Training Center huge gifts. These training centers and dojos no longer entertained any thoughts of causing trouble for Heaven's Rumble. In fact, they even showed signs of submitting themselves to Heaven's Rumble, a scene that stupefied the fighting enthusiasts in the hall, who all wondered what kind of background the Heaven's Rumble Training Center possessed. News of this matter quickly spread throughout Fenglin City. Chapter 2192, Seizing Fenglin City. After Wang Zhongquan's departure, many of the training center and dojo members present were tempted to join the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. The various fighting enthusiasts present, on the other hand, immediately started applying to join Heaven's Rumble. Previously, everyone thought that the Heaven's Rumble training center was a sham. However, after seeing Shi Feng, Heaven's Rumble's hall master, defeat Wang Zhongquan easily and overhearing the comments of the various internal force experts present stating that Shi Feng was a grandmaster martial artist, they realized that Heaven's Rumble possessed genuine ability that was far superior to that of the other training centers and dojos in Fenglin City. Moreover, Heaven's Rumble was equipped with state-of-the-art training and medical facilities. Just these points alone already held a great temptation for the various fighting enthusiasts. After just a few hours, the Heaven's Rumble Training Center had gained more than 5,000 members already. As for becoming a disciple of Heaven's Rumble, not everyone could do so since Shi Feng had set certain requirements. The Heaven's Rumble Training Center's main purpose wasn't to generate profits. It would serve as a talent pool for Zero Wing to recruit from. Hence, ordinary people couldn't become disciples of the training center. Moreover, the disciples of training centers and dojos generally enjoyed much better treatment than ordinary members. They would be taught things that were not shared with the public. The recruitment requirements for disciples naturally had to be strict. Even so, after half a day of testing, Heaven's Rumble still managed to recruit more than 200 disciples. This situation excited Xiao Yu greatly. Despite having managed the Big Dipper Training Center for many years now, he had never seen so many people joining a training center on the day of its grand opening. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As Heaven's Rumble's name spread, even more people would join. Afterward, so long as Heaven's Rumble managed to nurture some disciples that achieved high rankings in Fenglin City's annual fighting competition, the Heaven's Rumble Training Center could easily become the head of Fenglin City's fighting industry. As the Heaven's Rumble Training Center bustled with activity, Zhou Xian suddenly approached Shi Feng. Zhou Xian's appearance had been completely silent. Most of the people inside the hall had overlooked his existence. Only a small number of internal force experts had managed to notice him. What a powerful person! His strength is most likely on par with Wang Zhongquan's, Qin Tianhe exclaimed in his heart when he saw Zhou Xian approaching Shi Feng. Wang Zhongquan had an overbearing and explicit aura. On the other hand, Zhou Xian gave off a sense of emptiness and restraint. The two of them were polar opposites of each other. If an ordinary person were to compare the two of them, they would definitely judge Wang Zhongquan to be stronger. However, those who had trained to Qin Tianhe's standards no longer judged people's strength based on aura alone. Moreover, concealing one's aura was much more difficult than simply letting it run wild. This was also a technique Qin Tianhe had been studying for quite some time now. Unfortunately, he had just barely scratched the surface of the technique thus far and was definitely inferior to Zhou Xian. One could say that, in terms of technique and spirit, Zhou Xian was above Wang Zhongquan. Zhou Xian, why is he here? Zhang Tianya was stunned when he saw Zhou Xian. Unlike Qin Tianhe, Zhang Tianya was not only an internal force expert but also the heir of one of Fenglin City's top 5 financial groups. Zhou Xian had once visited Fenglin City. Back then, the various financial groups of Fenglin City had promptly gathered to welcome him to the city. Moreover, the leaders of every financial group, including the Zhang clan group, had been present during this gathering. These leaders all treated Zhou Xian with great respect. As for Zhang Tianya, as he was part of the younger generation, he could only watch the gathering of VIPs from the sidelines. Zhou Xian was someone who was only half a step away from becoming a neutralizing grandmaster. Unfortunately, due to his advanced age, his physique could no longer keep up with his mind. As a result, he could never cross the final threshold and remained stuck at the apex of the internal force realm. Whether it was in terms of status or strength, Zhou Xian was an existence that Zhang Tianya could only look at in awe. Now, however, Zhou Xian was actually taking the initiative to greet Shi Feng. During the time Qin Tianhe and Zhang Tianya were wondering about Zhou Xian's purpose here, Zhou Xian arrived before Shi Feng. "Hall Master Shi, are you free for a private chat?" Zhou Xian asked in a low tone. At this moment, Zhou Xian no longer viewed Shi Feng with contempt. On the contrary, he now looked at the youth with a trace of fear and respect. Neutralizing grandmasters were existences beyond the circle of ordinary internal force experts. However, as the butler of the 5 States Corporation's heir, Zhou Xian was quite familiar with the existence of neutralizing grandmasters, so he knew intimately how powerful they were. Even major corporations would not dare slight neutralizing grandmasters. "Sure, let's head upstairs," Shifeng said, nodding. He had long since known about Zhou Xian's arrival in the Heaven's Rumble Training Center as well as the man's purpose for visiting. He also knew about Han Yifeng's determination to invest in God's domain. Meanwhile, with how successful Zero Wing currently was in God's domain, the temptation it held for Han Yifeng went without saying. Given these two things, it was obvious that Han Yifeng was waiting for an opportune moment to make Zero Wing an offer it could not refuse. Only Zero Wing's strength surpassed Han Yifeng's expectations. Now even Starlink could not make short work of Zero Wing and could only pursue a war of attrition. After today's performance, it would be very normal for Han Yifeng to grow impatient and take action immediately. Shifeng led Zhou Xian to the top-floor reception room, leaving the training center's matters to Xiao Yu Fire Dance, and Bai Qingxue to manage. How is this possible? Zhang Tianya gaped in shock at the respectful attitude Zhou Xian showed Shifeng. Zhang Tianya could tell that Bai Qingxue and Shifeng's relationship was not simple at all. Otherwise, Bai Qingxue wouldn't have invited him to help the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Previously, although Zhang Tianya felt that Shifeng's strength as a neutralizing grandmaster was indeed amazing, he did not consider himself inferior to Shifeng. After all, he was still young. He was also one of Fenglin City's top fighting prodigies. He still had plenty of room for improvement and a chance to become a neutralizing grandmaster himself in the future. Moreover, he also had the Zhang clan group behind him. Even though Shifeng currently had his identity as a neutralizing grandmaster, he would still need at least a decade to develop the Heaven's Rumble Training Center to a level that rivaled the Zhang clan group. Now, however, even Zhang Tianya's sole redeeming feature appeared laughable. The only person capable of commanding Zhou Xian to pay someone a personal visit was Han Yifeng, the heir of the Five States Corporation. This meant that Han Yifeng was trying to make contact with Shifeng. If Shifeng had Han Yifeng's backing, then getting the Heaven's Rumble Training Center to surpass the Zhang clan group would truly be a piece of cake. Inside the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's top-floor reception room, "Mr. Zhou, may I know what business you have with me?" Shifeng asked as he sat down. "I am here to relay a message from my young master Hall Master Shi. Starlink is not as simple as you think it is. Lu Xinglua is receiving guidance from someone higher. Sending Wang Zhongquan to Heaven's Rumble this time was merely a test. Once Lu Xinglua has a clear idea of the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, I'm afraid he and the person behind him will take serious action. My young master advises you to be extra careful against Lu Xinglua," Zhou Xian said gravely. The strength Shifeng displayed this time was indeed frightening. Even an existence like the Starlink Corporation would not wish to provoke a neutralizing grandmaster casually. However, with Zero Wing standing in Starlink's way and forming quite an enmity with Starlink, it did not matter even if the Heaven's Rumble Training Center had the backing of a neutralizing grandmaster. The Starlink Corporation still had plenty of ways to destroy the training center in secret. Moreover, even if the Starlink Corporation couldn't touch Shifeng himself, it could still deal with the other members of Zero Wing. Please give my thanks to young Master Han for his reminder. I'll make sure to be more careful from now on. If young Master Han needs any help in God's domain, please feel free to seek out Zero Wing, Shifeng said. He understood that Han Yifeng was trying to sell him a favor this time. Moreover, Han Yifeng was also finally treating him as a potential partner rather than another pawn or subordinate. I will relay this to my young master. If there are no other matters, I will take my leave now, Zhou Xian said as he stood up, showing no intention of staying even a moment longer. After Zhou Xian left, Shifeng sank into deep thought. Although his strength had already improved by a significant margin and many of the dangers he would normally have to worry about were no longer a concern, just like Han Yifeng said, the various major corporations were not as simple as they made themselves out to be. The Starlink Corporation would have no difficulty dealing with both the Heaven's Rumble Training Center and Zero Wing from the shadows. It seems I have to improve my strength quickly, nurture more experts, and develop my power in Fenglin City. Shifeng understood that even though the Starlink Corporation seemed helpless against the current Zero Wing, if it took covert action, Zero Wing would be helpless to do anything about it. The only way to avoid such an outcome was to increase Zero Wing's status and influence in the real world. Afterward, Shi Feng took out one of the life potions which Wang Zhongquan had someone secretly deliver to him. He admired the icy blue liquid contained inside the glass bottle, then popped the cap and drank the liquid. He needed to improve his own physique first above all else. Chapter 2193, Life Potion's Effects. The instant Shi Feng consumed the life potion, a cool sensation spread across his entire body. Shortly after, his body started heating up as if all its cells had just gained new life. Amazing. My injured muscles recovered significantly as soon as I drank it. With this, I'll be completely healed in less than half an hour. Shi Feng was shocked to feel his injuries healing at a rapid pace. The injuries he sustained from overexerting his muscles had been severe and would have taken at least 2 or 3 days to fully recover, even with the help of the most advanced medical facilities in the world. Now, however, he would need only half an hour to make a full recovery. The life potion's effects were truly divine. Moreover, aside from it healing his injuries, Shi Feng could also sense it starting to invigorate and strengthen his body's cells. By the time his body completely absorbed the life potion, his physical fitness would have definitely improved by quite a significant margin. It's no wonder life potions sold for such ridiculous prices in the past. With my current condition, if I use this long-term, I'll gain the physical fitness of an actual grandmaster within 2 months, Shi Feng thought to himself, a passionate flame burning in his eyes as he gazed at the 5 remaining bottles of life potion on the table. Recently, his physical fitness had hit a bottleneck. Despite a greater training load, his gains were negligible. He would have to train for a very long time to see any noticeable improvements. If he wished to improve his strength quickly, the only way to do so was by becoming a neutralizing grandmaster. Neutralizing grandmasters were known as such because their control over their bodies had already reached the acme of perfection. This was especially true for their control over their brains, which allowed grandmasters to accelerate their hormone production and metabolism, thereby further improving the body's performance. Meanwhile, the life potion would help him break through this bottleneck and further improve his physical fitness by a significant margin. However, each bottle of life potion was effective for only 6 days. Even if he used all 6 bottles himself, they would last him only 36 days. He would need a few more bottles to reach the Grandmaster standard. So long as his physical fitness was at the Grandmaster standard, even if his control was still wanting, he would be able to exchange moves with a true neutralizing Grandmaster. An hour later, seeing as it was close to 6 in the evening already, which meant that daytime was approaching in God's domain, Shi Feng decided to make his way back to Zero Wing's headquarters and further strengthen the headquarters' security. Indeed, just like Xianxia had said, it was very likely that Lu Xinglua had sent Wang Zhongquan just to probe the situation on Zero Wing's side. Once Lu Xinglua and the ones behind him were done with their investigation, they would most likely start taking action in secret. Hence, he needed to strengthen Zero Wing's security measures and its core members. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to let Fire Dance and the others use the life potion as well. However, on second thought, he decided against it. Although the life potion was useful to everyone, using it on ordinary people and basic internal force experts was too much of a waste because the physical fitness of these people was still far from hitting a bottleneck. They had many other means to improve themselves rapidly. Moreover, through the experiment Shi Feng had conducted using Wang Zhongquan, he had confirmed that one could improve one's strength in the real world by reaching the refinement realm and truth realm in God's domain. By combining the principles of these two realms with his guidance and training, Fire Dance and the others could contend against internal force experts, even if they had yet to grasp internal force. If one possessed such combat standards in the real world, they could cope with many troublesome matters in the real world. Once he trained Zero Wing's core members to an adequate level, all they needed to do was participate in various fighting competitions and achieve stunning results. Once that happened, the Heavens Rumble Training Center's status and influence in Fenglin City would increase drastically, and the training center would become the true leader of the city's fighting industry. At that time, even if Lu Xinglua wanted to, he would have great difficulty hindering Zero Wing's operations in the city. Meanwhile, to achieve this goal of his, Shifeng intended to prepare the Lost Town to receive more of Zero Wings members immediately instead of limiting access to just the guild's main force. Having more members reach the Truth Realm would greatly bolster Zero Wings' strength and increase its ability to cope with the various superpowers of God's domain. After all, now that Stone Forest City was achieving such enormous success, the superpowers definitely wouldn't just sit still and let it be. After Shifeng finished updating the security measures in Zero Wings headquarters, he logged back into God's domain. When Shifeng appeared back inside his special forging room in the candlelight trading firm, he suddenly felt his mind was more unrestrained than before, as if it had more scope for processing things now. So this is the effect of the life potion? Shifeng could not help but be surprised. With his current state, he felt that he could learn even a silver combat technique. Previously, although he had obtained a silver legacy stone tablet, he had yet to use it even now because he already difficulty learning bronze combat techniques, let alone silver combat techniques. Even domain realm experts would have a very low likelihood of mastering one. The reason why this was the case wasn't a deficiency in combat standards but two other issues. The first issue was an inadequate physique. Executing a silver combat technique required a physique at the Tier 3 standard at minimum. The second issue was an insufficient brain capacity. Silver combat techniques were extremely complex. If one's brain was not sufficiently active, it would not be able to process the complex actions required to execute the technique. Of course, this problem could be solved so long as one continuously improved their physique in God's domain. However, a Tier 2 physique was still far from the point where it could lower the mental difficulty of learning a silver combat technique. During the time Shifeng was researching the benefits of the life potion, Aqua Rose suddenly called him. "Guild leader, I have two people here who say they want to meet you," Aqua Rose said. "Both of them are here on someone else's behalf. They say it's related to an agreement you have with the Midnight Tea Party's vice commander, Endless Scars." Endless Scars. Nodding, Shifeng said, "All right, I'll head over right away." Endless Scars had previously sought his help with the matter, and he had agreed to help her out in his personal capacity. However, there had been no word from her after that, so he had gotten the impression that the woman had already forgotten about their agreement. He never thought that she would contact him now. However, an agreement was an agreement. Since Endless Scars had sent someone to contact him, he naturally had to go meet with these representatives. He took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported back to the White River City Guild residence. Inside the top-floor reception room of Zero Wings residence in White River City. Aside from Aqua Rose, there were currently two other people, a man and a woman, in the reception room. Both looked to be around 30 years old. Although the man had a gaunt frame, he gave the impression of a wild wolf. The aura he radiated was sharp and unruly in nature. As for the woman, her appearance was not the slightest bit inferior to Aqua Rose's, only more mature. She also radiated the aura of a predator. "Burning, what do you think is going through Scars's mind?" "She's actually wasting a slot on Black Flame," the other woman in the room asked the man sitting beside her, her eyes filled with confusion. "Although Black Flame has indeed reached the domain realm, our task isn't something that can be accomplished with just superior combat standards. In my opinion, Black Flame isn't comparable even to Jia. I don't know, but the slot belongs to Scars. How she decides to use it is beyond my control. If we find out that Black Flame really isn't good enough, it won't be too late to replace him with someone else," the man named Burning Sea replied, smiling as he shook his head. While the two were conversing in private, Shifeng had entered the room. The instant Shifeng entered, the pair started scrutinizing him. Similarly, Shifeng studied the duo. Who are these two people? Shifeng was surprised when he inspected the duo using omniscient eyes. The man was a level 72 berserker named Burning Sea, and he had 5 pieces of epic equipment on him. As for the woman, she was a level 72 cleric named Frozen Gem. Although she sported only 3 pieces of epic equipment, the quality of her staff was indiscernible even with omniscient eyes. The equipment standards of these two players were undoubtedly among the best available in God's domain right now. Ordinary peak experts definitely were no match for them. Moreover, both players actually radiated an aura that was much more intense than that of a great lord. They also gave Shifeng a strong sense of danger. However, Shifeng couldn't pinpoint the source of that danger. "Your Black Flame." Burning Sea asked in a questioning tone. That's right, Shifeng answered, nodding. May I know what business scars has sent you 2/4? Good. In that case, let me see whether you are qualified or not. Upon receiving a positive answer from Shifeng, Burning Sea immediately unsheathed the great sword slung on his back and sent a sword light slashing at him. In the next moment, the sword light split into 12 copies of itself, each copy seemingly having a life of its own as they cut at Shifeng from 12 different directions. Moreover, each sword light carried strength rivaling that of a great lord of the same level. All 12 sword lights attacked together like 12 great lord-ranked wolves pouncing on him simultaneously. Even domain realm experts might not be able to replicate Burning Sea's proficiency in combining a combat technique and a skill. Chapter 2194. Spiritualization Realm. Although Burning Sea was a Tier 2 berserker, his attacks were faster than even that of Tier 2 assassins. As if they had a life of their own, the 12 sword lights locked down Shifeng, leaving him no room to dodge at all. How merciless! Frozen Gem was surprised by Burning Sea's attack. She had never thought that he would be even more ruthless than herself. The combat technique Burning Sea was using was an advanced combat technique called Wolfpack and was his trademark move. When he combined it with the Tier 2 skill Chaotic Flash, even domain realm experts would have an extremely difficult time coping with this move. After all, this was not a move that could be seen through and blocked easily. If Shifeng wished to retreat unscathed in this cramped space, he would have to use a life-saving skill. Otherwise, if even one of the sword lights hit, Burning Sea would be able to capitalize on the situation and follow up with a series of moves, giving Shifeng no room to breathe at all. Against such an assault, even shield warriors and guardian knights would fall quickly. However, contrary to Frozen Gems and Burning Sea's expectations, Shifeng did not activate a life-saving skill despite the imminent arrival of the 12 sword lights. Instead, he brandished his 2 swords and met the 12 sword lights in battle. Sword's Orbit. The sword's orbit that Shifeng was executing was markedly different from before. Now the technique looked much plainer and simpler. He also executed only a handful of slashes. Even so, these few slashes created a seemingly airtight defense around him, as all 12 sword lights had their attack trajectories twisted by an invisible force in the next moment. Like a pack of hungry wolves that stumbled across a mighty lion, the 12 sword lights took the initiative to detour around the swordsman. Spiritualization. His technique usage has already reached such a standard? Frozen Gem exclaimed when she saw Shifeng smoothly and effortlessly neutralizing Burning Sea's attacks. Meanwhile, when Burning Sea saw this scene, he promptly halted his offensive and quietly eyed Shifeng as if he had just found some kind of treasure. Amazing! I never thought that you'd already be in the spiritualization realm. No wonder Scars wants to give her last slot to you. Burning Sea raved in excitement. While Burning Sea was talking, Aqua Rose had completed the incantation for her spell and was about to attack Burning Sea. However, Shifeng stopped her midway, then calmly asked, "May I know what you two are doing here? Also, what is this spiritualization realm you mentioned?" Shifeng was aware that Burning Sea's attack was some sort of test for him. This was obvious from how Burning Sea had stopped attacking as soon as Shifeng neutralized the Berserker's first move. As for the spiritualization realm the two spoke of, this was Shifeng's first time to hear about such a thing. Sorry. We are inviting you to help us with a very important mission. We cannot afford any carelessness on this mission, so we needed to test you. Still, I never thought you would be this powerful. As expected of the person Scar's views favorably, Burning Sea apologized sincerely. As for the spiritualization realm, it is a realm referring to the usage standard of combat techniques, which we discovered in God's domain. Of course, this is only a name we coined ourselves. As for what it is actually called, we aren't very sure either. I see. Realization immediately dawned upon Shifeng when he heard Burning Sea's words. May I know what Scars is asking me to do? The only realm he could think of that could be found in God's domain was the realms of truth. Apparently, Burning Sea's group had yet to come into contact with NPCs knowledgeable about the realms of truth or find any related information. Hence, they were referring to the realms of truth using a name of their own. It was also no wonder Shifeng felt that Burning Sea's wolf pack was special. The berserker's execution of Wolfpack was completely different from the average combat technique. He had obviously applied the principles of the realms of truth. However, when Shifeng thought about how other people had also come into contact with the realms of truth and had even achieved a certain amount of success in them, he was still surprised. Burning Sea in particular had clearly entered the truth realm already. This definitely wasn't good news to Shifeng. Now that other people were exploring the realms of truth, Zero Wing's advantages would undoubtedly decrease considerably. The only thing worth celebrating now was that Zero Wing had a systematic training system for the realms of truth, whereas other people would have to slowly explore and master the realms of truth on their own. We discovered a mysterious secret land in the Sea of Death and we wish to raid it. Only that place is very special. Tools cannot be used there and everyone is suppressed to tier 0. We can use only the most basic skills and spells. Moreover, entering and leaving the secret land are extremely difficult. Contact with the outside world is also impossible. We have gone through great lengths to obtain the entry slots for this secret land, so we need the help of experts like yourself to secure the treasures there, Frozen Gem explained. In a situation where tools could not be used and skills and spells were heavily suppressed, players could rely only on their own combat standards to fight inside the secret land. A mysterious secret land in the Sea of Death? Shifeng concealed his surprise at Frozen Gem's words. Could they be talking about one of the Thunder God's secret lands? The Sea of Death was considered a forbidden land for players because the Sea of Death was where the Thunder God had perished. The Thunder God had set up plenty of secret lands in the Sea of Death, every one of which contained a considerable number of treasures. There were even fragmented legendary items and peak legacies in some of these secret lands. In the past, players had gradually discovered the Thunder God's secret lands after level 80. The various powers then frantically explored these secret lands. Since these secret lands were one of the first few places where players started encountering fragmented legendary items, the intensity of the competition over these secret lands was obvious. However, the Thunder God's secret lands were located in another space, making them impossible to enter and leave through normal means. There were several ways to enter these secret lands, and one of the most reliable ways was by obtaining special quest items that were dropped only by level 70+ sea monsters in the Sea of Death and then completing the quest these items provided. Another method was by obtaining the entry pass through killing special sea monsters. However, these special sea monsters did not appear in specific locations. Even if a first-rate guild went all out in search of these special sea monsters, they might not necessarily find one. The last method was by obtaining the guidance of the Thunder God's legacy and then completing a series of quests, which would then allow one to enter the Thunder God's secret lands. Shifeng had never imagined that Endless Scars would be lucky enough to be able to enter one of the Thunder God's secret lands now. Alright, but I want priority selection over one of the dropped items, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. He naturally couldn't provide his help for free. There were far too many excellent items inside the Thunder God's secret lands. Every item in these secret lands was a treasure that could help improve a player's strength significantly. However, these were not the things Shifeng was aiming for. Currently, the various superpowers were keeping a close eye on Zero Wing. So long as these superpowers spotted an opportunity, they would surely strike at the guild. Moreover, even with the advantages Stone Forest City provided, Zero Wing was only capable of keeping itself alive but not contending against these superpowers. If Zero Wing wished to face the various superpowers in a frontal confrontation, the guild itself needed to grow stronger. Now that Zero Wing had a stable supply of internal members, it was only a matter of time before the guild gained a new batch of experts. The only problem now was that these new experts would be very underleveled and would not be able to exhibit their full strength. Although the veteran experts of the guild normally helped the guild's low-leveled experts level up, these low-leveled experts would still take a long time to catch up to the frontline experts. Meanwhile, there was one item available inside the Thunder God's secret lands that could help players level up quickly. It was also something that countless powers had sought to obtain in the past. The Guild Alchemy Workshop design. The Guild Alchemy Workshop was an advanced construction that allowed the production of potions exclusive to guilds, such as the Experience Potion. Guild members could purchase up to 2 experience potions from the workshop every day. Moreover, only players that were at least 5 levels lower than the average level of frontline players could purchase and use this potion. This potion was a miracle drug that enabled new players to catch up to frontline players quickly. However, the Guild Alchemy Workshop design was extremely rare. It dropped in only a select few secret lands and special team dungeons, including the Thunder God's secret lands. Hesitating, Burning Sea said, "We'll have to discuss this with our team leader. After all, this is something that concerns the entire team. The two of us don't have the power to decide on this." "That won't be a problem." Shifeng nodded in understanding. Burning Sea and Frozen Gem then went offline. By the looks of it, they were going to contact their team leader through the real world. After a short delay, Burning Sea and Frozen Gem came back online. "Guild leader Black Flame, I'm afraid we cannot agree to your request," Frozen Gem said resolutely. Chapter 2195, Nameless Team. Although you are an expert Scars has invited, there are still 9 other people in the team. Every one of them is an expert as well. If we give you priority in choosing the loot, it will not be fair to the other experts. Moreover, we are only working on commission. We won't be distributing the loot we obtain, Burning Sea explained. Hence, our team leader has rejected your suggestion. Of course, the remuneration we are offering for your help definitely won't disappoint you, Guild leader Black Flame. Our team leader knows that Zero Wing has recently recruited a lot of new people in the real world and is also being targeted by Starlink, so it should be fast-tracking a batch of experts through the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Our team leader is willing to pay you 30 S-rank nutrient fluids. 30 S-rank nutrient fluids? Aqua Rose could not help being moved by Burning Sea's words. She was no longer an ordinary guild elder who was ignorant about the world. Instead, she was part of Zero Wing's core upper echelon and knew just how valuable S-rank nutrient fluids were. Originally, S-rank nutrient fluids were used only by fighting experts to recover quickly from a heavy injury. However, S-rank nutrient fluids' utility wasn't limited to healing injuries. If consumed after fighting an intense battle in God's domain, S-rank nutrient fluids aided in the development of one's brain capacity by providing the necessary nutrients. This was something Aqua Rose had personally experienced before. In fact, her consumption of S-rank nutrient fluids was a major factor behind the rapid improvement of her combat standards. Moreover, aside from herself, others such as Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, Cola, Shadow Sword, Alluring Summer and Silent Blade also had similar experiences. However, S-rank nutrient fluids were extremely difficult to come by even if one had the money to purchase them. After making use of both Aqua Rose's and Gentle Snow's connections, Zero Wing had managed to secure only an additional dozen or so bottles. Since then, the guild had used up all its S-rank nutrient fluids, including the ones the White Tiger Dojo provided. As a result, the rate of improvement of Zero Wing's core upper echelons had recently been gradually decreasing. If Zero Wing could secure an additional 30 S-rank nutrient fluids, combined with the training slots Unyielding Soul provided, Aqua Rose was confident that at least she and Gentle Snow could reach the Flowing Water Realm within half a month, instantly increasing the number of Flowing Water Realm experts Zero Wing had by a large margin. Guild leader Black Flame, this is the greatest sincerity we can offer. May I know what you think of this? Frozen Gem asked. It was not easy to find a spiritualized expert. Even experts like Burning Sea and herself had managed to reach the spiritualization realm just recently. Now that she knew that Shifeng was a spiritualized expert, she naturally wanted to rope him in. However, at the end of the day, this team of theirs was established by their team leader, who wanted to secure the item inside the Thunder God's secret land no matter what, and he was unwilling to give others a share of it. This was something beyond her control. Nevertheless, the price of 30 S-rank nutrient fluids could be considered extremely high. Even hiring a super guild's old monster would not require such a price. However, doing so would also expose the Thunder God's secret land's existence to the various super guilds, something they definitely didn't want to happen. Of course, if Shifeng refused to help, then they would have no choice but to seek the help of those super guild's old monsters. After all, once they secured the item inside the Thunder God's secret land, they wouldn't really care whether those super guilds entered the secret land or not. What an irresistible offer. All right, I agree, Shifeng said, nodding while revealing a bitter smile. At the same time, Shifeng also grew curious about the team leader Burning Sea and Frozen Gem mentioned. This team leader was truly generous to be able to offer 30 S-rank nutrient fluids as remuneration. Moreover, this person's information network was very powerful. Shifeng had just resolved the problem at the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, yet this person already knew about the troubles he faced and what he needed most right now. As for the Guild Alchemy Workshop design, Shifeng had no choice but to think of another way to obtain it. Not to mention the design didn't have a 100% drop rate. His request before was merely for insurance. Afterward, Shifeng signed a contract with Burning Sea. If the mission was a success, he would receive 30 S-rank nutrient fluids as payment. In the event of failure, he would still receive 10 bottles. After confirming that the contract was signed, Burning Sea took out a crystal that crackled with electricity. Golden divine runes were carved all over the crystal. The crystal itself gave off a faint trace of divine might. In the next moment, Burning Sea threw the crystal to the floor. Suddenly, the space within the reception room started trembling violently. A moment later, a black hole the size of an adult male opened up inside the room. Here's your entry pass. Let's go, Burning Sea said as he took out a token made of magic crystal and handed it to Shifeng. He then took the lead and walked into the black hole. Once Shifeng accepted the entry pass, he followed Burning Sea into the black hole, leaving Zero Wings affairs to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow to handle. After Shifeng entered the black hole, his vision turned black. When he could see again, he found himself in a desolate wasteland filled with electricity and flames. The wasteland was endless. From time to time, horrific lightning bolts would strike the ground, creating huge craters. Occasionally, towering pillars of fire would rise from the ground. The scenery here was the epitome of Armageddon. Be it the lightning strikes or fire pillars, even an ordinary person could tell that so long as they were struck by these things, they would definitely lose their lives. At this moment, however, a large number of demonic creatures was actually roaming this wasteland. These demonic creatures were all level 70 or above, and even the weakest among them was at the Lord rank, with many of them being Great Lords and Grand Lords. Moreover, the instant Shifeng stepped into this wasteland, his tier was suppressed to tier 0. This wasteland was undoubtedly a forbidden land for players. If an ordinary expert were to come here, they would most likely lose hope immediately. After all, if a player's tier dropped to 0, the effectiveness of their skills and spells would fall drastically. Their basic attributes and physique would decrease as well. Under these circumstances, ordinary expert players would have difficulty fighting even special elite-ranked monsters of the same level, let alone lords and great lords. This would be akin to tossing an ordinary player into a team dungeon filled with boss monsters. The new guy's here. Now that everyone's here, we can start advancing. At this moment, several voices came from a short distance behind Shifeng. Turning around, Shifeng noticed 7 people sitting on a gravel pile and resting. The group consisted of both young and old, male and female. Even the lowest leveled player in this group of 7 was level 72. Moreover, their equipment standard was not the slightest bit lower than Burning Sea's. Endless Scars sat among this group of 7. Only, the current Endless Scars was a lot different from the last time Shifeng met her. Now, not only had her weapon and equipment undergone a massive improvement, but even the aura she exuded had transformed significantly. As if she were a demon that had just walked out of the abyss, her aura was filled with coldness and madness, entirely different from her calm and cheerful aura from before. When Endless Scars saw Shifeng, she simply greeted him with a nod. "Hello, I am the leader of this expedition team, Xianxia," a white-haired man who appeared to be in his 30s said as he approached Shifeng. The white-haired man gave off a friendly vibe. Shifeng did not feel uncomfortable in the slightest while in the man's presence. However, even though omniscient eyes could not discern the rank of the white-haired man's shield and axe, Shifeng recognized them because they had been extremely famous in his previous life. They were a set of magic weapons called the Purple Thunder set. The set's overall performance was much better than that of individual magic weapons. "Hello." Shifeng nodded as he looked at Xianxia. his mind filled with confusion. His confusion was because he had never heard of the name Samsara in his previous life. Moreover, the Purple Thunder Set's owner should be a Tier 5 female guardian knight, and the Purple Thunder Set had never changed owners as far as he knew. The female guardian knight had relied on this magic weapon set to rise to fame in God's domain. Our mission this time is to reach the Thunder Temple in the deeper area of this plane. You've seen the situation here for yourself already. Since you're a swordsman, you and Happy Art will be responsible for the healer's safety as well as supporting the others in the team. Do you have any problems with this arrangement? Samsara asked as he pointed at a female shield warrior with a beautiful appearance and a magnificent body. At this time, Shifeng was only one level away from the level 80 threshold. Currently, however, he had disguised himself as a level 72 swordsman, a very standard level in this team. As for his equipment standard, he had matched it to the equipment standard of current Apex experts. Anyone using an identification skill on him now would find that he was wearing 5 pieces of epic equipment, with the rest being level 70 dark gold equipment. Unless someone in the team could see through the concealment ability of his fragmented legendary ranked Nightwalker's cape, they would see only this information and nothing more. That's fine. Shifeng nodded. In such a poor environment, fights would undoubtedly be drawn out and challenging. Hence, the healer could be said to be the backbone of the team. If the healer died, the team would not be able to advance at all. Moreover, the poor environment here had a much greater effect on magical class players, as their life-saving skills would be much less effective than usual. Hence, prioritizing the protection of the healer was indeed the best decision. Since there are no problems, everyone, let's move according to the original plan, Samsara said to the others in the team. Upon hearing Samsara's command, everyone quickly fell into formation. The guardian knight Samsara took the lead while Burning Sea and Endless Scars supported him from the sides. The assassin and ranger of the team went to lure monsters over. As for Shifeng and the shield warrior Happy Art, they flanked Frozen Gem, who was the team's healer. New guy, the monsters here are very powerful. Run to me if you find yourself unable to hold on, Happy Art said as she clapped Shifeng's shoulder in a friendly manner. Alright, I'll be troubling you at that time, Shifeng responded. Shifeng could tell that this beautiful shield warrior was very powerful. Her strength was most likely on par with Burning Sea. She would be treated as a genius even in super guilds, although he had never heard of the name Happy Art in both his past and current lives. As a shield warrior, she would be much better at tanking monsters than a swordsman like himself. Since the other party was showing him goodwill, he naturally wouldn't reject it. After Samsara finished making sure everyone knew what they needed to do later, he led the team deeper into the desolate wasteland. Chapter 2196, Monstrous Strike. Lightning bombarded the desolate wasteland. Even expert players, if they weren't careful, would be struck and turned to ash. However, Samsara and the others advanced through the wasteland as if the lightning didn't exist at all. Only the swarming demonic creatures gave them any trouble. Thunder Tiger, Demonic Creature Lord. Level 76. HP 36, 000/36, 000. Hell Python, Demonic Creature, Great Lord. Level 77. HP 63, 000/63, 000. Even under normal circumstances, these demonic creatures were already tough opponents. But in the Thunder God's secret land, where players' tiers were reduced to 0, these monsters were even more of a challenge. These monsters attacked in groups of 20 or more and could easily annihilate a 100-man team of ordinary experts. Everyone get ready. Old Locust and Formless, lure some of the monsters away. Everyone else follow the plan. Samsara calmly directed his team as he watched the approaching demonic creatures. Leave it to this old man, the elderly assassin named Maple Locust declared as he charged forth. Meanwhile, the young ranger, Formless Arrow, freed his bow and fervently fired his arrows. He released 36 arrows, hitting 18 3-meter-tall thunder tigers in the blink of an eye. Moreover, every arrow found its target in the thunder tiger's eyes, blinding the demonic creatures even if they didn't cause any substantial damage. Unable to see their prey, the thunder tigers halted their advance and swung their heads in confusion. Maple Locust made his way to the group of demonic creatures and used a smoke bomb, obscuring the area with smoke. The smoke drastically limited visibility in the area, and the Thunder Tigers were not immune to its effects. Meanwhile, Maple Locust quickly located the 7 demonic creatures he hadn't blinded and threw his daggers, each dealing over -6,000 damage. His damage was overwhelmingly low for a Tier 2 expert. The 2 Hell Pythons and 5 Thunder Tigers bellowed with fury as the daggers found their marks. Enraged, they charged through the smokescreen and pounced on the assassin. Even ordinary Tier 2 experts would likely die instantly under an assault from 2 Great Lords and 5 Lords. But Maple Locust had predicted these attacks and dodged the Thunder Tiger's strikes. Although he failed to dodge the Hell Python's attacks, his timing with wind steps was perfect, and using the skill's brief invulnerability to block the Great Lord's attacks, he used the impact to pull more than a dozen yards away from the demonic creatures. The techniques Maple Locust and Formless Arrow displayed were frighteningly impressive. Their timing and use of their surroundings were amazing. Even peak experts would be shocked to see it. After all, both players were currently Tier 0, not Tier 2. The assassin quickly lured the 7 demonic creatures through the smokescreen and toward the team. Seeing this, Samsara, Burning Sea and Endless Scars promptly aggroed the 2 Hell Pythons, with Samsara and Burning Sea working together against one, while Endless Scars pinned down the other by herself. The Shield Warrior, Happy Art, aggroed 3 of the remaining Thunder Tigers, and Shurfeng worked with Heartless Sword against the last 2. Maple Locust and Formless Arrow then got to work, luring the other 18 Thunder Tigers away from the team. All of these players wore the best equipment available in the game right now, and although their tiers had been suppressed, their basic attributes rivaled ordinary Tier 2 players of the same level. Hence, they had no trouble pinning down a level 76 Lord. However, whether or not they killed the Lord would depend on their individual standards. The tier suppression in the Thunder God's secret land also affected players' skills and spells. As a result, players would not deal a lot of damage within the secret land. If players wished to increase their damage against these monsters, they had to maximize their efficiency with their combat standards, skills and spells. As the team fought, each member skillfully combined their combat techniques with their skills and spells. The power they exhibited was far beyond what ordinary skills and spells were capable of, and they didn't waste a single hit as every attack struck the demonic creatures. As a result, the demonic creatures' HP continuously decreased. The team's overall DPS was only slightly less than that of ordinary Tier 2 experts. Who are these people? Shurfeng watched his teammates fight, shocked. Could this be the butterfly effect? The fact that 5 of his 9 teammates were Domain Realm experts was already surprising, but the fact that these 9 players had reached the Truth Realm was even more frightening. However, aside from Endless Scars, Shurfeng had never heard of these experts. While Shurfeng had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past, he hadn't exactly had access to a lot of information, but he had enjoyed greater access than ordinary players. Any expert capable of reaching the Domain Realm had been an apex powerhouse in God's domain, able to reach Tier 5 at the very least. However, Samsara and these others' names hadn't been among the Tier 5 and 6 players he had known about. Of course, Shurfeng may find his teammates' performances surprising, but he didn't fall behind in this fight. Shurfeng's tier had been reduced to 0 as well, but his basic attributes could still rival current peak experts. Including the fact that he was a level 79 player, he easily suppressed the Thunder Tiger before him. As he fought, damages ranging from -30,000 to -50,000 began to appear above the Thunder Tiger's head, one after another. How is his strength so high? Happy Art's eyes widened in shock when she saw the damages appear above the demonic creatures. Even Endless Scars, the team's strongest player, and her strength was on par with the Thunder Tigers. Knowing the woman's combat standards, this was why Samsara had her pin down one of the Great Lord-ranked Hell Pythons by herself, keeping it busy. However, Shurfeng literally pinned the Thunder Tiger he faced to the ground. We found a diamond in the rough. Maple Locust, who kited a group of Thunder Tigers, could not help but comment when he saw Shurfeng. With this kid, we'll reach the Thunder Temple much sooner than anticipated. That's right. We really owe Scars for this. It'll also be much easier to clear out these monsters, Samsara chimed in, nodding happily. The monster they had to deal with on the way was the most challenging aspect of reaching the Thunder Temple. Having a team member with such high attributes would undoubtedly relieve some of the pressure they had to face and significantly increase the team's survivability. Endless Scars only nodded in response to Samsara's praise, but even she was surprised to see Shifeng handle his monster so easily. Shifeng's extraordinary basic attributes were precisely the reason that she had chosen him to help with this mission, but she hadn't expected his attributes to be this high. She had drastically improved since they had last seen each other, replacing almost all of her previous equipment. She had also encountered a few fortuitous opportunities. Now the power of her spells could easily overwhelm ordinary berserkers. And yet Shifeng still surpassed her. It was unbelievable. Seeing the swordsman's powerful attributes also changed Samsara's attitude towards the boy. He stopped treating Shifeng like a simple mercenary. Instead, he entertained the fleeting thought of recruiting this swordsman into his team. Meanwhile, the team advanced far faster than their last visit due to Shifeng's contributions. After 3 days of fighting and resting, these players finally arrived before a magnificent temple. The temple was 10 meters tall with a total of 3 floors. The very building radiated divine might that kept monsters at bay, creating a natural haven. Every member of the team had leveled up once after defeating higher-tiered monsters. Now Shifeng was only 9% away from reaching level 80. However, Shifeng detected several dozen sources of killing intent as the team approached the Thunder Temple. Players. Shifeng mumbled as he spotted several dozen people exit the temple. Entering a Thunder God's secret land was not an easy task, especially for current players. Shifeng had already been surprised to learn that Samsara's group had entered one, yet they encountered other people in this secret land as well. Moreover, Shifeng found a familiar face among this group. Hidden Soul, the player known as Pride, in the Flower of 7 Sins. You're late, Samsara. Unfortunately, the Flower of 7 Sins has claimed this Thunder Temple. A keen-witted man in his 40s said. Smiling at Samsara, he continued, "Hand over the Thunder God's secret key, and I won't hold you accountable for your previous transgressions." Supreme Sky. Prep. Everyone retreat. Samsara shouted, paling when he saw the middle-aged man. It's too late. Activate the array. The man named Supreme Sky barked with a scornful expression. Immediately, over 20 Tier 2 assassins appeared around Samsara's team. They exploded into scattering blood mist. Despite the fact that players couldn't use tools in the Thunder God's secret land, this strange blood mist formed a magic array that enveloped the Thunder Temple and the players around it. Chapter 2197, Reckless. The instant the blood-red magic array formed around the Thunder Temple, Samsara's team lost 20% of their basic attributes. A blood magic seal. Samsara's expression darkened further when he saw the blood-red magic array that had manifested above the Thunder Temple. The blood magic seal wasn't a magic tool, but a special spell that players could learn. The Flower of 7 Sins had acquired its skill book in an ancient demonic ruin. Unlike normal spells players could learn, the blood magic seal didn't have a tier requirement. To cast, it required a minimum of 6 players, and the moment they cast the spell, they'd sacrifice themselves to the demon god to create the sealing magic array. The strength of the sealing array was relative to the number of sacrifices made. The more players that sacrificed themselves, the stronger the magic array would become. With the minimum 6 players, the magic array would be powerful enough to trap a great lord. Since the Flower of 7 Sins team had sacrificed more than 20 players to cast the spell, not even a mythic monster could break out. Why should we fear them, leader? They may outnumber us, but we're no pushovers. Happy Art said. Every member of their team was even stronger than God's Domain's peak experts. Even the various superpowers would fear them. Now, without the sacrificial assassins, the enemy team only had a little over 30 players. Even under the magic array's suppression and facing the Flower of 7 Sins experts, their team shouldn't have any issue killing these people. They didn't need to flee. Art, the situation is not as simple as you assume. These people are the Flower of 7 Sins cadre. Even the weakest of them can rival peak experts. Frozen Gem explained as she stared down their enemies. Moreover, their leader is Supreme Sky, one of the flower's 7 commanders. She wouldn't have paid their opponent any mind if they were facing another superpowers expert team, even a 100-man team, but these weren't some random nobodies. Every one of them was just as strong as she was. One of the Flower of 7 Sins' commanders? Happy Art felt a chill crawl down her spine and her expression changed. He was not some ignorant player. In fact, she had far more access to information than superpowers peak experts. She was, after all, one of the top prodigies the Super Guild 13 Thrones had nurtured. 13 Thrones was even stronger than Battle Wolves, and it had far more information than most superpowers. The Flower of 7 Sins, however, was a transcendental assassin organization. Countless experts worked for the organization and its inner structure was a mystery. Even until now, the various super guilds knew very little about the Flower of 7 Sins. They didn't even know how many cadres worked for the organization. Information about the Flowers of 7 Sins' 7 commanders, who held the most power within the organization, was scarce. Most players only knew the identities of 3 commanders, all of which possessed unfathomable strength. Even the various super guilds' old monsters feared them. With Happy Art's current strength, she would be fortunate if she could last 2 or 3 moves against one of these commanders. Happy Art had never realized that Supreme Sky was one of these 7 commanders. I already told you that you can't get away from me, Samsara. Now, are you going to hand the key over willingly or must I take it from you? Supreme Sky asked. What's the point of wasting your words on them, Brother Sky? Let's just kill them and take everything they have, a level 74 male berserker beside Supreme Sky said, licking his lips greedily as he watched Samsara's group. The berserker wore a set of white bone armor and carried 2 dark blue greatswords across his back. That's right. They're merely a bunch of reckless fools. Since they have designs on what belongs to the Flower of 7 Sins, we need to teach them a lesson. A level 74 female elementalist wielding an icy blue staff commented indifferently. The pressure Samsara and his team felt doubled when these 2 players had spoken, and their expressions had darkened even further. Both players were members of the Flower's senior cadre. The man was called Sandbones and he was both extremely strong and talented. Recently, he had single-handedly killed a heavily guarded upper echelon from a super guild, as well as 2 domain realm experts. The woman was Diverging Phoenix. Although she rarely took action, she had once killed a superpowers 100-man team. Moreover, the team's leader had been a domain realm expert. Although the superpower in question tried to avenge their fallen members, dispatching multiple 1,000-man teams to hunt this woman down, it had only suffered, never accomplishing anything. In the end, the superpower had been forced to give up its pursuit. Both players were deadly when they operated alone, but if they cooperated, they'd be an absolute nightmare. I'll give you the Thunder God's secret key, but you have to promise to let these people leave. They have nothing to do with this, Samsara said. As he gazed at the 30-plus experts behind Supreme Sky, he knew that he would not escape them today. He wasn't optimistic about their chances if they stood their ground and fought Supreme Sky's team either. Furthermore, the Thunder God's secret key had a 20% to 30% chance of dropping if he died, and with the Flower of 7 Sins capabilities, they could likely increase that drop rate. Rather than risk losing everything, he should cut their losses. Leader. Burning Sea gave Samsara an anxious look. Burning Sea knew just how much time and resources Samsara had invested into obtaining the Thunder God's secret key, which had the potential of leading them to an ancient god's legacy and treasures. However, Samsara was willing to give all of that up to someone else. Since you're willing to hand over the key, I can let them off the hook, but each of them must offer 2 epic items first. Supreme Sky agreed as he eyed Burning Sea and the others, his voice clearly hinting that there was no room for negotiation. Hearing this, Samsara and his teammates frowned. Even the various superpowers valued epic items, and handing over 2 such items was akin to having their combat power. This is daylight robbery, Supreme Sun. Even if we die, we'll at most lose 1 epic equipment. We might as well fight if you're demanding such a high price. You won't get off so easily either. I am one of 13 Thrones' internal core members, and the guild won't let this matter rest. Happy Art denounced. Although the Flower of Seven Sins had a numerical advantage, she and her teammates were no weaklings. If they were going to suffer so grievously regardless of what choice they made, they might as well take some of these players down with them. Furthermore, if they died, they'd only lose one piece of epic equipment each. They might only lose a piece of dark gold equipment if they were lucky. The moment Happy Art finished speaking, Endless Scars and the others, who were familiar with the Flower of Seven Sins, inwardly shook their heads and frowned. At the end of the day, Happy Art was still too young. She had been protected by her super guild, so she wasn't aware of the Flower of Seven Sins' true power. Trapped within this seal, the Flower of Seven Sins members likely had a way to resurrect them. If they truly fought these players, they'd likely at least die twice. Moreover, each death would incur a more severe penalty than normal. Is that so? Then why don't we put your conviction to the test? Supreme Sky said, laughing at Happy Art. Chapter 2198. Black Flame Takes Action. The Flower of Seven Sins members unsheathed their weapons, and the killing intent they radiated skyrocketed. Even Happy Art paled as their powerful auras washed over her. These players had intentionally suppressed their auras previously, so Happy Art hadn't realized what was so special about them, but now she knew that every one of them was a threat to her life. She couldn't even imagine what kind of combat power all 30+ players could display if they attacked together. You aim for mutual destruction? With just the 10 of you? Sandbone laughed at Happy Art. Brother Sky was doing you a favor by letting you offer 2 epic items, yet you don't know how to cherish such a thing. Not even all of the old monsters in your 13 thrones would dare utter a word before Brother Sky. Samsara and his team did nothing to refute Sandbone's arrogant claim. What Sandbone had said was indeed true. Although 13 Thrones was a veteran super guild, and its old monsters were amazing, they were nothing compared to Supreme Sky and the Flower of Seven Sins. Even if Supreme Sky killed its guild leader, 13 Thrones could do nothing but endure, much less if he killed a budding prodigy like Happy Art. Only the top 5 super guilds had any hope of picking a fight with the Flower of Seven Sins. Samsara, the young lady on your team is quite interesting to be brave enough to challenge me, Supreme Sky said. However, he did not issue the order to attack. Instead, he shifted his gaze toward Happy Art and laughed, saying, "It's been many years since I've faced such a situation. It really makes me feel nostalgic. Let's forget about the 2 epic items. Each of you can hand over a single epic item and leave, but as for the little girl, she'll have to give me 4 items. 11 Happy Art could feel rage boil within her. Supreme Sky was clearly toying with her. Don't involve others in your vendetta with me, Supreme Sky. Even if you have a way to increase the Thunder God's secret keys drop rate, you're not guaranteed to get it. Samsara snarled. If he instructed his team members to give in to Supreme Sky's demands, their reputation would be in tatters. Samsara, don't offer worthless threats. Do you think I would trap you here without preparing properly? Supreme Sky asked as he glanced at Samsara. The moment the magic array activated, the blood curse affected every one of you. Your death penalties have been increased by 300%, and any special item that has a chance of dropping upon death is now guaranteed to drop. Once you're dead, I can forcefully resurrect you once. Do you think it'll really be so hard for me to obtain that key? Since you have refused the opportunity one so graciously offered, you can sacrifice your lives. After saying so, Supreme Sky waved a hand. Immediately, Sandbone and the other experts behind Supreme Sky charged at Samsara's group. It seems we have no choice but to fight. As Samsara watched the Flower of Seven Sins members rush at his team, he issued a command in the team chat. We're adjusting our formation. Art, you and I will stand at the forefront. Old Locust, protect Gem. Formless, support Scars. I've been waiting for you to say that, leader. I've grown bored of fighting monsters. I finally get to play with some peak experts. Formless Arrow exclaimed. That's right. It's not every day that we get to meet a commander of the Flower of Seven Sins. I finally get the chance to see the flower's rumored strength, Heartless Sword commented, clearly anticipating the fight. The Flower of Seven Sins had always been incomparably mysterious. Most of the organization's outer members carried out its commissions. The flower's inner members rarely took action, and cadre members rarely ever exposed themselves to the public. To battle maniacs like Heartless Sword, fighting so many cadre members from the Flower of Seven Sins was a dream. My apologies, Black Flame. You've just joined the team, yet we've already dragged you into such a situation. Samsara sincerely apologized to Shifeng. Endless Scars couldn't help but do the same. She was responsible for introducing Shifeng to the team after all. She had never thought that they'd become embroiled in such a dangerous predicament. However, before Samsara and Endless Scars could say anything more, Sandbone and his comrades were already within 30 yards of the team. Over a dozen ranged players from the Flower of Seven Sins immediately launched their attacks, sending hundreds of spells and arrows, all of which were incredibly accurate, flying towards Samsara and his teammates. As if they possessed a life of their own, they danced in the air, making it difficult for anyone to predict their trajectories. Happy Art, who had already reached the Void Realm, felt an immense amount of pressure bear down on her. She activated Shield Wall and focused her attention on dodging the incoming attacks, but even so she had been struck 3 times and lost a considerable amount of HP. Samsara's situation was only slightly better, but when a few combination attacks struck, he stumbled backward as damages in the hundreds appeared above his head. When Formless Arrow tried to fire counterattacks, his arrows, which could pinpoint monsters' weaknesses, were utterly useless against Sandbone and the others. His enemies either dodged or blocked his arrows, failing to deal any damage. The difference between the two sides' combat power was obvious at a glance. Before Formless Arrow could fire a third volley, Sandbone and a dozen other melee players reached Samsara and Happy Art. 3 Flowers members worked together to pin down Samsara, and with the support from their ranged players, Samsara wasn't able to break free from their encirclement. 3 other experts pushed back Burning Sea. Although Endless Scars wanted to help Burning Sea and Samsara, Diverging Phoenix sniped at her from a distance, and she couldn't afford to split her attention. Meanwhile, Sandbone reached Happy Art, swinging both of his greatswords at the young woman. Chaos Slash. The 2 greatswords transformed into 16 phantoms, each flying toward Happy Art's blind spots like cunning snakes. Players' tears were reduced to 0 in the Thunder God's secret land, but all 16 of Sandbone's attacks were capable of causing sonic booms. His strength was definitely on par with the great lords of the same level. Seeing this, Happy Art quickly adjusted her footwork and tried to deflect the attacks. "You're overestimating yourself." Sandbone sneered as he abruptly altered his attack trajectories, ensuring that Happy Art could only block them, not deflect them. Happy Art's defense was thorough, but Sandbone's combat standards and basic attributes were higher. When his attacks collided with her shield, they gradually shook apart her defensive stance. After taking a dozen or so hits, Happy Art finally exposed a hole in her defense, allowing one of the greatswords to slip past her shield. But just before the greatsword bit into Happy Art, a blue longsword stopped the weapon 3 inches away from the girl's side, and no matter how Sandbone pushed, he couldn't budge his weapon an inch farther. The unexpected development surprised Sandbone. His slash had contained a Grand Lord's strength. No one inside the Thunder God's secret land should be able to block his attack. Yet when his greatsword had met the blue longsword, he felt as if he had struck an impenetrable wall. Before Sandbone could react, another blue longsword flew toward him. On instinct, Sandbone brandished his other greatsword to defend himself. Boom! The impact forced Sandbone to stumble 2 steps back, the greatsword in his hand trembling violently. "Who are you?" Sandbone demanded, staring at the figure that had appeared beside Happy Art with a seriously unhappy expression. Anyone that could neutralize his attack and wielded even greater strength than his wasn't an ordinary expert. Not even Samsara could perform the feat. Black Flame. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.